Copy this. Post in Discord. I'm just trying to get the inventory loading stuff working. It's not going to be used today, but I would like to get it to work before so I was just working it off stream because it's not making any sense in my head and it's kind of boring. Let me just post in Discord that I'm about to go live. Yeah. Live now. So sick of fucking spammers coming into my goddamn thing. Why are they all on my Discord? I don't know what I did to piss off the fucking spammers. Sorry, someone's fucking like a bot's in my Discord, so I'm just trying to get rid of it. You and I need to say ban previous 7 days. Spam account. Okay. You on? I think that cleaned up everything. Cool. I can't tell if this person's memeing on the fact that there was a bot, or are they actually they're a bot themselves. They only posted in one chat. It's a lot of focus and blurry, so I'm going to assume that they're memeing and not actually a spam bot. Someone's like responded after the spam bot with a with amounts to like the same thing, but like just memeier. Yeah. Why the fuck did I make so many changes? Oh, because I ran format, that's right. Alright, I need to do that, and then I need to go here and be all like, I want to say it's like check out. If I check out this commit, because I want to keep those changes, but I want to revert my like local copy so that when I run this cargo run, it should still work. Because if I use the code that I'm breaking because I'm changing how serialization works, it won't actually be able to serialize. Well, it won't be like actually work because it effectively won't be able to deserialize this. Right. Did I accidentally fuck that up and destroy this? I don't know how that's happened. Anyway. That's only your examples that borrowed there. That's totally fine. Okay, cool. I must have maybe committed it and then reverted back before the commit. Okay. So today we are working on what was it? Inventory. Not inventory. Fuck no. I did a poll on people didn't want inventory. We're working on map. So I need to modify this so that when we hit new game, it takes us to the map rather than to the inventory system. And then we work from there. I'm thinking I want to do something cool because again, we're copying Neo Scavenger, but I want to copy Neo Scavenger as close as I can, but also in spirit, but also like do like a update in it. Things that wouldn't actually change the mechanics, I want to implement even in just my update. Whereas like actual mechanical changes, we'll wait until I've actually made a copy. So in the game, when you move, make sure like I don't fuck up and wreck my character. Mostly because it's really fucking hard to get back here, and here is a pretty good spot for like getting and crafting things. There. Oh, I can make block pick. Oh no, I didn't even. I didn't even take lockpicking. I just made myself like really robust to get here. It's kind of funny. Alright, we'll grab the bottle. So if I move, it just teleports me here. And I was thinking something like we could do a little animation where you effectively move from here to here over the course of the turn rather than just teleporting. But I don't know how much that's actually going to be necessary. But I think it, as a like to make a more universal map thing, making the actual ability to like select two places and have a character move or like an entity move from one map cell to another, like by sliding or whatever, is definitely going to be like good. So let's go with. When I click out this, it'll stop making noise. So I think I just leave it running in the background. Cool. So this really shouldn't be spamming that, but anyway. So we need to go back to here. We need to go to this is assets. We don't care about that. Scripts, screens. So from what I'm understanding, what I'm planning with how this is going to work, like open character creation screen, is that the screens will be like the different menus. So like in here, this is going to be the main screen, the world screen maybe, and then like this is the obviously the player's inventory screen. This is the player's health screen. This is the camping screen. This is the vehicle screen. So this is the the map screen. So actually, they've all got this open. So this is more like the UI. So this is like a separate thing again. Because the map screen will have this open, but the map screen is independent to the other screens, which is interesting. All right. So that makes it not a screen. I don't think. So it would be under UI. Do we have a UI? So again, we'll move UI into here, rearrange this, and rename you. Mod. So this is where UI related things go. Where exactly is this is available on every screen. That's good. Okay. It still needs to only open when we're actually in the world, like as in like it's separate to the menu screens. But I always lose track of everything I'm fucking doing. I'm trying to get so I can swap this back to being Did I must have run format on you. No, this has got all sorts of stuff. What the fuck? Am I just like not committing anything to master? Let's commit this to master before I break something. So you're gonna shut up about you Git still seems to think that it's missing stuff, but anyway. Oh no, these probably just other warnings. No, they're not Git. Okay. So UI mod. So we're gonna have UI plugin. So we need to be like maybe mod in game. Let's go there. Like okay, so mod in game. I do it like that because I think having a folder so like with menus with menu because menus is about the actual menus themselves, like the main menu. Menu is about the menu builder. So in game will be the in-game UI stuff. I'm going to jump into the Discord call if anyone wants to actually chat on stream. Just announce it. Yeah. Cool. So the in-game is going to have a like plug in and then go player UI. We just need. Wait, we don't really need that. Like, why am I? Discord's appearing over the top. I don't even really need that. It's like I guess sign up maybe moves. I actually don't even really need that. We just need the ability to click on things. Where does it even come from? That's like a main menu. Right, which is what makes this a screen. And the other stuff, like, it was about changing things. So it is a screen we couldn't make. I was going like, in my head, I was going, it feels like a screen is the thing to make. So this is going to be, let's rename this to map. Oh, rename it to map. And then you're not game, you're world. Right. So we're going to be like pub mod world screen. I think. So we want to go to world screen, and then how do you work? You have a plugin? Okay, yeah. This is your menus. This all still just feels wrong, I think. It's just like, it's the main menu. This is menu, main menu. When I click play, the play button. So I don't want the play button to open a main menu. I want the play button to say menu manager dot close menu main menu. Yeah, okay. It's interesting. How did I do that with the... When you click this, how do you work? Oh, it's a reference to main menu. Sorry, reference to menu. There you go. So that will close the menu, and then we want to call. I want to say what we do in new games. It's game state set character creation. Well, that's clearly incorrect. It must be this commands trigger. Open world request new. So that should make it that when I open the game and click play, it should just immediately spawn in a new map. Rather than me have to go through the character creation every time. We hit play and we spawn in a new map. Okay, so where's the player spawn? Here. We have no way of indicating like what thing we're over, which would be nice, but anyway. So I guess the way to start with that would probably be to go creatures. I don't know if it goes inside of map or not. Issue. Because I would think it'd be in here, so we wouldn't want to go something like I guess it would start with this then. If I run this should load us up a basic map that we can look at. Why is it taking so long to compile? Come on. Right. So this loads us a basic map, which is not nearly as nice as the other map, but anyway. So next is to go, this is map cells. I'm going to call them maybe elements. We don't need 2 copies of that. You should go right at the top. Maybe don't pub use the preload either, because this is a wait. Wait, no, pub use my preload. Yeah, never mind. Pub use my preload. Oh, is it the Bevy? Oh, I'm an idiot. I just use Bevy preload. Oh, that. Hang on. Right. So we have rendering. We have mod elements like this. So this is going to just name this. It's going to be things that go on the map. For example, the props, things that don't move, and figures, things that can move. All right, so I think that somewhat guides our direction. So we're going to say mod figure. Mod figures. And so these are things that can move. So we're going to have a pub struct figure. So we're going to use Bevy prelude like so. Put a comment here and say marker component for a figure on the map. The map is in charge okay. So what I'm thinking is that because we have the map cell or whatever, is that I want to probably do something more along the lines of there is a hex cell. Let's label this. So this component indicates what cell a hex something is in. It is right. So we do need to actually make that a thing. So we see, like, say you're the immutable, like so. So that should break my code somewhere else, I think, because oh no, it'll mean that the editor is going to get maybe a little bit annoyed. Is that you're not allowed to edit this? It means that when we come back, if we have the editor open, which I don't actually think this uses the editor, we won't be able to move the cells, but that's fine. You're immutable because there's okay. So we update cells transforms, which is that if the hex cell changed, which I think reinserting it does mean it changed, but effectively it's like you can only reinsert this, but that does mean that we need to have we'll just put it here for now. We're going to have a pub struct tile derive component. Again, put comment here and say tile is a piece of the map that is considered background and cannot move. Right. So with tile. So the trick with this one is we can now say that this is added. I don't think there's an inserted. No. There is definitely a way to do that. You could do this with like an observer that says like an on insert. Do this, but I'm thinking we just do this, and this just makes sure that like if you flag it with tile, you're saying that this is the position of it. I'm trying to think if I want to do something along the lines of like props. Because we could do that. So let's first of all, let's commit this. So we said added tile. Right. So what I'm thinking is that when we go to our map, like the actual update tile transforms, no, Excel. File. Where's our like map thing? Do I not have? No, I have a hex map. I never initialized my hex map is probably what's going wrong there. So when you add the map, you need to also say app dot. Wait, no, never mind, because the hex. Right, yeah, because you do like a global thing. So you're actually going to only hold a single entity now. But you're going to go away. You're going to be add tile. Okay, a tile is a piece of the map that is considered background and cannot move. There can only be one tile at in any given cell. Props and figures should be children of tile. Okay, so what I'm thinking there is that we can say add tile, hex cell, entity. Now, my annoyance with this is that hex cells are immutable. Okay, so we self this, and then we're going to return an option entity like that. So the idea is that when you add a tile, it will return the tile that was originally there. Trait from enum. Why? What did you return? Oh, sorry, no. You insert cell and entity. Right, they're gonna be the same. You're gonna be pub get tile self and cell, which is a Excel, and then you return a option entity like that, and then you just self dot cells dot not insert get cell dot clone. So that should be the map working. Then we're up here. We go. You have like an on add. Aha. Yeah. So you're on add. This is what we're going to do. So we're going to say let cell. We get the cell. Then we say like let is tile equals world dot get dtx dot entity dot. Okay, so this is an option. The option is for tile. I don't know if there is a way. I don't think there's a has. Yeah, I'm using Bevy. Yeah, so I'm currently trying to recreate this old game that was written in Flash because I want to play it in, like, not have all the clunkiness of it being written in Flash from 2013. So I'm rewriting it in Bevy. And while I'm doing that, I'm making like modules so that like I have like an inventory crate that is on my Git. Yeah, well, I am a tutorial channel, so like my videos are getting a bit outdated. I am trying to like get my head in the right space to be able to remake them, but I do have videos that like they my older videos I would consider to be like what like somewhat timeless in that I explain the concept at the beginning of the video, and then it's only the end, like maybe third of the video, that explains actually how to use it, which between Bevy versions may change, but like the concept of a query and the concept of ECS and all that doesn't change because Bevy changed how they implemented it. So a lot of that stuff's still kind of relevant. Like watching the video will hopefully give you a better understanding. But I do plan on updating it so that they are like actually up to date. So we say let some to parent child of if let some map in the parent map add cell. Okay. That is interesting. We say like if map. Okay, so wait, if is tile. We say map dot add cell. Did I not make that public? How come? Oh no, add tile. Right. Else like world dot else if let some tile equals map dot get tile. Else if let some tile equals map get tile, cell. Yeah, I haven't really looked into Bevy on Android, so I can't really help. I just remember it being somewhat complicated. I'm just moving my microphone a second. I'm trying to eat stuff so I don't like lose my focus completely by the end of the stream because I've not been eating. So the issue I have with Android is there's lots of weird edge cases. Like I saw something that was like, this works on iPhone but not on Android, and this works on this and not on that. I think that entirely depends on the type of game that you're making. Like if you're making like an idle game that the only way you're going to make any money is by running ads, that kind of thing, then like probably, because mobile is where you would get an audience big enough to make money from just ads. But if you are making any kind of game that's like intended to not be casual, I guess is the term. So like if it's not something that you intend them to pick up, fiddle for 5 minutes and put back down, then I wouldn't say that mobile is necessary, because if you can make a reasonable, like fun game, you could sell it for $1 on Steam and probably make more money than you'd ever make on mobile from ads. It has to be a game that people would actually want to play, as opposed to something like most mobile games where it's about something that you pick up, you do it for 5 minutes and you put back down. But I don't really play mobile games, so I wouldn't really be able to say how big or small the audience is, but I wouldn't say that your game sinks or swims whether it's on that on mobile. But I would say that most games will sink and swim whether they're on Linux or Windows or Mac. Like being able to support those platforms with Bevy is probably more important than being able to do mobile. Well, we get the tile when we say commands dot entity ctx dot entity dot insert child of tile. I want to say maybe trace this. Trace. Setting as child of tile. Something like that, and then we say settings. So it'll be ctx dot entity cell, and then child of tile and max tile. Just so that people don't go, what the fuck? Why is it moving? We need to implement. We'll do display for self later. So the idea of this is if let some entity show. Okay, so I do want to say if let some. Oh, we also need to warn new cell new tile at added over writing old that was there before. So let's sell old. Yep. Okay, so that does that. So we get to here and say else warning hex cell spawned as child of non-map entity. I do wonder if I should maybe go all the way up to the root. I don't know if I can do that. World.get No, it doesn't seem to. I'm just thinking, like, if you want to go up, it's like you can. We check to see if it has a parent, and then we're looking to see if that parent is a map to have its own sort of submap, because then you can have submaps like that. And then otherwise we check to see if it's part of the global map, which is mute map. Well, yep. And then we do exactly the same thing. So this just gets the map, and then we say, hey. And then we go, hey, if you're a tile, are you the right closing? No, it's the one more closing, I think. No, okay. I'm not entirely sure what I've done there. Shift tab. Right, so then we do the same thing. We say, okay, grab the global map, and then we say, if you're a tile, we overwrite the old tile, and we say, oh, hey, you've removed this tile, and we're putting a new tile in its place. And then otherwise, if you're not a tile, we get the tile that was there, and we insert it. And then otherwise, we say, I guess we need to else warn added non element to map, but there is no tile under it. So added element to map, but there is no tile under it. And then we say, again, we say ctx.entity/tile. Now, this does make me think that we probably want to say that the on insert tile should probably take precedent. Not tile, sorry, it's cell. So this one also needs that, because it's effectively saying that, hey, you tried to place something somewhere where there isn't yet a background tile. And the issue with that is that I want to be able to make the assumption that it is in fact a tile, if that makes sense. Like the assumption is that if you place a non-tile, it'll be its position, like its translation, transform translation, is relative to if that makes sense. Else, like if is tile, warning spawned tile without global map resource. Because again, if you place a figurine, the assumption. So the idea is that the figurines aren't going to have their position updated based on their parent. They're going to have their position. Now, maybe having the figurines. I don't know. Where is this error? Something is throwing an error somewhere. You're all up, right? Because I need to make the tile. You need to implement display. So we need to be like import core format display for hex cell format, and then we write f.write. Like this, and then two positional arguments, which is self.q and self.r. Okay. I have no idea if it's going to make any difference. We have to go to like our test, our basic map. So when we spawn in our basic map, my annoyance is that I was going to say that we could make the hex cell thing. So where the fuck do we do the actual spawning of the map? Spawn test map. When we spawn this in, we choose our tiles and we place them and we give them a sprite and we give them an ID. The ID is the hex cell. So this should mean that it all shouldn't. Well, first off, if I run this, it shouldn't work because it's going to tell me that, hey, I'm spawning elements. Well, I guess you don't even need the figures stuff. It's like if you put it on and it's not a tile. I guess figures the other things. So it says that added an element to the map, but there is no tile under it. So they all end up on the same physical location. And then we're going to go back to here. We're going to say, but they are actually tiles. Because the other option would be to make the tile also contain a map hex ID or cell ID. So when you place a tile, you have to specify its cell ID. But I'm thinking what you could do is spawn a bunch of tiles in without giving them cell IDs, and then you could insert the cell IDs on top. Because it's the insertion of the cell ID that actually triggers this. And because of how our I don't actually know if insertion. I think this should be changed. Because the idea is you could insert a new one, and then so we are probably going to need to do a like on remove as well. So this one's on add, which is actually incorrect now because I think we want it to be on in insert. See, because on why did that not rename it? Weird. It renamed it there, but it didn't. Okay, even more weird to be honest. That I could F12 it, but not. Okay. So then we're going to say on remove equals self on remove. So the idea of doing the on remove and on insert is that on add would imply that like once I've registered it, it's never allowed to change. Whereas on insert and on remove, which maybe that would be the smarter way of doing that. It's a little bit weird that theoretically you could actually stick. You know what? Yeah. Okay, so because of the nature of it, you're not allowed to do that. So effectively what this is saying is when you add a hex cell to something, that hex cell checks to see if it's a tile. Oh no, it does need to be on insert. Well, actually no, it doesn't. Okay, wait, so copy you, paste like an identical copy and say on. So this one's on insert. And also, I don't even think you need on remove. You're on insert. Right. But then the on add can say if is tile. But then we can say more like if is some is none. Return. Right. So I should really start commenting this stuff. We'd be like, if on add, if this is not a tile, don't do nothing. That is for the on insert. Right. We can also put that here because there's no point fetching something to then cancel it. Then we're going to copy this and we're going to come down here and go, you do the opposite and you say if is some. Right. So on insert, if this is a tile, we don't do anything to it. Right. So the way this is going to work is we're going to say the on-add gets modified so that we only do this. As child of non tile spawned as child of non-map entity. If let some parent would get child of. Okay, then you do the same thing. We say insert this, and then else warning tile spawned without global map resource. Global tile spawned without global map resource. Okay. So if let some parent world get child of entity, and then we say, hey, get the component off of the parent. If let some old, is it just like warn that they've done that, and then otherwise we warn the tile spawned child as a child of non-map entity, and then we go down here and we say, okay, if there's a map, otherwise try and get the world resource and then say, okay, do the same thing. The annoying thing is that these are two different references, so I don't think I can let it borrow for long enough to be able to make this one consistent thing out here. It's a little bit annoying, but anyway. If an on insert if this, okay. Then we come down here, we can get rid of all that like is tile. So we say, okay, if there's a tile, otherwise we throw a warning, and then it's the same thing. It's like, otherwise we try the world if it doesn't have a parent. Again, get rid of this, and we just say, hey, if you're a parent, and then otherwise there is no else. Hexel spawn without global global map element. Global map element spawned without global map resource. These don't even need to be mutable. We can just like get resource, because we only need to actually access it, because we're literally just reading to see if there's a tile and then inserting on top of that. So that should mean that we can go here and we can say on insert equals self on insert. So the other trick with this, because we're setting the parent to make it make the vector, means that we don't have to worry about making sure that our list of things that like elements that are on this map cell, because that's what I was having before, is that I had a vector of entities. Like when you looked up a cell, you got given a like entire list of all the things that were on that cell. Whereas now we don't have to worry about that, because you can get to set a tile, and that tile's children are the elements on that cell. So if you insert a new position onto like an element, it will reparent itself to the new tile, which will unparent it from the old tile. Which I guess is what we want. I guess we need to work out what we want to do. I don't know if we need a distinction between figurines and props, because my thinking was similar to have like tiles don't move. It's like I was going, oh well, figurines you could like we have different behavior where you can like be all like move figurine, that would require it to be some kind of like you can only have one or two on a spot, but like move figure in and then like that. But I don't think we actually really need that. I think something like that. Over, and then that's going to be like an F32. So the beauty of this one is we should be able to be like do something like I guess we go up here and go pub plugin, which takes in our app, which is a immutable reference to our app. Please, and then we say app.add systems update, and this is going to be move figure. I guess this is just called move. Now, my annoyance with this is we kind of need to also track something like the start. So it needs to be like pub struct move start. We should call this duration, actually, duration. And then this would be an instant. I don't think we want an instant, but I'm going to call it an instant for now. But anyway, when we say move figure, we're going to say figures, which is a query. We'll call it populated, so that it doesn't happen when we're not grabbing stuff. And we're going to do this to say that we need moves, move start, which actually isn't going to be public because you don't get to specify the move start. I mean, maybe you could. That'd be kind of funny if you could specify that the move starts in the future, and therefore if it's a negative number. But no. Not for now, at least. With figure. Something like that. Technically, you wouldn't even need this because it's like if it has a move and a move start. So you are going to require oh, you don't even okay. So you're first off, you're a component. Derive component. You are going to require no, not yeah. You require move. Actually, no. I'm not going to do that because I have a better idea, which is to go component on insert import import move. Sorry, it's on insert equals self on insert, and then we say which takes in the work. Go back to our cell and just copy this and paste this and go okay. What I should do is go through the workshop and see if there's any like really good like Bevy plugins like snips and stuff like that, because surely someone's made like a hooks one where it just does on insert as like a tab completion like function and stuff like that. That'd be really neat. I made that, add it to my like list of shit to do. Look for cool Bevy VS Code extended. Right. because my Bevy snipped one is I think really out of date and also just like not very well made. But anyway, I'm gonna say on insert. What do you do? So the very first thing you do is we're gonna say let now equal world dot resource. You're yelling at me because I haven't imported this stuff yet. I don't know why it's not. Oh, don't let one. Okay. World dot resource. And then we need time, and then it's local. Not local. Maybe if I hover over time, it'll tell me. Virtual. Right. So now using virtual time. Dot probably elapsed wrapping. Okay. So then we're going to say world dot entity. So that does return a duration. So duration. Commands dot entity ctx dot entity. I don't know. Actually, honestly, inserting that seems like a waste of resources, so we will make it required. Require. And then move start. Which also needs to now derive component and also default. Then we say world dot get mute ctx dot entity dot expect required component move start dot 0 equals I say like we'll call this move meta maybe. Move state. Move state. Then we're gonna get move state. We're gonna say hey move state, and then we're gonna split this off and say start, which is a duration, and that dot start equals now. So that should translate to when you insert a move, it automatically calculates that now is the start time. Apparently figure is not a component, that's easy to fix. Derive component. Okay, so then we need time, which is going to be res time virtual. For anyone that doesn't know, virtual time is like a clock that doesn't always tick up. So it never ticks backwards, but it doesn't necessarily have to tick up. So the idea is that you can there's like 4 different times that I think Bevy gives you by default. Might be 3. So there's time undeclared, which I believe is just like system time. So it's elapsed, is how long has the game been started, that kind of thing. And it's the one if you don't specify otherwise, it's just like virtual. So it's like I think it's time unit or something. Default is unit. So yeah, if you don't specify, then it has no context, and therefore it is just the default time. Then there's fixed time. Yeah, there's 4 of them. So there's this time, which is like the default time. If you don't specify otherwise, Bevy just that's the time you'll get. There's virtual time, which is like the if you keep your game be able to be paused, you can tile your logic for like moving things into virtual time. But you can then like not tie things like animations into virtual time, which means that you could pause the game but still have the animations happening, but none of the actual like characters can move and like all like if the AI is tied into virtual time, you can basically pause the game without but still have things like UI be interactable and stuff like that, because if that's relying on like time, like animations and things still need to play, you use real time, I think, for that one. And so your real time is not affected, like you can't pause and unpause real time. It's just always there. And then there's actually I think it has them down here. So yeah, real, which tracks the wall clock. So you can't speed up or slow down. Virtual time tracks virtual time, so you can be paused, or you can make it run faster or slower. So like if you're doing like a RimWorld style thing, you could make your virtual time skip forward and backwards, like make it run 3 times faster or a third the speed, and all the animations and everything that are tied to virtual time would speed up and slow down. But whereas like things like UI would be tied to real time, so that like the animations of buttons and things like that don't run 3 times faster because the game is running 3 times faster. And then there's fixed, which is that the time step will always just actually be the same, but it's based on virtual time. So the idea is that if you say like have a tick every 10th of a second, and you run your virtual times 3 times faster, it'll actually be ticking 3 times faster in your fixed time. But like the fixed time will always be a 10th of a second. So if you have like a lag spike that happens to like pause the game for a full second, it'll run 10 fixed steps of a 10th of a second to catch back up. So the fixed time is guaranteed to be that time step, and will do catch up ones. And also obviously won't run, like so if you're running a fixed step every second, it won't run every frame. It'll run once enough frames have happened to be 1 second. But it'll always give a time step. Like the time step value that's passed in is always what the fixed time is. And then time is generic clock corresponding to current or default time for systems. Yeah, so it's saying so there's 4 times, but the generic clock will be the same. Like if you don't specify, you'll get given the virtual clock. Unless you're inside fixed, in which case you'll get given the fixed clock. So you take time means let Bevy decide which clock you get. Real is a hard, like I want this particular clock, and then the other two are like depending on context what clock you'd get, sort of thing. So it's kind of cool. Anyway, so the reason we're using virtual time is that it means that I want to do it so that like when you move between tiles, so in this game it's got like a moves left. So the idea is that when you clicked here, like your character doesn't teleport there. They would move there with the fixed time, and then like you have like a clock ticking down here at the same rate. But if something like happened while you were part way, I could like pause it or something. I don't know. But it's obviously going to be separate to the real time is more what I'm going for. Yeah. So when we move the figure, we have to say like for move. My thing with this move from to is that it's going to be childed beneath Because what I'm thinking is like, I've said I'm moving from here to here. Because I just realized that like, what I want to do is reparent it once it gets halfway, and move it relatively speaking. But anyway, we need to move, and this is going to be our data and our state in figures, except we want to access your mute transform, which is your position. Okay, so I don't think, because like the thing with this is I do want it to be flexible enough that you could specify from A to B. I guess we can just take in the hex cell, because like if the hex cell is a known constant, in that we can correct for it. In that like we can go, hey, I'm in this cell, so I'm going from here to here. And I know that my offset is this, so the amount of relative movement, which does mean that theoretically you could have it be in a different cell, move from one cell to another cell, and it would, yeah, that'd be really weird, but I mean, you could do it. So I don't know if I like that, because I think when I insert you, I want to say like, I don't want to have to calculate this every time. I want this to be like something that you insert, and then that's like the specifying the move. So I guess we call this, I guess this is the start, start time, and then we can be like cell. I guess it's just a hex cell. I'm trying to think, because like in my head I'm going, it'd be really stupid if we don't have a default. It'd be really stupid but possible for you to be like a child of a particular cell and then be like, move from this cell to that cell. I guess you would just call it 2. So you'd say like, hey, move to here over 3 seconds. And so then this would say, okay, so we've grabbed that, and then we just say let origin equals world.get hex cell dot or cloned or default. Unwrap or default. Mostly because I'm too lazy to actually fuck around doing that. It's context ctx.mc. So that should result in us being able to say world dot wait. Let mute state equals state dot start time, state dot starting cell equals origin. Right, so we need to work out our progress. So we need to say let progress equals well, I guess it's elapsed. Elapsed equals time.elapsed. So this has to be in the future, minus the shorter one, which is going to be state.start time. Right, so that will give us a duration. How long is actually passed? Dot as second F32. Right. This is going to give us our elapsed time. Then we say let progress equals position. No, progress is state dot elapsed divided by state dot start time. Am I allowed to do that? Is that just like, are you allowed to divide times by times? No, I didn't think so. Right. So as no, wait, not start time. So it's move.duration. So data.over. Okay, so we will make this F32. I don't even know if we need to know the end position, because what I'm thinking in my head as a conceptual thing is we take in the start cell, but we don't actually need that. We just need the we need like the end position, which would be to take in the start and subtract the end. Like end position, which is just going to be a vec 3. Was it vec 3 like this? So then we would say that end position. So we have origin. Then we need to like let end equals to move equals origin dot not origin oh yeah, origin minus world dot get. It's really complicated for no real reason. Move ctx dot entity dot no, I think we want to recalculate every time because that maybe. But the issue is that I was thinking if you, because then like you could change it. But the issue is I think we want to make it a move in. You have to override it because when you override it, it'll work out what cell it was and it'll teleport back to where it was. Don't have to clone it. Just dot expect is has self dot 2. So we don't have a subtraction function, but that should be easy to implement. So we say to move, and we say the origin minus the direction we need to move. My annoyance is that I'm thinking I'm going to need to grab the hexagon map descriptor or whatever so that I can calculate the end position, relatively speaking, which is fine. Then we just want to say to move dot as x, y, z. I guess it's the xy dot. No, the xyz. So we just need to go to our map cell again, and we need to like impl core ops sub for hex cell, and then it's just like subtractant is just self dot self new self dot q minus right hand side dot q self dot r minus right hands dot r. Okay. So type output. So output is self. Okay, so that should fix that, which that's just 6. So now you're on map cell again, and then we say you have dot as 2xy, which requires a map style because we need to know this. Yeah, okay, I was thinking about that. Yep. It doesn't matter. I'm trying to think if we put in the 2, we have its current position, and we're saying because I think personally it's going to be easier and probably better to say that the distance equals like 2 move, and then this is a hex cell and it's all distance now. Because then I think it'd be easier to go like map info, and then we want to say that this is the amount that we've traveled, and then we want to say the end equals not map it, but let's comment this out and say state dot distance so we need a hex map style, so it's like a res hex map style, something like that. I can't find it in scope, so we bring it in, so input that, and then we pass in map info like so. So it's something like your end destination is state.distance.xyz, because theoretically if you're in the cell then your position is 0, 0. Because we could do other things, we could look up the cell that it's going to work out if there's other set things in there and all sorts of stuff, but I don't think that's really necessary. So we're going to say like data state mute position cell. Okay, this is the end, I guess, and then we say we'll lerp that somehow, but we'll work that out in a second. So we're going to say it's not cell mute, so position. Can I go like translation dot lerp? Okay, sure. But it's more like we want to say vec3 0 dot lerp from here by s, which is progress, and then we say position dot translation equal, which I guess get rid of that, put this up there, and then right, so then you need to be, so I guess let end all that, and we have to do it anyway because this spits it out in the wrong format. Vec3, which is then going to be end.x 0 end.y. Maybe this isn't wrong. Maybe we just extend. Yeah, because it's XYZ. Never mind. This is why you do it in 2D. In my head I keep thinking it's 3D, and it's like, oh, I have to do it in X and Z. But it's not. It's X and Y. Z is depth. Why? What do you return? Why are you not mutable? Because I didn't make you mutable. That would explain that. All right. Yeah. Ta-da! Okay. So we don't even need to know the origin because this just tells us how far to move. Okay. So first off, we need to let position equal this dot clamp between 0 and 1. I hope it's 0 and 1. Look, yeah, okay, we're 1 result. Okay, yeah, cool. So between 0 and 1, you're saying I can't do this because we don't need to actually know what your hex cell is because you're effectively just, we know what, I don't care where you started, we're just only moving you that distance. So we look that, we set you there, then we're going to say if progress equals it was greater than or equal to 1, we say I guess if you get here, then we don't have to do that. Like else, like that. What's next? So we do that, then we do that, then we go, okay, so we need commands. So, something like this, which means that you are going to need entity as your like first argument, just so that I can do that, and then be all like entity.remove. No, commands.entity entity correct dot remove, and then we just need to remove move, which I guess works. We never actually touch move, do we? Oh no, we do because we look at how long over. Yep. Okay. Okay, and we also, I guess, technically need 2 to be all like, so you remove move. And, I mean, we can also remove move state because it's not necessary to be there anymore. Like so. You return, yeah, okay, you return self, which means that I can also say insert move data.to. So, all right, and then position dot translation equals deck 3 0. So what happens here is when you say move the figure, we if the progress is greater than 1, we delete the movement command because we've reached where we're going. We then update the figurine's current position to being inside of the new cell that it was going to, because we got there, and then we set its position back down to 0 so that it doesn't move. So theoretically, I would probably want to have these do something where we could probably specify that you could say move and then into like a slot in a hexagon, but I'm not going to go that far. So with this logic, if you're in a hexagon, you're in the center of the hexagon. So the because what I'm like thinking is you could have different spots in the hexagon, which would be in the map style, would be like where, like if I gave you a slot in a hexagon, you could tell me like the offset in that hexagon, so that I could say instead of lerping from the center to the center, you could lerp from the slot you are in to the slot that you're going to, and it would just be like a fixed offset so that you don't go directly to where you're going. So we are going to need to, I guess, go to our. So we need to like put them on a pub. Use figurine. Well, I guess just everything inside a figurine. Pub use everything in there. We also need to be like FM plugin. Which is going to be an app mute app, which is we're just gonna qualify that as a Bevy app, and we're gonna say app.add plugins figurines plugin. All right, so we do that. which then gives us this plugin, which means that we can go one layer up, which is to the elements. So this is the map plugin. So I guess that would probably be tiles. So that would be elements plugin. Like so, and then that should just work, I think. So next, I guess, is to test it. So when we spawn the test map, we have to spawn in a figurine. So that's going to be fun. So we'd be like, commands.spawn. How do you work? So spawn. Right. With children. So this spawns the map, which annoyingly does translate to you have to be inside of here. I think it's actually inside of here. Is it? No, it is actually inside of there. So it has to be inside of there because of the way that our system works. It will look at the parent to see if it can find the map to insert the figurine on the map. Right. This method took one argument, but the arguments were supplied. Yes, yes, yes. So it needs to have a figure. What's it called? It's called Hexagons. Right, so put that in their prelude, I guess. So yeah, inside of our prelude, we have pub use rate elements. So, and then we can go, okay, so figure, you're going to be a hex cell 0. Sorry, okay, turn you into a bundle, like so. And then we have to do something to actually render what it's going to look like, but cannot borrow commands twice because we have to borrow, I guess it's map. There you go. So that should spawn in our actual thing. And then how do we spawn? It's just like a sprite, isn't it? Like custom. I don't think we need to make it like, yeah, okay. So I guess we go to our assets and we go, it's, all right, so if we go like, I have a feeling it's probably one of the things that I've trimmed out. So we're gonna go like reveal in Explorer and go, what are the odds that we can see something? We could be a pair of pants, that'd be kind of funny. Like I don't think that I remember seeing any like creatures that would be on the map. And I think that might be because they're one of the like filtered out things. So we go to assets and we go to here and go to images. It's almost certainly, yes. So they all start with Cree. All right, so let's copy that and we'll update our like extracting code to extract Crees. Tiles, float, like tiles, summon items. Where is it? It's one of these. That's in Hexagon. It's in here. Scan map. Right, so it's you. That's the tile prefix, and then this is the creature. I don't think I spelled that right anyway. Mob. Free. Okay, then we're going to come back to here and be like copy if. So from what I understand, hello, welcome. It's called Errorlens, I believe. I can check this as I go here. I believe it is Errorlens. Errorlens. So Errorlens means that instead of it having instead of just doing an underline, it writes it out next to it and colors the line. So that's just an extension in VS Code that does that. So Rust Analyzer is why I'm getting the errors, but the Errorlens is why they're actually showing up in the editor instead of being all over the place. So item. So for this, we're going to something like for prefix in mob prefixes. If block list, I don't care about this. If copy path assets destination is, I need to look up how to spell creatures. Creatures. We'll just paste that there, go like that, and then creature prefix. All right, so we say, hey, copy the prefix to this destination. So you have folders, which is UI, tiles, items, and creatures. And then if we run this little code, it should extract all the assets for us so that we can just pluck out the creature assets much more easily. Huh. Why did it find these? These do not fit. Do these? Oh, so that's hilarious. So these, I was going why have I got a bunch of items? This is what it puts on you when you are wearing said item. So it's probably in the files. It's probably called Cree item, and then double bag. So this is saying when the item box is in your right hand, this is the sprite to layer on top. So that's actually hilarious. Huh. I love it. All right. So it's going to go, one of these is called human. I'm going to copy you. I do like that sort of style of doing it. It's just a little bit weird to layer it all on top. So I need to take you here, go new. I don't even need to put in assets. Human. Right. So then in our example, because again, I'm pretty sure I don't leak the assets as part of anything like that. Yeah, so both the assets are in git ignore. Technically, that was need to be there now. So we have to go back to our example basic map. We go, okay, so instead of your image being that, do we have access to the asset? No. Okay, so we're just going to grab the asset server. Asset server, which is res asset server. Server like so, and then we go not here, it's down here. We're going to say copy the sprite part, paste the sprite part in. I probably don't want to make it quite that big. It's going to make the player look really dumb, but anyway. The image is going to be, image is probably some, would be my guess. No, it's just image handle. So that would be asset server.load, and then you're loading human? Human.png. Human.png, okay, like that. And then we don't have a texture atlas for you, and you just load. I guess let's go to the custom size. We're just going to spawn you in, and let me hit run and see how that goes. Yes. Alright, so we have a tiny human. He's apparently on the wrong layer. I think that's probably because he's anchoring like here, maybe? I don't know. We can find the player, I guess. Well, I guess this is the annoying thing. It's going to be inside of the map, wherever the map is, which is probably you. Right. So something renames them. I guess it's interesting. But they should be like the last thing spawned. No. Right, no, they're going to be a child of the 0, 0. So 0, 0. You have a child, yes? Yes, and that child is the player. Ha 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 ha. Oh. Well, that was unexpected. Okay. I was not expecting it to have a random ass fucking. You're telling me that this image, probably has a shadow. It probably needs to have like transparency turned on or something. I want to go like reveal an explorer. Yeah, it's got a shadow underneath it. That's kind of funny. Also, it's very big, which I guess makes sense because hence it looks the right size here, is because it kind of is the right size. So I just need to work out. I guess we need to insert an anchor. Already has an anchor. Oh, okay. So it's not you. 0.1. No, negative. I don't actually know what tile you're supposed to be standing on. So I guess we go to you and go, what do you happen to be? If I go to your sprite, a little bit annoying. Index 2. Right, so you're actually standing on that cell. So it's actually the opposite direction. You should be going. Wait, really? Oh. I find that odd that you're below the thing that you're standing on. What's your transform? Your transform is literally all zeros, so why do you end up below it? That's very strange. What is your transform? Also all zeros. Okay. One. 10. Okay. Why are you? Okay, so that's obviously too high. So it needs to be like 2. So 0.2. Probably still a little bit too high. Annoyingly, whatever's below it's a little bit weird. 3. 0.3. 0.3 seems about right. What if it's 0.5? No, 0.5 I think puts you standing on like the wrong kind of tile. 2.5. I guess we look at the game and go like, wait, they should be standing in the center of the hexagon. I guess you are standing in the center of the hexagon, aren't you? Not quite. It's like there, maybe? Huh. I guess we need to go modify. No, I'm actually going to say 0.1 is probably correct then, and leave it at that because I can't be bothered trying to tweak it exactly. And we'll just add like a bit of code. So you need to, I guess, have an anchor. Anchor. Yeah. New. How do I do that? So you just have a vec2, I guess. New, and so it was 0 on the x and 0.1 on the y. that should put the player in the right spot. And then we said like a little bit of logic that lets us like move the player. So go down here, I guess, and go fn move. Don't you dare start doing this again. Once it starts fucking disconnecting, it just tends to always keep disconnecting. Don't want to have to restart the stream. Anyway, let's continue working on this. Single, right? And then we're going to say entity with pickup. Right, and we also need commands. So new commands, something like that, and then we come down here. We could say, and then we also need like input, and we go like just like res button input key code, and then we say if player no, if match for key in input dot just pressed get just pressed. We also need to say so with this without move, because I feel like if we insert move while it's doing it, right, without what's it called? It's called hexagons. Hexagons prelude move. Right, so I guess we should just rename this for one thing and be like, let's rename you to move figure, because that's what you're doing, and honestly it doesn't really change anything. Yeah, I don't I'm gonna try stopping and restarting my transmission, because once it drops like that, for some reason, like Starlink I think doesn't want to reconnect, or YouTube doesn't want to let me reconnect. So right, so reconnecting, hopefully it won't kill me and it'll actually like be able to fucking stream properly. Nope, still dropping like 90% of frames. Oops, someone's in Discord. Hello. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna work if I stream here as well. I don't know how to set up this up either. What application is it streaming? I think it wants to stream this application. The fuck is it? I don't know how to make it stream on Discord. Yeah, change the stream to here. Yeah. Alright, I don't know if it's gonna help by streaming in two places at once. The YouTube stream is dying. Oh, God, I hate the fucking. I don't know if it's any better on Discord. You let me know. I'm not sure. Like, is it actually better on Discord? Like, is the because my guess is that it's not actually YouTube. It's Starlink being Starlink. And so like once it's decided that it's not going to get a good connection, it just won't, as it's like probably trying to fucking ping pong off of satellites on the horizon instead of picking one that's in the sky. Because it'll be like fine for fucking hours, and then it will just start doing this. But yeah, like it's dropping like 80% of frames. So the only thing I found is like to restart. Yeah, that's the game I'm trying to replicate. Let me just restart my router. I'll be back. Where the fuck is the button to do Starlink. Reboot my fucking router. Match key, and then be like key code. Yeah, see, it's a Starlink thing because restarting my router, it's fixed it. Like it's getting 8K, so I'm just gonna stop streaming on Discord because I don't know if I want to necessarily have that because the YouTube one is set up like a little bit, not really, but a little bit more like I'm not going to accidentally reveal something. I don't know how the Discord one works, so I'm a bit worried that I'm going to accidentally click on something and Discord's going to be like, hey, look here. Actually, I don't even think my OBS is set up like that properly anymore. I had to rebuild my computer, but it used to be set that like it was only capturing like specific windows, which meant that like if I opened something that had like a chance to have my name on it, it would just not see it on stream. But yeah, so it was a Starlink thing. Like once Starlink dropped whatever the fuck it was doing, it just wasn't able to reconnect. I think what it does is it ends up picking up a satellite that's on the horizon, and there's like something that's slightly blocking the horizon. So it keeps connecting to satellites that are like doing that thing where they're really close to the horizon and they keep dipping below or something like that. And it just keeps jumping to the next satellite that in 30 seconds will be below the horizon. So it just ends up stuck rather than like picking a satellite that's actually good. Key. Okay, so if I press A, I want you to do this. And then if I can, why are you expecting a semicolon? Oh, we have to match key, that's right. Hello, welcome to the stream as we're just having some slight technical difficulties, but hopefully it is fixed now because I restarted my router and Starlink fucking sucks. Key code, key W. Yeah, like it could also be like a weird YouTubey thing. Yeah, like Starlink is really good for the sake that like I couldn't stream without it because of where I live, and like the fact that the fucking decided they were going to run fiber to everywhere and then be like, oh no, but like to the end of your street because your street's slightly too long, we're not going to even update the copper, so I literally cannot. Yeah, I am actually excited for 019. I am slightly tempted to abuse my position and ask for the release stuff early because they did say to me once, like, hey, if there's anything that makes videos easier, let us know. And so theoretically, I could reach out to Alice and be like, hey, can I have the change log, like diary thing, like a couple of days early or like a week early so I can make the video before it's publicly released? But I also feel like it's a bit rude because I'm not necessarily making content for a meeting them. As much as I'm reading their thing and talking about my thoughts on the changes. So it's like, at least when I do it the next day, they still get all that attention of the people that want to read the thing. Whereas if I had it set up like, hey, we're releasing that day and I'm going to release my video that is just going over that. I can go to the website. It's not out yet, is it? It'd be really funny if it was. Yeah, it's not out yet. So what I'm saying is that they've told me on Discord before, on like the Bevy Discord, if there's anything they can do to make it like easier for me to make content and all that, do it. All right, well, I'm on the website. I'm curious what you want to show me. I'm assuming it. Can I just do this? Hey, look, I can just do that. I had no fucking idea. I had a vague idea because I got AI to do this once, but yeah. Yeah, I tried this the other week when I noticed the pre-release was out. Like, or the release candidate 2 was out or something on crates, and it didn't work. So I thought they didn't do this, but so I must have missed it by like a day or something because I saw the release candidate come out, and I tried that and it didn't work. Yeah, it's not necessarily that the Starlink isn't good for streaming. It's that it could possibly be, because if I look at my like obstruction thing, there is a specific area that is obstructed, and for some reason Starlink doesn't seem to consider that obstruction. In that, I'm thinking that's what's happening. It's because I'm so close to the south, because I'm like basically the bottom of Western Australia. When you look at like the map of where all the satellites are, like 90% of the satellites you can see at any one time are on the horizon, because they're literally the Arctic ones where they're doing the little turnaround, because they don't go perfectly polar. They sort of just miss the pole, because it's like, well, why cross over the pole? You get better. But it means that if you pick a satellite at random, almost certainly it's about to dip below the horizon, because it's one of the ones that's only just above the horizon. And there's a whole bunch of trees, which means that most of the satellites dip in and out of like actually being valid, because they're going between the branches of trees and shit like that. And it just doesn't seem to care. Yeah, that's cool. I will definitely go through this. Oh my god, I'm really excited. Right, I think this might be tomorrow's stream, is going through this, because next generation scenes, fucking love it. Admittedly, I'm interested to see where it goes, because the last time they did scenes, it was hideous. But I was fucking around with this the other day and went, well, Bevy's at the point where you can basically write a scene that doesn't have to be hideous. You can write a scene that's like basically reflection and also perfectly serialized without names fucking everywhere. And next generation scenes was the big thing. So the BSN looks like you can like declare buttons as markers. Like I'm assuming the hash is saying like this is a marker struct, image node, and then it says image, and then it gives. That's okay. Yeah, that's good. I like that. I like that there's an observer, and you can put a function to the. I'm curious how this will work. Like, how will it? Is it going to make lots of weird functions because they're all going to be unique pointers, or Bevy scene notation. I like this. Okay. I'm liking this. I'm liking this. I want to keep going through it because it's all so exciting. That's oh look, they put it in. Okay, I gotta stop because I need to do a stream that's dedicated to that, so that I can record the stream and then edit it down to be like, hey, Bevy, Bevy 019. Oh, like it's so much better, because last time when they did 018, I read through the log and I went, it's not even fucking worth doing a video, because it was just like nothing. Like I don't remember what it was that came out in 018, but I just remember thinking at the time when I was going like, I should make a video, I went, but there's nothing to talk about because nothing big happened in 018. It was a lot of like, yeah, we did this thing, but unless you actually want this thing, it was a nothing. So maybe that's just I wasn't interested in what they did, but like, honestly, we'll get more distracted talking about 018 because it's more. So I'm just gonna go to bevy.org. We're gonna go to 018. That's what I remember, because I remember being so disappointed with the stuff that they added. Like, not like, oh, Bevy's not doing anything, but it was like, so like they did some updates to the atmosphere, the real-time ray tracing, shaders, font variations, automatic direction navigation. Okay, full screen materials. Okay, well, I mean, that one's kind of cool, but yeah, so like 018 didn't add anything. Like, you can tell with the length of the fucking dev that it's nothing. So we go back to 019. Look at how much smaller the slider is. Oh, yes, I'm so excited to do that. Like tomorrow, I guess we'll stream that and go through everything. And yeah, I'm excited. I am definitely excited. You've made me so much more excited, because I was so fucking disappointed with 18 that I was kind of going like, I hope 19 has at least something good. And it appears that it's like that's probably why 18 was kind of shit, is because that was like, oh, like 90% of what we've been working on has to be done like all at once, which means that like 18 had a bunch of shit not in it because it just wasn't ready, and so waiting for scenes and stuff like that. I'm so fucking pumped. D. I guess we'll do Q. Key Q. And finally key code key E. So this is going to say like let move dest equal. I don't know. We'll do that. And then we're going to say, I guess it's more like, I guess we go to here, we return. But then anything else would just be continue. So that skips anything but these keys, and then when you do get these keys, you return. So we're going to say commands dot entity player dereference player oh fuck dot insert destination. So we insert that. So we are actually going to need the player's current position, which is a hex cell. So it's going to be player dot 0 insert destination, and so this is going to be a move figure. Alright, so I guess it's cut this and go, you're a move figure to apparently it's private, anyway, dest and over 1 second. Right, so move figure, please. So the move figure, move figure, you need to make these public. You've got me so fucking pumped for fucking 19. The Excel new. Right, so W. Ooh. Oh, this is annoying. You like 1, and you're like -1. I don't fucking remember. The annoying thing with this is that I don't remember what the fucking combinations are in terms of. I think so. Let's put them all at 0, and then all of these are also going to be 0. So I think this is 1. So each of these moves it up. So if it went, so A would be actually 0 and -1Q. I think because I think that moves it down diagonally, which means that up diagonally. Yeah, up diagonally. So E with this. Well, no, this would be 1. So Q would be -1, 1, and D would be -1. No, it would be 1, so it moves up, and then -1, so it moves down. Resources as components. That's the idea of having like one entity that like entity 0 holds a component that is every resource, right? Like so when you look for a resource, it is just a component on a very specific entity. Yeah, that's how that works. That's how I've always pictured it in my head. I don't actually know how you implement it, but like that's the concept, is that resources are components that are on a known entity, and that entity is like entity 0 is the resource entity where any component on resource on 0 is a resource. Yeah. Oh, resource hooks. That because I was thinking like why, but then that clicks a lot. Do you know what the other thing? I don't know if you guys implemented it, but I've been thinking about this a lot. You can also do resource relationships now. Like if you implemented it that way because you could say that like I'm not entirely sure, but like the example would be in my map code here. So I'm assuming when I get to 0.19, I get to update this map code to do that. We have the hex map, right, which is like a mapping between a cell and an entity. The issue is that I can't use Bevy's relationships because a resource is not a valid target. And because of the way I've set it up, you could be in a resource or you could be in a component. So that's so good that you can now have like, or I was teaching someone how to make snake, and that was one of the things we were doing is going like, we can have a resource snake or you could have a component snake. And it's like, it would be with resources as components means that you could now just do it one way, but then you can have the resource snake be the player, and then the component snakes be other snakes. The only thing that isn't in is required components. What do you mean by required components? Because I would assume that would break a lot of things if resources could require specific components, because there's no way to make sure that other resources aren't also using the same required components. What about, is there required resources? That, like, because resources, like, is that what you're talking about? Like, is it that way? Instead of saying resources can require X components, if components can require X resource to exist. So like if it doesn't exist, they insert that resource. That would be cool. I'm still excited either way. Like, it's such a wacky and wonderful thing, because it's my favorite thing. Like, it's one of those, the few things that people think that they got you with ECS is that whenever I go on the Reddit to help people, and it's like, they're like, oh yeah, it's like an R, where's R in ECS? And I'm like, you do realize that resources are just unique components. Like, they don't need to have a letter in the acronym, because first off, it's an abstraction over to make it easy. Resources can require components. Yeah, I see that one breaking a lot of shit, because I feel like that would require everyone to agree not to use certain resources, like certain resources not to touch certain components on that resource struct. So like, I'm trying to think, like, if someone said, oh yeah, my resource needs a transform component, then what stops another crate from going, oh yeah, I'm also going to use the transform component, and then them both basically squabbling over who gets to actually set what the value is inside the I feel like that one seems a bit weird. The other way around, I can definitely see being useful if you say that, hey, when this component exists, make sure that other resource exists. But I can see it breaking a lot of things if resources can require components, because of the fact that they are effectively all going to be forced onto the same entity, unless you're saying that each resource gets its own entity. Because if each resource gets its own entity, then you could do required components on them. It'd be interesting. I could see it working that way. Because then, like, if you say, hey, I require a transform, then you effectively get a transform. But I see that causing more issues than it solves. Yeah, see, I don't know. I personally prefer the idea that each, like, that like, they're effectively just, every resource is a component on a specifically known entity, rather than each resource gets its own entity. Because each resource getting its own entity does, I feel like, one, I'm already pissed off enough that they're like these like the inspector and stuff like that see all the observers, because the way observers are set up is each observer gets its own entity and also a component attached to the thing that it's observing, and that you're not allowed to put observers under components. I'm assuming there's optimizations everywhere, because, you know, the Bevy people are fucking brilliant at that. But it's so annoying that like hundreds of entities need to be spawned for things that you may not even be using when they which, again, on a sort of reasonable sized game, I don't think it matters, but it's just weird that like when you're trying to do something small, you still need hundreds of entities to be spawned just to set up things like button clicking, because they have to be observers, and they don't. What would be also nice is maybe if Bevy like automatically parented them under something, but that's more that the editor probably shouldn't show them. I guess I'll just do that a second. I'll just open the editor and show you what I mean by like, because I'm not nitpicking how they've implemented. I'm just saying it does become a little bit weird that like suddenly have all these entities that exist, that like they exist for the sake of having entities exist, I guess. So I'm saying, to me, it would have been that like resources as entities, as components, would be saying that like anything you can do with a component, you can do with a resource. It's just that if you want the resource version, it's on this particular entity, and it's always the same entity. So it's the equivalent of saying that, like, how you've got the placeholder entity, like entity placeholder, is like if they had entity resource and every single component, every single resource component was on the resource entity. But you're saying that, like, it's the other way, that resources can effectively be made up of smaller components because you can require them. Yeah. Well, it's interesting. I would have thought the other way, because the other way would make it very easy to make it like that resources can be required, because you're effectively saying that if this entity requires this resource to exist, then the resource entity gets it inserted, as opposed to the other way. Anyway, so what I'm talking about is if we open up this because this just shows every entity. Like, these are all the observers that are spawned in, and I don't even know what they're doing. I think they're just like the picking. Like, because I have picking enabled, like a half dozen of these get spawned in. Again, without the inspector, you wouldn't see them. And I think in other versions of the inspector, it used to filter them out so that if it was just an observer, like if it had nothing but an observer component, it didn't show up. But it's just weird, to be honest. Like, the monitors in that, they all make sense, because it's like, when they used to have it's like primary monitor, they used to have the monitor be a resource, if I remember, like, the window is a resource. And it was like, well, that requires you to not have multiple windows. So making them entities made sense. But the observers also kind of make sense because of how observers work, but not really, kind of. Because it means that you just have a resource somewhere that looks after which resource is which. Hence, my thinking was, if you had an entity that was just called like the resources entity, and then it had components, one component for every resource, because it keeps resources having their uniqueness in that you can't have multiple copies of a resource, but generalizes the data structure of the resource, because then you can use it as the resource if it's on this particular entity, or as a component if you put it on any other entity. But it doesn't really matter. That's how you guys implement it. I'm excited to see, because maybe you guys have like done it for that reason and there's something I'm missing. But like, to me, that would feel like the right way of doing it would be to treat it as a completely separate thing. I also need to set this player's like Y slightly higher so they're actually standing a bit higher they're supposed to be on. Why are you standing so low? Did I set your position wrong? Wait, no, it's not. It's not there. It's the Let me move maybe. Oh, okay, so Q&E rotate the image. So nothing's happening. Oh, we didn't even put the move player in. Components as entities. How do you do components as entities, though? Okay, you'll have to explain components as entities to me, because I thought that was the whole point, is that entities are just a pointer. Like, I understand like the idea of like an entity is the entity, like the pointer, and an entity, the concept that is like the bundle of components. But like, how I thought the whole point was that entity and component were distinctly separate things. So I'm confused how you would do components as entities. Like, is it going to be like some kind of like a pointery thing where like the first 32 bits tell you the ID, and then the next so many bits tell you the like component index sort of thing. So you use a 64-bit number so that you can access that entity's something component, rather than having to know the type at the time. It's literally like encoded into the actual entity itself, so that an entity, you could get given an entity that not only points at a specific collection of components, but a specific component type inside of that. Is that what you mean? I don't know. You have a meta component that describes a component, and you can store. So it's dynamic components. Is that what that translates to? Is that you can have a meta component being that you can describe how a component looks without having to do it at compile time. Okay, that's That's cool. Okay, so it's not necessarily that it's components as entities; it's component IDs as entities, or component descriptions. So that, therefore, you could actually modify a component at runtime because you could fuck around and modify the data on the component, and the ID is just an entity that points to. Okay, that one I can see, because again, it's a little bit weird that they're the same thing, but also I get like where it's coming from, where it's saying like if we can stick everything into the ECS world, including the description of the ECS world, then you could fuck around and manipulate things. I don't know how you get around the recursion, but that's why the smart people are doing this and not me. Okay, yeah, that I can see. That's what I'm saying. My only thing I'm not liking about resources as entities, like as individual entities, is that it does remove the implicit definition that resources are unique. Because if they're actual entities, there's nothing about an entity that makes it unique, which means you have to have something else enforcing that that particular copy of an entity is the unique one. Because like I'm saying, how I'm doing my map, I have the resource and the component as two separate things. It's like if you're using it as a component, it acts the same way but slightly differently than if you're using it as a resource, because the resource is implying that it's a unique one, which is whereas resources where it's like the resource gets its own entity means that somewhere else you have to store which one of the components is a resource. But yeah. Yeah, so well, my assumption with bootstrapping, again, I don't know how it works under the hood, would be that you don't bootstrap the meta component. You implicitly assume the meta component exists, and it would be somewhat like unsafe in the logic of it, of you basically hard code what a meta component looks like, and if the particular entity, like for the example where I'm saying like you make a specific entity special, like entity 0, and it becomes that thing of like if you request entity 0 and then you give back the meta component, then you don't have to actually make the meta component exist. And it means that it would also make Bevy slightly safer, like from a hacking perspective, because it means it's impossible for someone to modify the description of the meta component, because that's what the issue with the bootstrapping would be, is if you let someone somehow, like when while the application is running, get access to the component that describes how components are described, that's basically arbitrary code execution. They can modify how every other component looks at how it's supposed to modify other components, and so I would make that one like a hard-coded like constant that is like bypassed by saying if you specifically request component ID 0 or entity 0, it's meta component, it returns a like const rather than like actually having an entity that exists in the world that is the meta component, because that feels like that would be rife for exploits, is to be able to modify the description of itself. Like there is a reason that we don't write self-modifying code, and like lots of computer architectures literally say if you try to execute data as code, then it will just crash. So like as like the operating system will come in and say, no, that's not allowed. So I would not let the meta component actually be a meta component. Instead, fake it using const data so that it is the only like one that can't be fucked with, because fucking with it would let you fuck with all the others. But that's just my opinion with my like immediate reflex to that doesn't sound safe. Alright, so this right, that's what I was doing. I was adding the player thing to the world. So we're like, hey, control startup, pre-update, and then we like update. And then we like move player. I should let the player move. I think I should let the player move. Okay, so then we go, if I press up, oh, press down. I don't know where it's trying to put me. Oh, I think we need to know the actual player's location. That's probably what's going wrong. Hex cell spawned at cell of non-map entity. Well, first off, it wasn't spawned, but anyway. I like how it's slowly getting further and further away, because it is actually knowing where it is. It's just that... Yeah, significant is an understatement. That's why I'm saying I would fake. Like I like the idea. I like very much like the idea that you're describing there of being like the description of a component is itself another component somewhere else, or like a component on another entity. It's just specifically that one bootstrapping that meta component. I wouldn't bootstrap it. I would hard code that as a like bypass that when the game starts up, it inserts the blob of bytes into the right spot and says, yep, that's, you can't touch that one. And yeah, make it from there. That's why I was also thinking, like, because then you could specifically say that entity 0 is special in that, like, yeah, every entity is a component, or every resource is a component, everything is a component, and that entity 0 is how you get access to said special components. Yeah. It's just my brain immediately screams at me, that is dangerous. There be dragons. Right. So that's part of the problem. Is it needs to be player.0 plus destination. Wait, no, player.1 plus destination. Right. So you're saying that we can't add 2 together. That's fine. You go to you, and we go, hey, ops, and then we say ops add, and then we say plus and plus. Okay, so I don't know if it's going to make a difference. Why are you saying that I can't add these together? Is it because you're not clone and copy? Is it because I can't say dest plus player dot that work? No. Did I just fuck you? No. Okay. I think it's because it's not copy, maybe. No, it's got to be copy because I did that. Oh fuck. Anyway, we run that, and then we go, okay, does that fix the fact? I don't know where it's trying to spawn it. I guess I need to go fix the piece of code that says, hey, you tried to spawn something that was inside the map to actually say which fucking cell you tried to spawn it in. Because it appears to be... Oh, I bet it's not reparenting it. And therefore it's saying, hey, like that... Yeah. Hex spawned as child of non-map entity. Why do you keep teleporting back? Who are you a child of? You weird little thing. Right, we should probably name that then. Make it easier to find, because I think if I get a name that I can search for it in my ID thing. So here I'm gonna say name new. Admittedly though, if anyone's going to pull it off, I do trust the Bevy team to pull off something like that without necessarily making it a tremendous mess. Because it's one of the things that I love about Bevy, where everyone's, oh, Rust is so hard with lifetimes and everything. It's like, oh, well, Bevy seems to have fucking sorted it. Where yeah, I'm aware that under the hood, Bevy is probably hell to work with the fucking lifetimes of things. But Bevy does the unsafe shit so that I can just write code and be like, it will give me the correct lifetime. Okay, I don't know where you're going, but very much. Wait, really? What fucking cell are you under then? Weirdo. You're still under 0. I wonder if you're still under 0. Are you just constantly getting reparented to 0? You are constantly getting reparented to 0. Why are you getting reparented to 0? We insert move figure. Why is the moving code not actually moving you to the right location? You you remove this and you insert 2. Yeah. No, I've tried to write my own custom system parameters, and my hacky way around dealing with things like I couldn't work out how the fuck Bevy made a system parameter like for the commands, because it's just like it declares like a weird type and then fucking derives it and then just pulls it. So I was like, I can't work out how to store my state. So instead of working out how to store my state the way I wanted to store it, I stored it. I made my own system parameter, like where I could implement like as much as I knew how to implement, and then made a second system parameter that had my one and commands, because I couldn't for the life of me work out how to get the fucking Rust analyzer to stop yelling at me about the lifetime of commands, because I couldn't pull the commands in at the same time. So I just had made like I used the Bevy derive on top of my one that I could work out, and then the shit that I couldn't work out, I just used the commands, and it was like, okay, now you've got a second copy of commands. Yeah, and then also like when you do stuff with like inside of the system parameters, everything has to be like the S variant, and it's just because like they have to have a static lifetime, but like lifetime's not actually static, it's just known to be longer. So I think Bevy fakes that. I'm not sure how Bevy does it, but it's like everything has a static lifetime inside of the system parameters. And I'm assuming it's because Bevy like enforces that it's impossible for that thing to live longer than it's going to give it a lifetime for. But the lifetime's not actually static, it just tells it it's static because it's like, well, I will destroy you before you would even know that I was lying. Fair enough. That's what static should mean. I think Rust was, I don't know if it was actually a thing or just people suggesting it, is that Rust needs a self lifetime, which is to say that the lifetime isn't static, but it's longer than I'm going to be alive, and therefore let me hold the reference to something and just make sure that that reference lasts longer than I do. Because the annoying thing is, it's like you can't have a reference. You have to declare that reference as static if you want to not attach the lifetime to the object. But it's like, it'd be nice if the compiler could do a bit of syntactic sugar and say, if I gave it a self lifetime, then attach, the fact that if this object goes out of scope before the reference goes out of scope, then it lives long enough. It doesn't have to be static, and just treat that the same as static for the sake of the object. And obviously it still needs to be self, not static, because it still needs to not be able to give away a reference that then outlives itself. So self is a very useful idea of a lifetime, but I'm pretty sure Rust doesn't have it yet. I don't know if they were going to add it, or if it's like people keep talking about how they should add it. And it's like, it makes a lot of sense to add as a conceptual thing of saying, the data that you give me needs to live longer than you expect me to live. And, I will not give away references to data that will outlive me. But yeah, it would definitely make a lot of things. I could see like a lot of stuff inside of Bevy easier, because a lot of things get given static lifetimes, where it's like they don't actually need to be static, but because you would have to fight the lifetime thing otherwise, I think Bevy fakes it as static and then goes, well, eventually the function will end. And so that lifetime gets given a certain lifetime in a certain way. What was I doing? So you're not repositioning. I need to work out first off what the fuck you're doing. Where are you spitting this? So the move figure isn't the problem. It's something here, and it's saying Hexel spawned as child of non-map entity. Correct. But why are you... Do you remove the move figure and the move state, and then you insert... Okay, so we're going to go here and be like, info, and see like, move done. I don't know why your 2 is wrong. That is my question. Why is your 2 wrong? I'm not giving you 2. So it doesn't make sense to me. The trying to parent it to something that's wrong makes sense to me, because what I'm doing is terrible. I need to make sure that I make you a child of the parent of the thing that you're currently a child of, which is kind of a weird way of doing it, but anyway. So we set your... Where the fuck did the... You're still a child of that one, though. I think something must have moved you back. Maybe that's what's gone wrong. Okay, so you still have... No, you have no children. Not a 0, 0? Is it 0, 1 now? No. Where did it go? Wait. No, Hexagon 0, still has the player. Okay. So it's not moving, and it's not moving because, well, you're not supposed to be under you. I'm not reparenting you. Oh, right. You're not getting reparented properly, and I'm still resetting your position because I'm only updating your position and not your parent. So what that translates to is I need to go back to here. This is what I was saying about, like, I need to actually, like, recursively go up to find the root, is that when I insert a cell, whenever I do that, yeah. How the fuck do I do this? It's in cell, on insert. So what's happening is it's saying hex cell spawned as child of non-map entity. This needs to recursively go back up and find the root because it's saying I'm not a child of the, so if parent get child of. So we need to do something like, so we know that you're not a child. So we know if parent, if world dot get tile parent is some else. Something like that, and then we say world. So you're a child of something. Yeah, so you need to return something, but we can just return a reference to a hex map. So that means we can actually do this as like a separate thing. So we can say like map equal. So if you're a child, we need to do something. If world get tile is parent. So we need to do something else, I guess. A little bit weird. All right, so we need to have like maybe a help function down here that's like event get get glow global. Why can I not spell? Yep. So we need to get resource map, which takes in a reference to. Can I just do world? I think. World.resource. I mean, it's not like that's that complicated, but oh, you just actually return that. Sorry, I did get resource. Right. So then it would be I need to turn this back into pseudocode. So we need to rip out what it does, which is if let some map. So anywhere it has map. And then once we have the map, we do this. So it needs to be something like the final thing we do is we say if well, it's like let some map equals world dot get No, it's get resource map, pass in world, else okay. So I guess as ref. Okay, I did reference dereference. There you go. Right. So then anyway, do this. So then we say like let some tile and be like added element to map that does not have a tile, and then it's context entity and then cell, and then setting, which is again we have access to cell and tile and context entity. All right. So then how do we get the tile? Right, and then the tile comes from the cell, and the cell comes from there, and then okay. So that means that this gets to go, and then that gets to go because that's this bit down here. Effectively, it's just in here. We need to check. So you get the resource map. So if we've extracted the cell, we just need to check to see if you have a parent. All right. So he's going to rename this to get hex map. Right. So we do need to pass in ctx.entity. So we need to get the hex map for that entity. So the way this works, and so we're going to say element, which is going to be an entity. Something like that. So we take in this entity and we're going to say resource get world map. So we're going to say if element, where else is it? If let some parent equals world.get child of for element. Right. So this element is not root. Okay. So I mean, technically it should always be root, but anyway. So then we're going to say if, I guess we don't even need the if, so it's like it's let parent else return world.get. Right. And then we go down here and we say none. Right. So we have the parent. Then we say under wait. If tile equals world dot get tile for parent is some if I guess we can just do it there, but anyway. We do that, we do that. Okay, so this is okay, so we get in here and we say this element is in root map. Then we go down here and we say, okay, if world.get tiles. So it is a tile, and if let sum parent equals world.get why's my brain stop working again? Child of parent. So if our parent is a tile, get their parent. Then we return parent dot 0, I guess. Else, ironically, parent dot 0. Is that actually gonna work? But it's not if let. Mismatch type. Okay, so then dot. It's gonna dot parent. I don't like that it's done because there's like child of and then parent. I guess it does make sense in terms of you call it child of. So if this parent is a tile and it has and its parent also has a parent, ironically this is not necessarily the best thing, because what this is actually doing is saying that if for somehow you make a tile that doesn't have a parent, I guess it kind of does make sense, because if you get here, you're saying if you don't have a parent, I guess, or maybe it was this, because we say so. If you have a parent, return that parent. Else, return world.get resource hex map. Right. So I'm saying if our parent is a tile, get their parent. Or if our parent is a tile, get their parent. If they this tile is in the root map. Right, so it's saying if our parent's a tile and they don't have a parent, then they must be a root tile. If they do have a parent, return that parent. Else, return our parent, because it means our parent isn't a tile, which means that our parent should have a map. And then we can say if let sum, well then this is a added element to map, but there is no tile under it. This monstrosity has to go away. So we can say let map equal, I think let sum map equals get hex map, and then the element is context dot entity, and then the world is okay, wait no. This isn't a global map element, it's map element spawned with no clear map. Maybe like a new semicolon, new line. Parent is not a map. Not a tile. Parent does not have a map or is not child of map, and there okay, parent does not have a parent is not a map or a tile in a map. New line. Or has no parent or is root or child of root tile, but no root map. See, because we could extract it here so that, like, if it's sum, we print the fucking you tried to get it, but it's not. Try to get the root, but it's not a root. But I feel like just reporting that one particular error because it's all I really care about. And then we say if let sum equals map. Well, I guess you don't even need to do that. You can just say map dot world dot get hex map for let map equal. It's like map. And you return that. Right. So it says that warning, map element spawned with no clear map. Okay, so map element spawned with no clear map. So then we have to do like comma, and then you are ctx.entity. Right. So you spawned with no clear map. Parent is not a map or a tile of a map. So parent is not a map / tile in a map. Or this is a root / child of root tile, but there is no map hex map resource. Okay, but there is no hex map resource. It does feel like maybe they should return like a why it failed, but anyway. If let some tile map else, then we get the tile. We say warning adding element to map, but there's no tile under it. And then we go like if let some tile map get tile cell trace settings something something something. Okay, so we say hey, like you're setting that. So now if I run this, it should now effectively be capable of. Also, I do need to add like a minimum zoom. Where is the zoom? It definitely needs a minimum zoom. Anyway, so if I press up, well, you go down and then you teleport the fuck away. But so outside of the fact that you're just actually moving in the wrong fucking direction, which is kind of hilarious. Why are you going the wrong way? Because you're clearly moving the right. Something is doing something wrong. Maybe it's because I'm subtracting the wrong way. Like, is it when I generate this? So like instead of going one direction, we're actually going the other. That seems like the most likely thing because we're clearly moving in the right direction in that when we teleport back, we teleport to the right spot. So like figurines, and I'm going to go, when I determine this, can we say that you actually want to get the, where you're going minus your origin? So that should stop it from moving effectively the opposite direction and then teleporting back. Because teleporting back means it is actually picking the right map cell. Like it is definitely going to the right map cell. It's just moving in the wrong direction to get there. So it's moving down instead of up and then teleporting up. So I think that I was just like, I fucked up my mental math and went like, go down instead of up. Okay, so if I press up now, you go up. Now I think you're just behind it, but like, yeah. Not entirely. Well, oh, I didn't like. Yeah. Okay. Curiosity. Why are you not allowed to do that? Okay, so you are doing that, but for some reason you're snapping back. That's weird. Don't mind the moving diagonally. Because I actually rotate the camera, it doesn't actually matter. That's so good. So why are you always behind? That's something I don't understand about this whole sprite thing. Is you're definitely behind that particular cell. Like if we find player, apparently the player is inside this hex cell. We need to like QE ourselves back up the right way. So we have the player. So if we get the cell above the player and said like, grab your sprite, and then scrolled like right down to the bottom and said that your sprite is. So why are you behind that sprite? Like this sprite, well, it's translation. Yeah, so Z is 0. I'm doing something right. That's why these trees are on top. Something sets your Z index somewhere. I just need to do the same thing to the player, but I thought the fact that the player was on top would mean that the player... Not your global transform. Name. Render entity. Hey, what the fuck is the render entity? Oh, it's saying the... Okay, that's the entity that in the render world. That's fun. What? So what is your problem? I am baffled by the fact... Okay, so let's work this out. When I move them into position, I do something to set them at the right height so that they layer properly. Because I remember that being an issue, is that like, because they are in the order at which they're in their parent, means that like, they will render wrong. So I do something when I spawn them in. Somewhere. Is it in here? Somewhere I update their transform. Is it in rendering? Someone, somewhere. Update layer. If their hex cell changes, we change their layer, which interestingly also means that the player, for whatever fucking reason, is getting... But what I'm not following here is that quite clearly your Z is still 0. Is it just by pure happenstance that I keep moving onto ones that there's no fucking chance? My only thinking is that something is overriding that. You are all rendering correctly, yes? Maybe not. Maybe that's why this looks so weird. I don't think... No, I think this is correct. I think this is 100% what it's supposed to look like. Like the ones that are lower are rendering on top. But is that because I'm rendering in the correct order? Is this code just never running? Wait a second. So when I rotate them, because that's when it apparently runs. Did that change your transform? No. They're all still at 0. And okay, they are actually doing it wrong, which means it's something else overriding their transform then? Because they're well, no, you're supposed to be on top of you. And below you. So it's still working. Like if I flip it 100% upside down, you're rendering on top of you, and you're rendering onto you, and you're rendering on you. Yeah, so I'm unclear about why your transform is, or even is the player. Player. So why are you ending up? It's got to be with like the player's transform is 0, but their transform's not actually 0. Hence, when the player goes below, when you get parented, you end up on top. Wait a second. So it's because you're heading down. I mean, it kind of makes sense in that, like, we head over to like where there's trees. Annoyingly, because the Q&A rotate the camera, I can't exactly clickety clack the player. Oh, actually, we can actually move onto a cell that tells us where we're supposed to put the player. Like, actually put the player. So if I'm standing on this, the player. Ooh, we get the player. The player. We need your anchor. Wait, why is your anchor not 0.1? How did I fuck that up? All right, anyway. 0.1. No, 0.1, not 0.001. Okay, yeah, so it is 0.1. Unless it's supposed to be slightly lower. You're supposed to be standing like perfectly in the center of it. So like 0.15? Okay. 1.5 kind of makes the most sense, to be honest. So 0.15. Why is that not working on you? I thought I did that. Why are you not? Did I like fuck up and delete that somehow? Possibly. Very possibly. I might have just like Control-Z'd it somehow. Back to new. So it's 0 and 0.112, right? 1.5. Okay. So that would put you in the right spot. So what appears to be happening, but again, very, very unclear to me about why. Well, I guess it does make sense. You're on this tile, and then you're moving to this tile. But because you're moving down, you're considered to be behind until. Okay. So the only thing I could do would be to make the player effectively higher than everything else. I mean, it does make sense in the like logic of what's actually like why they're going behind is because they're effectively behind until they're on the tile. The issue is that they are going behind the tile itself. And it's because to be able to go behind the trees, to be behind these trees, which I guess they're technically not even behind these trees. So I just need to make sure that the player is effectively just always on top. How do I make the player always on top? I guess I could give the player the same transform. Can I give them the same transform as the direction they're moving, maybe? Because that would mean that, like, because we know the direction that they're moving, if we stack the player's transform on top, if we know that they're going like 3 blocks down, then we know that they're going to need to be 3 blocks higher so that they're rendering on top of the tile that they're about to move onto. So the way to do that would be go like here. And then when we say, hey, when you start moving, when we extend this by 0, we actually want to extend this by state dot direction dot z. Fuck, we need the hex rotation. Fuck you. camera, which is single hex rotation with camera. Maybe. Wait. So your Z returns an I32, and then we just say as Z32. So why can't we just like dereference camera, please? Camera. What? Don't reference or dereference the camera. Just fucking no. Why can I not pass you in original? Oh, double reference. Right. So we pass in the direction that the camera is facing, which is basically just when you rotate, effectively up becomes down. So you need to correct for the fact that you are no longer moving into a tile below you, but in fact a tile that's above you, and therefore we would need to correct for that said rotation. We could add like a very simple like click logic, maybe. It seems like an interesting thing to add to our tile map. Anyway, you are still fucking underneath the tile that you're supposed to be standing on. Something tells me you're supposed to be the other way, maybe? Wow. Okay. When you're standing on the tile. Why are you underneath this tile? That was a... We have to set like the players... Oh, so I bet it's if you're going down, you end up underneath. If you're going up, you end up on top. No, it's... Aha. Wait, that still doesn't make sense. I mean, it kind of does, but kind of doesn't. I need you, when you fucking get teleported to a tile, to reset... But you reset the... You do reset this, right? Like... When you are done, yeah, you set its translation to 0. So that makes me think that it probably just needs to be the other way. So it's like as soon as you start moving, you teleport behind. But then you, for some reason, giving the player a position of 0. So you apparently... you have a transform of -1. There you go. What's the player's transform? Also -1, which I am slightly unclear on by the fact that, like, did I not reset your position to 0? Hmm? Oh, I bet it's because it's anything with a fucking Z. Okay. Something is fucking with it. Update cell as changed hex cell. I hate you. So it can't be without parent. It just needs to be like with tile. Right, like, because it's the parent tells it where it is, and so therefore if it's on top of the parent, it should also be on top of the thing behind the parent. I hope, maybe. So now we're saying don't change the fucking players. They should just stay at 0. Well, apparently the player is just like always behind now, which is somewhat hilarious, to be honest, but... So I think, if I was to guess, if I go like, I don't remember what my starting tile was. That's the sand one, because it's always 0. So when I'm going down, so I'm always behind you, But if I then go above, right, then I should start ending up on top. No. Oh, because you're always oh, fuck you. I betcha it's because figurines. Wait, it's that you're always 0, which for some godforsaken reason results in the rendering of them underneath. Any idea why that would be happening? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Why, if two things Z fight, you would spawn the child below the parent. Like, that's what's happening. Is like, for some reason, unless I give it a Z that is 100% higher, it ends up Z fighting, and then the child ends up underneath. Like, in a loss, the child is underneath, which doesn't make sense to me. But anyway. So I think I'm doing the opposite what I need to do. So when you're going down, you go underneath. And when you're up, you immediately teleport to being underneath. But when I go down, you don't, which makes me think that I'm doing the wrong direction. That or I'm not doing enough. So when we go to our figure and we say, hey, generate the movement, do we want to go negative? That or we need to be 1 plus. All right, let's try this. Because if it becomes the same as its parent, which is basically what it does, it should end up on top because it should become the thing of its neighbor, not its parent. That's funny. When you're heading up, you work. When you're heading down, you don't. Because you become negative and that makes you smaller than your parent. So I think maybe I'm using the wrong amount. No, it's definitely correct. It's it just needs to be like slightly higher, I think maybe. So it's this, and then it's like 0.1. Because it always needs to be higher than its parent. Now, annoyingly, 0.1 is probably going to also result in the camera resulting in a... Not Z fighting, but like when you rotate the camera upside down, it won't work going down because going down it needs to actually be slightly more negative. It just needs to be slightly more in the direction that the camera is saying. Okay. Am I subtracting that then? What the fuck? No, I'm adding it. So, distance. So I think it is like 0.1 minus the distance. It needs to be whatever its parent is. It can't go more negative than its parent Z. But it annoying. It can't be more negative than its parent Z, but it also has to be higher than the neighbor's Z. We got to look up where it's going. Set its Z to the right amount. The other option is just don't touch its Z. Where am I going? Okay. The fun thing about it is I can also actually I could pause the clock because that would let me actually like that's what I think. So you being slightly plus is actually the wrong thing, right? Because like, well, actually no, you're supposed to be. I guess that makes sense. Maybe okay. Oh, it doesn't matter now. It's because it's at 0, and again, if it apparently if they draw, it puts the fucking child underneath. So going up, you're correct. Going down, you're not. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to maybe add a ability to pause time. So if I virtual, and we'll just say time dot pause. If time dot pause time dot unpause, else time dot pause. You what? Sorry, is pause. Is pause. Is pause. I am not entirely sure why I can't call toggle. Maybe I just have to go to time. Is there a virtual time somewhere? Virtual. Just gotta find where they actually import virtual time. Fine. Import time. Apparently, they never implement time. We go back to here and we say virtual. Is it in here? Import virtual time. Yeah, well, see, the issue is that because I don't have any guarantees about the ordering of the children in the map. So, like, when we go to this, so this is my map, and then I have all these children, and the children are in this particular order, -5. Like, so, and that's you can see, like, because I spawned it with just an iterator, I spawned like this one, and then I spawned, and it's like this would work in that, like, because this child is the first child, it'll be rendered, and then this child will be, so this one would normally be on top, I think. So if we go to you, I know you drop down your transform, this has like 15 as its number. Otherwise, if we give this 0, it ends up like underneath like this, which means that you have to actually put the children in the order from this corner down. Otherwise, this one doesn't render first. So I fixed it by basically saying that this top corner is negative, and so like the idea is that the this one would be 14, 13. So as you go up, they're always behind, and then as you go, like this one would also be smaller, and this one would also be smaller, so that anything on this cell would render on top of the 3 cells above it. I had to do it this particular way as well, because if I rotate, I don't want to have to update the child ordering so that the rotation, because I could have, I could have reordered them as children in the right order, but instead I did it with a Z. The issue is that when I go down, when I'm childed to this particular cell, being at Z0 means I'm on top of this cell, or like I'm supposed to. For some reason, that still draws me underneath. But as long as my Z is greater than 0, I would be drawn on top of that cell because I get its offset plus mine, so I'll always be above it. But when I go up, apparently this works because this one is higher than that one. So as I go up, it doesn't matter. But going down, this cell actually has a lower Z than this one. So mine plus this one is still lower than that one. But I'm trying to correct for that by setting my Z higher than this one, which should still make it higher than that one. But for some reason, setting my Z doesn't seem to work. It makes me lower, which is confusing to me. So it makes me think like the fact that I'm teleporting behind it means that it's definitely not subtraction. It's supposed to be addition. It has to be addition. So what I'm doing is saying, make me a little bit higher, because if I don't have the 0.1, I end up being at 0, and that causes me to be below it anyway. Plus the Z offset of the distance that I'm moving, which is that like if I'm going down 1, I want the Z offset of -1, which would put me 1 cell higher, which means that when I move to here, I should be this cell plus the difference from this cell plus 0.1. So I should be on top, but like it's not doing that. Like maybe it is, and because when I go up, it does something different. Because I was thinking also because I'm going in the other direction, like it should be like the inverse. But if my reasoning is correct, then this should work, but it doesn't. So the big thing that's throwing me is that so this is because if I'm at 0, for some reason I render underneath something else that's also at 0. So I don't know why I render under my parent. I should always render on top. But anyway, now I don't actually teleport below my parent, but I'm still too small compared to you, which is weird because I don't actually know what you are. But that's what I was doing. I think pausing. So it's doing this weird thing about like it's not updating by the right amount for the distance that I'm moving, which doesn't make sense to me. So we just need to add back, we just need to add in like the ability to pause. So we're gonna add system, so it's gonna be an update, and it's gonna be called pause. And it's gonna be run if input just pressed, key code F12. So Z up and down just an. So in 2D, yes, in 2D that is the case. So in 3-dimensional, Y is up and down, like physically, dimensionally up and down. In 2-dimensional, it's graph space. So it's X, Y is the plane that you can see, and Z is the depth into the screen that you are. As in, if your Z is, I think it might be the other way around, I'm not sure, but a lower Z should make you render behind something that has a higher Z than you. So it is a spatial thing in the sense that, like, if you had like sheets of paper and you put a piece of paper further away from you, so a more negative number, it would be behind. So it is a spatial thing, but it is layering. Like, it's the same, it's not discrete layering. So the idea is that as long as the Z is any amount smaller than you, you're on top of it. Which is why I'm getting confused, because part of it is supposed to be that you, like, a sprite will render on top of its parent unless its Z is more negative. So the idea is that, like, me being at 0 should mean I render on top of my parent, but I don't. For some reason, I render below my parent. Wait. Oh, sorry. It's input just pressed. Key code F12. This returns a function that does the thing. Anyway. So for some reason, when it updates my Z position, it's not updating it by the right amount. But yeah, it's like, it is a spatial thing in as much as, like, I guess it can be. But yeah, so when I press down, I teleport on top, but that's because we updated my position. So my player's position, when I've hit down, should be 1.1. Don't mind that the camera can rotate. And I have to do it this way as well, so that the camera can rotate, because if I don't do it this way and the camera rotates, then it would break everything. So the player's transform is 0. Why is the player's transform 0? Also, if I hit F12 and then immediately unhit F12, it shouldn't be 0 anymore. Right. Oh. Right, I'm a fucking moron. So I'm lerping towards 0. Like, just the flat definitional 0. Not... Okay. Cool. So you'd be 1 plus that, and then you would be... So you lerp from... So you set that to Z. You lerp from 0, and then lerp towards that value, which is weird, but then I don't think I can do 0. I think I have to work out that, like, it's actually going to be vec3 I don't want to make the compiler have to work particularly hard for this. Is the and then your Z is 1 plus state.distance.z. Well, I guess what you would do. Why not just do vec2 0.lerp to so do this, but with Z2 0, and then dot extend okay, that should fix it. So instead, we're now lerping in the 2-dimensional space and then adding the Z each time, resetting the Z each time. Which, okay, we don't really need to do, but, like, the only other way to do it, we like let new equals. I don't know if the compiler would even catch this, but we can be like, do that. There's no way the compiler could optimize this because it would have no idea what these are to know that these will always be the same value every time, that we're not actually changing those. So we would have to say that translation.x z x equals new.x and position.translation.y equals new.y. That would technically, I think, be slightly more efficient. But again, I don't know why I waste so much time making things more efficient. So now we also don't need the camera's rotation anymore because, again, we're back to just moving in the two-dimensional plane. And we'll always effectively be... Like, the Z will be set by the camera. Wait, no, we do need to know the Z. It's when... It's not you that needs to make maybe... Oh, fucking... You need to set the Z. So your Z becomes this. We need to set the moving thing, Z, here, I guess. So we get the origin, we get the state, we get to move, and then we go, we need the camera. Okay. Because we do need that. We are going to need the camera. I don't want to update it every single frame, but I guess we kind of have to at this point. The only other thing to do would be to save, because if it's Z equals 0, well, if Z equals exactly 1. And then again, at that point, you're just fucking doing it every single time, so fine. Position.translation. So your translation equals this, and then there's a lerp, and then we just dot extend by state dot distance dot z with double dereference camera, maybe. Eat, comma. What? I don't know why. Like, so to show you what I'm referring to. You type comma, and for some reason, Google thinks you wrote something in Chinese and then is giving me the Chinese translation. So, so I get eat. Oh, what? It happens with like a bunch of stuff. Like someone was like writing like onomatopoeia things, like the sound being like haha or whatever, and it was like, oh yeah, that's Chinese. I was like, what? It's like I had no idea because I just assumed that, like, whenever I'd seen it before, that someone was just typing like random Chinese shit. But then it was like I happened to hover over it and it showed me the original text without the translation, and I went, what? So I happen to know that that's what's happening whenever I see that now. Is that like it's not like a Chinese person's come in and said something, but that instead Google has decided that if you type random letters, it's probably Chinese, which is a little bit racist on their behalf. But you know, this is not the right location. This is not the right location. This is the right location. We hit run here and we go, okay. So when I run you, how did I end up leaving the voice? I didn't really do that. I don't know how I must have been when I ended the stream, it must have kicked me out of the voice. Yeah. Okay. So we'll go here. Why have I got two open? That's the different game. Okay. So go up. Okay. So it's not really working in as much as when I go up, it teleports me underneath. Which tells me, so you must be setting me immediately. So when I go up, I know what's going on there. I need to be the maximum of the two. Yeah, that's all. I like, I find it hilarious that Google goes, "Oh, they didn't type an English word that must have been a Chinese word." It's like, what? I assume that like that imply. Oh, the implication there is that means that like Chinese people are just. Yeah, no, I know that's what I'm saying. I know what you mean. It's Google that's confused. I don't know where I missed the comma, but as you said, I fixed it. I'm gonna say like the fact that Google automatically translates that, and you don't have to have your account set to Chinese unless your account is Chinese, and that's what's happening. Is that like when you? But I've seen it like people that like in America that they're like, I have no fucking idea why it's doing it, but my assumption is that like that means that when people are actually typing Chinese, they are in fact just typing strings of letters. They're not sending the Unicode Chinese characters. Because otherwise, why would Google automatically snap onto combinations of letters and turn that into Chinese characters? Because you did remember, I remember you saying something about you not being English being your like first language or something, bad English. So I was like, I assume that you do actually speak another language, which is probably making this even slightly more confusing because you might actually be Chinese or like I don't like or whatever that character was. But it's just, I find it weird that maybe it's not actually a Chinese character. Maybe that's Google saying it's translating from something else and it's it. So that's just like it's because I'm just thinking it's a Chinese character, but because it's like again just to like explain my thing is I always thought this was a Chinese character, but it's a Chinese character with an A. So maybe what it's actually saying is that this is auto translated and it's saying it says it, and that would make a lot more sense. Is that you've written the word comma and Google's gone, oh, this person's not an English speaker, let me translate this to English. Because I see it all the time with like you scroll through YouTube comments on like really popular videos and someone will be like ha 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 and it goes like show translation and it's like, what do you mean show translation? And it's because like they must be like non-English speakers using like this typing English, and then so it detects and goes, oh, that must be like that is something that can be translated, so it offers a translation, which is just weird. But right, so what we need to do is take the max or the min or the right. So when we get there, we set it to negative to 1 because that we're there, we're on top. It's only after we reparent. Okay, that makes like a lot of sense. So what we need to do, which again makes it more and more of a like we should probably fucking do it when we start before we like rather than doing it every single time. Yeah, no, I understand what you mean. I'm just saying, like, it might be doing it to people that have non-English like as their account is because you like part of like YouTube somewhere there's like a setting and you can tell YouTube what language you speak, like your native language. And oh, that one, it's done it like it auto translated the explanation to auto translated. It's like it's not even translated. It's exactly the same fucking thing. So that could be actually maybe look at Google Translate. That might actually be the Google Translate icon. Yeah. So like that's the Google Translate icon, and that is the icon that it is showing. So it's saying that it's auto translating it. It's just only if it auto. I've never seen it actually translate another language. It's only ever auto translated what amounts to random letters, or in this case, the word comma. And so it has to be because like that it's certain like something about a setting in your account makes Google go, oh, they must be speaking not English, because I can't imagine why it would translate what amounts to quite common English things like letters and emojis and stuff like that into another language if you don't have your account somehow linked to another language. But maybe Google's just crazy. There's definitely a possibility. So what I am thinking is that we need to be the larger of the so we're looping into Z here. It also needs to be like 1 plus. We could also make it like 1.1 plus, because you're never allowed to move more than one tile. I mean, that would also be the other solution because you're never allowed to move more than one tile. And I think this tile has to be higher than these 3 tiles, but then obviously these 2. So I don't actually know. Maybe I don't. It's not that I don't know. I don't remember. But there is like some fancy math that goes into it that it's like on diagonals. So it means that like certain tiles are actually like much higher than others. But if we make it like 1.1, that should imply that like you're still higher than the cell that you're in, even if you move up. But that would also. It's one of those things you wouldn't know because like it's either doing it properly because most of the time I notice it because I go, what the fuck does it? And then it's like, oh, show original. So I think that it used to be opt out, now it's opt in. Is that like you'll scroll through the comments? I keep ending up in the wrong thing. You'll scroll through the comments and it's like if you see something you don't understand, it has the offer to translate it, and it's just funny because it does it on things that like I do understand it, and it's only because I stopped to read the comment or whatever. And it's like, oh, show translation. I'm like they wrote like ha ha. Like why are you offering to translate that? That I've noticed it, but my assumption is if someone actually came into my chat and wrote in a language, it would translate it, and therefore like that symbol is obviously important because like as a streamer reacting to chat, you need to know that this may not actually be exactly what they said. But like in the comment section, you wouldn't notice unless you were actually like stopping and going, oh, like it has said something. Okay, so they are negative. Because my thinking is, well, I guess the obvious thing is just to take the max. Hey, welcome to the stream. We are working on being very confused about why it's doing what it's doing. Keep like ending up underneath something. It's like it's working. It's okay. Wait. So your number. So obviously it's going up becomes negative, which makes you then lower than that. So I think if we just take the max, because taking the max would imply that we can just clamp it. Clamping would probably actually be smarter. Where am I even going? Figure here. So what we need to do is say we could take the absolute as well, but that would just be silly because like why bother? So you want to extend by that amount. Dot clamp. This is getting very, very silly and out of hand, but in a second, 1.1 and well, I guess it's just F32 infinity. I guess maybe. Maybe. I'm just saying, like, clamping it so that, like, effectively, like, if you move, you'll either get the same value, like, you'll either get 0.1. Probably. You are probably right, actually, to be honest, Max. The only reason I'm doing clamp is because I have to, if it gets 0, then it also doesn't work. But yeah, max is, it's probably smarter to add a little bit and then use max, but yeah. Okay, fine. Take the max. So it's this, oh, what is that? It's max, and then max of that and 0.1. Right, I forgot that you specify the other side of max. Okay, so I can just like, because I was going, oh, I'd have to add like a little bit so that max is greater than 0, but it's not equal, greater than 0. It's because the other option is you could just take the absolute, because that would also be always greater than 0. And it's the idea is like, oh, the further away, the more absolute it is, but it's like, matter. Anyway, that should work. Max is, you're right, max is definitely the smarter. Amen. Yeah, the axis movement. My annoyance is because they're flat sprites, what I would actually want to do is I would want to separate the layers so that you could have the grass and then the trees be on a separate layer so that the player can walk onto the grass but still be behind the tree, and then you would actually use the XY position, you know, within, I guess it'd be the Z, or maybe you could just use the Y, the physical Y position to work out whether you would actually be in front of said object, because that's the issue. Is it's like really as you go higher up the screen, the Y position should render it, but the tiles need to. Yep. Okay. Max was the answer. Thank you for the help. We're no longer Well, I guess, yeah, we should probably check the diagonals. The other one is doesn't. Okay. Now, is that because we're rotated? Oh, no, upside down. Where do we go? So my curiosity here is when we're upside down. Okay. Okay. So what's happening there is the way that my camera rotation works is it like actually just like flips the physically turns the camera and then updates the Z offsets of all of the tiles so that they are still orientated correctly. Because again, with the way that Bevy works is that the further down the hierarchy, so this is all the, I should rename that to like map or something. The further down this list of children you are, the higher up you'll render. So like this is rendered at the bottom, which is this corner. So this would actually render underneath everything if I didn't correct for the Z. But instead, I've told that Z's much higher, so it's actually on top of everything. But when I rotate it like this, now its Z could actually be the lower. So I had to change the Z's. But what's happening is because the player is effectively 1 unit higher than the cell that they're standing on, he's actually on top of, he would render on top of this cell, but this cell's lower, so he's not rendering on top of this cell. I think one way to circumvent that would be to set the player to being more than 1 cell, I think, because like it's impossible for the player to not be more like, you know, more than 3 or 4 like units below, because that would imply that I think the most is probably 2, because it would be like to get to, this would be 1, this would be 2, this would be 1 or something, so that this one renders on top of both of these. So you render on top of this and on top of that and that, so this would be -2 maybe. I don't know. We'll track down the player wherever they happen to have wandered off to. Apparently I don't know. So I'm just curious, if I tweak the player's Z, like when does the player turn on top? Yeah, so it's because this is -2 because it's 2 blocks below. Because I think the diagonal is like, say this was 0, this diagonal would all be zeros, which means that for this to render on top, you have to be 2, you're a 1, you're 1, you're 2, and then you'd be 3, but it's impossible to get to the 3. I think that's how that works. No, it would have to be that you'd have to be 1. I get apparently you're 2. So if we just set the player to 2, it would also fix it. But also, the player's not actually supposed to flip upside down. Well, technically the player's not flipping upside down. The player is not rotating. I'm spinning the camera, but I'm not spinning the player to compensate for the fact that I'm spinning the camera. So the way to fix that is actually to say figurines get flipped so that they always point in the camera rotation. But I think it's just kind of funny. Can you change the Z-axis to negative? The technically the Z-axis is negative. Like that I'm not understanding what you're suggesting. So the thing with the Z is that this is +15, this is -15, because this is 0, 0, and it's to do with it being a hexagon grid. Because it's a hexagon grid, and I don't want to have to reorder them. If it was a square grid, I could simply state that you just use the Y, because as you go higher, obviously in a square grid, everything of like, you know, anything with a lower Y position, so like further down the screen, would be higher because it would render above you. So I could just use like -Y or +Y, depending like however the math works out. The issue with a hexagon grid is that this is 0, 0. This is 0, 1. This is -1 or whatever. Like whatever I don't remember how the coordinate system work. I think this is adding. So this would be positive. So this is 1, 1, and then this is 0, 0. But this is 1, -1, I think. So like this is I think this is 0, 2 or something, or 0, 1. The idea is that like 0, 0, 0, 1, because it's like the diagonals. It makes like a diamond shape. Like this is -5, -5. This is +5, +5. This is -5, 0. Or like, yeah, -5, 0. And this is +5, 0. So it's like, it's not actually aligned with the Z. So the Z can't just be negative of something. It has to look at the R. And so it adds 1 for every R. So every time you go up, I guess it subtracts 1. So every time you go up, it subtracts 1. So it subtracts the Z because the Z is just always up. Z is this axis. But the Q, this is going up in 1 in the Q. So this would be 1, 0, whereas this is 0, 1. So this is up 1. But that means that for this to render on top of that, we have to add 1. So we actually add 2 for every Z. So for every Q, we add 1. And for every R, we add 2. So that when you go to Q, Z. So the idea is that like this is 0. This would be negative. This would be -1. This would be -2. Otherwise, this one wouldn't render on top of that one. So then when you go to here, you go, this is -1. This is -3 because you know, it's up 1. It's one higher than this one, so it has to be 2 lower than that one. Otherwise, again, this one, so you go -1, -2. But then this one wouldn't render on top of that one, so this has to be -3. So the idea is that because it has to render on, like, the 3 below it have to render on top of it. It doesn't just use one of the axes, it uses both of the axes to work out if you're one smaller on the Q, you also render on top. And if you're one bigger on the Q, you also render on top. And if you're one bigger on the Z, you also you also render on top. So, but the weird thing is like this is +1 Q, but -1 R, I believe. Because when you go up in Q, you go here, and then you subtract R to go to here. So this would be minus. This would be 1 - 1 because it went up and then it came down. So this would be 1 - 2, which makes this -1, which then means it. Oh, okay. All right, it's -1 + 2. So then it becomes 1, so it renders on top of that one, which is 0. So yeah, it's not as straightforward, I think. No, actually, that's what I was actually going to do, hilariously. Because, as I was saying before, I actually have the player is marked with what's called figurine, because that's where I was going with the concept being that the player is a figurine. And the idea is that I'm going to write some logic here that says the figurines. So this moves the figurines. This lets you like position 2 figurines. But there's also going to be a thing that's like all the figurines are always pointing up. Like you can't have an upside down figurine. So it'd be like FN rotate figures, maybe? I don't know. Rotate doesn't feel right because it's not actually rotation. It's going to be, I mean, all the figurines. But we only need access to their transform. Maybe I might want some kind of marker that like lets a figurine be upside down. But the idea is that we take the transform and we also just take the camera and we say camera with camera whether changed hex rotation, and then we just say figure.rotate. No, okay, so it's like for pos in mute figures pos.rotation equals camera dot is that not correct? I thought I had a way of like turning this into okay, yeah, okay. Oh, where's that figurine? Camera dot into. I have to like double dereference you. Type annotation needed. What do you mean? Rotation is equal turn in. Okay, fuck you. Quote from camera. It might need to be the opposite, but so to dereference that. Okay, can't make a quaternion from my reference tool. Wait, what? Didn't hexagon rotation? Is it the other way fucking around then? Surely not. Okay, fine. Let rot equal double dereference the camera. Right? Then reference the double dereference camera. And then let quat equal rot dot into. And then you are a fucking quat. Unless I brought the wrong quaternion in. And then we just say that your rotation is quat. Alright. Well, we didn't need to make you mutable, yeah, cool, but weird. I mean, it does make much more sense to do it outside of the fucking map. Like to do it outside, to calculate what the quaternion is going to be, and then apply the rotation, and then we just have to go here and be like, okay, so single change, yep, okay. So we're just gonna go here and be like rotate figures, and we do like a pre-update maybe. I actually don't. It doesn't matter. So the idea of doing this is that we could also effectively maybe add the rotation on top of the rotation, in that if you rotate a figure, then you could rotate, when we rotate the camera, we rotate all the figurines by the amount that the camera's rotated, plus the amount that they're rotated, so that they end up actually like maintaining their rotation, but that would imply that you could only rotate them by a fixed amount. Anyway, now when we run this, because we have this piece of code, it should mean that like the player always points up, but I may have it backwards. I may have to take the reciprocal of the rotation, as in if we rotate the camera clockwise, we need to rotate the player counterclockwise, but we'll find out. No? Okay, I don't right. So as we rotate the... Okay, now the player... So it's a bit weird because the player's actually rotating around a different point than I think they're supposed to be rotating around. So I have to keep like trying to orientate myself back to the same square, maybe? There you go. So I don't actually know. Are we standing? Where? I think this is actually where we're standing. I don't actually know. Where's the player standing? Player. Can we go back to being upside down, please? Okay. Player. So the player is here somewhere. The player is here somewhere. The player is... Oh, no, we just want to go to the sprite that the player is standing on, and we just want to go, hey, down here. Can I make this one red? And go, you're standing on that one. So why are you doing that? That's not where you're supposed to be. Excuse me? Why is the player rotating around their head when they should be rotating around their feet? Hello, welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy as we mess around with weird, confusing stuff to do with offsets and transforms and translations. So the player is at 0, 0, so and Z1, the rotation there. So the player is actually rotating around their midsection, which is kind of funny. Which is interesting, because I thought that the anchor was actually at their feet. No, the anchor is at their feet. That's where the... God damn it. All right, the answer is, I guess, fuck you. So if I put them there and rotate them... sorry, transform... I don't know what it was. It was like 1. Dun, 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 dun. So what the issue is that this is them at 0, 0, which means that if we set that to we need to go, hey, like, can you actually, like, maybe the offset's like negative 0.1? I need them to actually rotate around where their feet are. Okay. Negative 3.1415. Okay, so is it 1.5 then? Obviously not 1.5. We need the dot to be like right in the middle of their feet. Wherever they're rotating around. I mean, this seems all right because like see how the toe is not moving means that this is kind of where they're rotating. They need to be at like -1. The issue, I guess, what they need is 3.1415 is that when I stand them back upright, they're going to be standing at the very top of the cell. So I need to actually offset them into the so that they're actually at the middle of the hexagon like this, -18. Oh, they moved. I don't know where they went. See, now they're always just standing at the top of the hexagon, which I mean isn't wrong. It's just a little off-putting, I guess. But then, like, as I rotate, like, as you'll see that, like, now they're still standing at the top of the hexagon. It's just that the hexagon that they're standing on top of is above them. So if I put them in the middle of the hexagon, it should always be correct, I believe. Hello, my baby. Yeah, okay. Ragtime girl. Gotta be careful with that. My fucking YouTube has decided that all my old streams, which I mean, I was listening to lo-fi music in my old streams, so that's why I don't listen to music at all. Because like even shit that I thought that was royalty free, I think someone might have bought the licensing. Because every week one of my old streams gets like copyright struck, and they're like, or not struck, like claimed, and they go, oh yeah, you can't make money off this anymore. And I'm like, okay, thank God that I can't make the 3 cents that video is we're going to make in the rest of its lifetime. But it is a bit concerning that every time that like it's happening on a very regular basis that I'm having videos where they're going, you don't make money, you don't get to make money off this anymore because I had like what amounts to music, like just random noise in the background. And it does worry me that I'm going to get copyright struck because I'm making like close enough to songs where it's like because they're being so stupidly like hyper with it. I've also seen like some of the videos might get got because there's you can hear like movies and stuff in the background if you were a fucking AI and could actually hear like the noise, whereas like human listening wouldn't be able to pick it up, but like an AI looking for very specific signatures in the background noise would still see it. They have epidemic noises. Yeah, I wish I could have something playing in the background. One of the things I have thought about, I need to put that on my list of stuff to download, is there's a thing called like Banana sound mix or something. And it gives you like a fake speaker you can output things to, so you can like target like your music player to output to a like a fake output device, like a set of speakers that then get fed back through into your headphones, but like that OBS doesn't see because OBS is capturing my like the sounds that my machine makes, not the sounds that like if we pop, I didn't say it's over here somewhere. The sound mixer in here. That must be in here. Right, yeah. If we pop this open, like you can pick the different devices that it outputs to, and it's like, or these are, yeah, the different speakers. So I can say that the output device is this device, and then I could say that the other output, the device that OBS is recording is this device, and then have like, so I can hear things that other people can't hear. I haven't yet, but the way you find the middle of a hexagon is but especially with this is really easy because the hexagons are that way. It's half their height because like if you have the pointy hexagons, it's the square root of 3 their height, I believe. I have the code somewhere, but I've written this code so many times before. If we go to I think we use the flat top ones. So here you can see that x is equal to size of the x size, so that like that how that doesn't matter. Y. So how tall they are, the square root of 3/4 times the position times the x, which is just because I'm using x and y, but it's technically it's just size.q. So the q, which is the one that moves diagonally, and then it's plus the square root of 3/2, so half the square root of 3 y. So you for what I'm doing, because the player is centered on the top of the hexagon at the hexagon 0, 0, because the player is standing here, if I just offset them by half the height of the hexagon, it wouldn't matter. But like for the sake of like, if you were calculating them and setting them absolute, you would add basically half. So instead of y, you'd say like y plus a half here, because that would cause their y to go up by half of the size of the hexagon, I think. Or you'd add half here. But then you'd change it, you'd do it differently here, because when it's flat topped, it's just half the height. but when they're pointy top, when they're flat topped, it's just half the height, halfway. When they're pointy topped, it's obviously like here to here is not half of, or maybe it is. Maybe it's this one. One of them isn't like the others. But I guess in this case, I'm specifying both the X and the Y scaling, so it's literally just half of that. But I'll look into that. Let me just copy the message. Be careful, like, to not accidentally like ban you, because apparently that's the thing that pops up under my mouse when I click on a message to try and copy it. I would like to copy, please. Apparently I can't because reasons. Okay, there we go. Copy that. I'll just put that on my like list of stuff. Well, my issue with that is like as soon as you link to someone else's channel, there's no guarantee that the music will stay copyright royalty free. Like if I played actual royalty free music, it'd be fine. But I was playing lo-fi beats, which was said to be like, oh, you can play this in the background, it's fine. And now I suspect that like some music company has done that bullshit thing where they've copyrighted like some piece of music that technically sounds close enough that they keep content striking. If I fought them, I'd probably get my monetization back, but it's not worth it for like the 2 cents that the video is ever going to make, because most of my streams make like 70 cents over the entire lifetime of the stream. Like, you know, years later they'll still only made like a couple of dollars, if that. So I don't really care. It's just one of those it's concerning because like I legitimately don't know what is triggering it to do it on some things, because the videos have been up for years at this point, and the streams have been up for years, and suddenly they're just going down like systematically one at a time. They're getting struck, and it keeps telling me, oh, can't make money on this one now. Oh no, can't make money on this one now. Oh, because I would have thought that'd all go down at once if it was some kind of like automated copyright thing, but they're just going down one at a time. It's worrying. But anyway, what was I doing? Basic map. Remove the player. Okay. Right, we need to set the player's position. What's throwing me is I don't actually know. Oh, we do know, because we know the player is there. Which, interesting. That does slightly confuse me, because that implies that Bevy's rendering the right, it's like negative 20. Why is it? Have I set that? Also, wait, am I? Okay. Anchor and U isn't there. No, because your anchor. Oh, I bet that's what I did. I've anchored the So yeah, the player just stands at the center of the hexagon. That's what's happening at the moment. I bet when I thought I updated the player, I was actually updating the fucking hexagons. So when we spawn our test map, I bet that like each of the hexagons is yeah, sorry. I wasn't supposed to set the anchor on the hexagon, I was supposed to set the anchor on the player, and also it's like negative 0.1 now. That should mean that the player now stands like in the center of the hexagon. So what was happening is I was offsetting the player and the hexagon from their true center, so that we need the player to be offset slightly up so that their feet are at the center, and then we need the hexagon to actually be at its center. So then when we rotate around the hexagon, so now where our feet are, which we should stop spamming. I need to go back to here and also make sure that we need to give the player. I still do not understand why transform from translation vec3 z. I don't know why I need the player to be ever so slightly higher than the fucking tile they're standing on. But as you can see, like now the player's like standing on top of the hill, and we come down here and they're like standing on top of the desert. So they need to still move down. But that's more because if we actually look at the sprite that I'm using, you'll notice that like there's all this empty space around it. That's because they don't work out where the tile is. They just put the tile, the image that the tile renders and the player both start here, and they've just offset this so that it's in the right spot. So theoretically, if I corrected the shape of you, it would be right. That's why we have to move off slightly, is because the center of you is actually probably at 0, 0. No, see, this isn't quite the middle of the image, I think is what's happening. So if I flip upside down, see, like now I'm standing here. Like it works. Kind of. It's because the middle of the hexagon isn't actually the middle of the image. So I guess to fix that, we would need to work out what we need to move the, so if we say player, and then can we like click back off this, go back, can we rotate you back the right way so that it's actually easy to fucking navigate? Where's the player go? Oh no, I've lost them. Wait, how did I lose the player? Oh, there they are. Alright. Alright, we need to go back up. For some reason the player's not allowed to go off the map, which I find a little bit strange, but anyway. We need to go up, up, up. Okay, we need to work out, this is the tile that the player is standing on, this hexagon right here. We need to go, what do I have to set your anchor to so that the center of the hexagon is actually the center of the right? Well, negative 0.2. That seems about right. Well, I bet it's when this lines up. 1, 5, 1, 7, 1, 2, 1, 6. Yeah, 1, 5. Okay, so 0, 1, 5. So we need to move the hexagon up negative 0, 1, 5 so that the center of the hexagon, because that's like basically the hexagon's at 0, 0 right now, and the player's at 0, 0, and the foot of the player is standing right where I want them to stand on the hexagon, which means that when we rotate this hexagon, if we can work out how to get back there. See, like they're still standing in the right spot, so now if we do like another, wrong way. So if I do that, see they're still standing in the right spot on the hexagon, so we just need the hexagons to be at negative 0, 5. Alright, so we go back to our example. Hey, this is more like specifically to do with the fact that I'm using someone else's assets and I have no idea how they've set them up. But if we go tile and we say like minus, was it 1, 2? No, negative 1.5. So that should mean that each of the sprites is now actually like the center, the point that this what I would call the center of the hexagon is actually centered to the icon. I don't really care. It's honestly, it's if people come in and go like, oh, no music, like and programming, that's insane. So like I would assume like background noise, so I'm not always required to be talking for people to actually like, you know, not just be sitting in silence, because people say like they put my stream on in background, just for the background noise. But I don't really know. Plus, and no one can stop. Piracy. Yeah. So we're in the center of the triangle, the center of the hexagon. So that these you move here and you move here. And so when we go rotate, 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 when you're upside down, can we I keep forgetting that I'm upside down, which means I need to again, using someone else's assets. The plan would actually be to split the assets up and you know, layer it on top so that when you rotate upside down, the road would be upside down, but the buildings would still be the right way up. But I gotta actually work on that first. Yeah, so see, I'm still standing in the cross. So it is working. Just, you know, we just mostly want to be the right way up so that, you know, it kind of works. Ta-da! Okay, so we could add, like, I guess clicking. Just so that, like, we can click the player around. It'd be weird also, I guess we'll find out if it works in terms of, like, this code is supposed to be robust enough that you can actually travel to not just the neighboring cell. You could travel to theoretically any cell that you wanted to click on. So we're going to do that next. So we're going to say fm move on click. So we need to do something like on, or as it's click, which is on pointer click. And then we also need inputs, which is going to be res button. Well, I guess we can just like make it middle click maybe. Or just make it middle click. So it's like if click dot button equals pointer button middle return. So we need to change that to not. So if it's not middle button, so we need commands. We need commands. We need the player, like so, and then we need to say player, single player, and then we need to say like cells maybe. So it's like a query. Something like it. We do this and we say let cell equal click dot. Oh, and it's cells dot get click dot entity. I just published them over YouTube, which apparently was a bad idea because one of my longest streams and one of the more successful ones lost the first half hour because I streamed for more than 12 hours and YouTube just like decides that that's too much and just like starts trimming the beginning. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, I guess the interesting stuff was still in it, but it was like, nobody, I guess, would know what the stream was about because it's been like the first half hour is just gone. Yeah, YouTube's just a bit weird about how they do that. So we click on this, and then we say like commands dot entity player dot 0 dot insert move move figure who is cell and over is 1. I mean, that should work. Move on click. We up here and we say like, hey, add observer, move on click. Really? I'm actually surprised it doesn't because I thought that was like an OBS thing. Like OBS lets me encode 2 tracks, so I would have thought that YouTube would let me see those 2 tracks, but I guess I haven't really looked. I'm also somewhat concerned about the fact that YouTube says I've been live for 4 hours, but that the playback is only 3 hours long, so that's concerning. Honestly, YouTube's a pile of garbage in terms of like the streaming side of things. Someone suggested I should stream on Twitch as well, but I like one like ethically against supporting fucking Jeff Bezos and Amazon, but also from what I understand, their terms of service are a bit more strict on like I can't only interact with YouTube. I have to like Twitch has to be equal or better experienced. If you want to multi-stream, you can't like multi-stream where you're like, okay, I'm just gonna like if you want to talk, you have to be on YouTube, but like if you want to watch the stream, you can be on Twitch. Oh, that's cool. That has a second VOD. Like, that makes sense that like why a lot more people do a lot more illegal shit on Twitch is because while it's live, it's fine, and then it's like so you can listen to music and do whatever live, but then as soon as the VOD's saved, it's like it's gone. Like the audio is not actually saved in the VOD, and therefore because of the like legality of it, video on demand can be content struck, but like live broadcasts can't because it's not your responsibility. So it's like they can't context strike you while you're live, and if the audio is not in the VOD, they can't context strike the VOD. So it's like that's why people like were doing like watch parties and shit where they would just like watch like copyrighted material, because it's like, well, Twitch can't stop them because they're live while they're live, but then as soon as they're not live, it's not in the VOD, so they can't get them in it. Like, you know, so it's like a weird like safe harbor kind of protection thing of being like, oh, well, we can ask them to stop, but like we can't expect them to make sure that nothing copyrighted ever happens while they're physically, you know, doing something. Yeah, but I thought that the changes were that they like basically brought it down. It used to be that the Twitch experience had to be better, and then they changed it and said, okay, well, that's a bit stupid. The Twitch experience has to at least not be worse. Like, you can't actively make it worse for Twitch streamers. So if I wanted to do it, which I mean, like for me specifically, it's not going to make that much of a difference. But the big thing that I think it would get me with is if I wanted to make interactive stuff and I was programming it to interact with the YouTube chat, not the Twitch chat, that would be against the terms of service. But if I made it interact with the Twitch chat but not the YouTube chat, that isn't, and it's like so it can't be actively worse. Oh yeah, maybe just for partners is fine. It's not like I'm going to make any money off of it. I'm maybe I should. I don't know, because that's the other thing is if they don't run ads on non-partnered content, then ironically that I would just be taking money from them, because I don't want to support them by giving them like making them money, but like theoretically they don't run ads on channels that aren't making money, which is one of those. YouTube loses so much money by like letting people that don't have monetized channels upload, and then they start putting ads on. Like, it pissed me off because they told me I wasn't eligible for to be monetized because they made all those new rules about monetization back when I was like less than a year old. Like the channel was less than a year old. And they go, oh, you're not eligible to get monetized because you need like 1,000 subscribers in like 100 watch hours or like 1,000 watch hours, 4,000, whatever the number of watch hours. And it was so fucking stupid because it was like, but you're playing ads on my fucking videos and you're telling me that you're just not going to pay me for them, which is just stupid, because you're like, oh, we don't know if your content's safe to put ads on, so we're going to put ads on them, but we're just not going to pay you. And it's like, that's so fucked. Like, yeah, if you want to say, oh, well, we're protecting our advertisers, then don't put ads on my videos. Don't tell me that you're not going to pay me for the ads you put on my videos. Because I understand what they're going for is that, like, there are lots of channels that are, like, downloading and re-uploading other people's content, all that kind of thing, being like, oh, well, we can't pay you because... But it's like, then don't put ads on it. Don't tell me it's because you can't safe that you can't in good conscience put ads on this and then put ads on it. It's like, oh, we can't in good conscience pay you for the ads that we're putting on it. It's so fucking stupid. And they still do it now, I'm pretty sure. Like, I can't... I have videos that, like, if I change the monetization settings, YouTube will fucking start putting ads, like, really bad on them. Because I turned all the mid-roll ads off when I had the opportunity, and now they've taken that ability away. Like, I can't not do certain types of ads anymore. I used to be able to say, don't give people unskippable ads. That was an actual thing that I chose actively to be on my channel, like, to disallow unskippable ads. And YouTube says, oh, if you want to change those, you can change them to the new ones, but you can't put that on to new videos. New videos, it's like you can either have or not have ads. And I think it's like if it's longer than so long, you can select to put mid-rolls in, and then I think you can place them. But you no longer have control of the type of ads that it played. Like, I used to be able to say, don't be a dick with the ads, YouTube, and they used to actually not be dicks. But now they're like, no, we want to be able to play 15 unskippable ads, so you can't tell us that we can't put unskippable ads. I used to like not monetize certain videos because I was like, it feels a bit like I'd rather the video get traction and draw attention to other videos rather than like not. But it's like, nah, you can't. Or I used to like be like, oh, I'll just put outro ads on. Now you can't do that. You can have intro, outro ads, or you can have no ads. Like, it's stupid. And even if I turn ads off, I'm pretty sure fucking YouTube still puts ads on. It's just it doesn't pay me. Maybe, I don't know. I always like I understand like maybe it was because I haven't used Twitch in probably 10 years. I used to watch Twitch like when I got home from like high school and it was like, no, Twitch was like the fucking Wild West, but then Amazon bought it and I kind of stopped like watching live streams because I was like, I don't really want to deal with that. But from what I understand, it's like you can get away with a lot on Twitch as long as it's not seen as frowned upon, as in like for a very long time, it was like, oh, if you wanted to be successful on Twitch, you're a woman with your tits out. And it's like, as long as you weren't explicitly saying that's what you were doing, it was okay. Oh, they couldn't ban someone because she had big tits. But if she mentioned that she had, then they banned her. And it was like this whole like, just don't say it. Like they were doing hot tub streams. And it was like this weird thing about like, Twitch is perfectly okay as long as they don't get bad PR. As soon as they get bad PR, they fucking scrub whatever it was that gave them bad PR. Like the watch parties happened for fucking ages where they were just like literally watching Death Note. And it was like they were watching on another monitor or whatever. And you could, look, if you were watching the stream, you could hear it and whatnot. But like, I don't remember how they did it. This is the idea of being like, as soon as it hit the VOD, it wasn't there anymore. So as I say it. But it was like this whole thing about like, nobody got in trouble. And nobody got, I think like, and then Toast got banned for it. But it was like, they acted like that's not why he got banned. And he's going like, no, it's so obviously that this is what I got banned for because he like actively drew attention to the fact that he was doing it. As in like, they didn't care that he was watching copyrighted material on his live stream until he brought it, like actively went, and Twitch won't stop me. And so they did. Wow, okay. Premium fucking. Yeah, but it was just hilariously like, they were quite clearly like, doing something illegal and saying, well, but Twitch doesn't care as long as we don't actively say that we know what we're doing is wrong. I don't know. I just remember that Toast got banned, did a video about like saying like, it's clearly that because I did this on stream, like it was so clearly like that, and he got unbanned the next day. And it was like, that made it so much more obvious that that's what they had done, is that they banned him because he effectively told everyone that this is what they're doing. And so they banned him, and then he pointed out that that's what they had done, and so they unbanned him. And I was like, it's really obvious. But yeah, I remember like exactly what it was, but it was related to like streaming like pirated content and being like, he was doing it expecting to get banned because he was saying how bad it was. And he was like, the fact that he made it to the end of Death Note and still didn't get caught, like, well, still didn't get banned because it was like, oh no, like, even though he was like, because I think they were supposed to be using watch parties, but he was actually just watching it on stream. So it was like the idea was, oh, we've got this feature that if you all want to watch something together, you can all like sync it up. But he was just actively watching it on his stream, but like he had like mirrored or whatever. So it was this whole thing of just going like, as long as it never makes it to your VOD, you won't ever get banned. And then it was like he did something, like he put something on stream to be like, to prove that they didn't care. And so they banned him because he was basically effectively telling them that he knew, and that's when they care. And the same thing was with the big tits and hot tub streams. Was it was like they didn't actually care. Like even though it violated the terms of service, people have been doing it for years and nobody cared until someone actively said, "Yeah, that's what I'm doing," and then they just banned them. And it was like, oh. And then they got unbanned again for the same thing of being like, because I said that's what I was doing, they banned me, but they hadn't banned the 50 million other people doing it. And because they happened to ban someone who was like reasonably large, that was like that whole, they had a voice elsewhere and they could actually point out that like, because they said that's what they were doing, they got banned. Or like they would, people kept getting banned reacting to other people's content saying like, hey, this shit should be banned. And they were getting banned because they were violating the terms of service by having that content. So, but the content came from your website. How can you ban me? Like, but the original video is still up. And there was like lots of controversy like that. And it's like one of those things is Twitch doesn't care until someone who can actually do damage says something, and then they do care. But admittedly, YouTube's the same. YouTube, there's been lots of situations where they were banning basically all the small people, and then they accidentally banned someone with like 1 million plus subscribers, and that person said, hey, this is a bit fucked up. And then YouTube said, oh shit, sorry. Like, and then it's like, but think about all the people that didn't have 1 million plus subscribers to say, hey, what, like, why the fuck did I get banned? Because YouTube goes, oh, it was my fuck up. And it's like, but like, what about everyone else? Anyway, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, we made it so we can like middle click, right? Apparently not. Do we have to add picking as like a thing? Is it like a maybe? Do I not have a picking backend? Can you like maybe move done setting position. I should also get it to like stop saying that. Maybe I don't have the picking backend enabled. Elements figurines. Something says move done. Okay. No, so it is detecting the clicks. It's just not registering that they are clicks apparently. I don't know what it thinks I'm clicking on, but apparently whatever it thinks I'm clicking on isn't counting as a that, or it can't find the player. No, it wouldn't. I don't think the observer can fire if it's not finding the player. Why are you not counting these as clicks? Alright, let's see what it thinks I'm clicking on. So it thinks I'm clicking on 0, 0, nothing else. Okay. So why are these not deemed clickable then? I remember how to do it. So if I go to my other like inventory thing, what exactly do I do to make things clickable? I don't think I do anything, to be honest. Go examples and go UI inventory. What, like, do you add a specific fucking thing? We say image plugin, default plugin, ECS, world inspector plugin. See, none of this stuff does it. Now I'm wondering if it's got to be because like the picking. Got to be the picking. All right, so we're gonna go back up to here. And we're gonna like say, okay, maybe because what I find really weird is that it's letting me click, but like it's not letting me pick, which is we add the default plugins, and then we're gonna go like app.add plugins picking plugin. Up there. Maybe, but I'm sure the picking plugin's in here. It is the default picking plugins. Hmm. 0, 18, 18.2 or something. I think it's the one. Yeah, it's 18. So I think it's 18.2 is the one that's currently out. I'm gonna go to 19. I guess at some point. The only reason I'm not really on 19 like right now, because I was planning as soon as I found out the pre-release was to do it, like to do like everything in 19, because why not? Is because the this dependency isn't going to update until 19 actually comes out. At least I assume it's not. I don't know, maybe they have like the Git version, but I don't. I think I kind of need the inspector at the moment just for like where I am in terms of like developing shit, and it's annoying to like fuck around. So I can't not do it, if that makes sense. So if this is the default picking plugin, what the hell do I need to do to make the things pickable? Because it adds them, right? Unless I've got the default features turned off, probably have the default features. I do. And that was a thing. So basic map needs to turn on Bevy slash picking. Is that how that works? I'm unsure. We go to default plugins and we go, hey, you have the default picking plugin. It's called Bevy picking. Surely that's just called picking then. Yeah, I am coding by hand. Mostly because GitHub refuses to let me renew my subscription to have the tab complete. I don't actually like using the agents. I find that they just obliterate the code to a level of I can't reason about it, and I'm programming because I like programming, not because I'm trying to make something. Because yeah, I've used agents to do things like make a thing that can be given some code and break it down into like segments and stuff like that. Like it's really good if you have like just a small thing that you're like, hey, I don't know, it take a long time to program this thing, but like they suck for when you're like, hey, I actually want to make this thing. I want to be able to engage with this thing, because they just fuck it up. Like they do a really bad job, I guess. Of making code that's easy to edit. Like what I found with vibe coding when I did it was like when I had my GitHub subscription, is that if you vibe code an entire project, it's great. If you vibe code a single like function, it's great. But if you vibe code any major part of the program and then try to write it by hand, fuck, is it hard to reason about and get like. So like I assume that the more the project is built, the easier it is to not have the AI go and change things. But the number of times that I had struggles where the AI would go and change something that was unrelated to what I asked it to change because I had particularly like I liked it laid out a certain way and it kept trying to lay it out a different way, and every time I changed the layout, it kept trying to change it back. So yeah, AI is fucking weird. Okay. I am still very unclear about why I cannot click. Yeah, exactly. It's like it's if you don't have to touch it, vibe coding's great. If you're doing something that like you can tweak because you can see the entire thing, vibe coding's great. As soon as you go, oh, the fucking AI's touched like 200 files and it's made like half a dozen changes in all of them, it's like the odds are it's tweaked something that was not necessary to be tweaked. And now when you go to use a different function, the AI fucking renamed it or the AI changed the fucking in. Like, and it's like sometimes that works. And like again, for like my video editing thing, it's like it's great because I don't actually care. I just ask the AI to make changes if I want to make changes. But no, now my subscription's gone. I can't. But like it was this annoying thing. If I kept asking it to make it out of buttons and it kept rendering it as text and giving me like keyboard shortcuts to modify things instead of like making them buttons that I could click. It's like, no. Instead it would render the words press X. And I was like, oh, yeah. Yeah, it was dumb because it, like the fact that like I let the AI start from the whole thing instead of. So the next time I tried it, it actually works so much better. Is I built like the template of the Bevy project and then said, hey, add this thing, and then I would tweak it until I liked it, and then I was like, okay, no, and it's like, and it like it looked like how I wanted. It didn't work how I wanted, but like it looked like. So it's like I just need to mush the two together. But again, I don't have my subscription anymore because apparently GitHub's not letting new people subscribe, and my subscription ran out. And they said they're like, no. Even though the email they sent me literally says, oh, you can renew your subscription anytime, they won't let me because there's no button to do it. It's stupid. I don't know if it's because like I didn't renew it in time, and then once it expired, it's gone. But it didn't ask to be renewed or anything. It just is one day it stopped working and told me I hit my limit. And I'm like, what? What do you mean I hit my limit? And it's like, oh yeah, no, you only hit 2,000 or something. Yeah, you used your 2,000 tab completes. I'm like, I've got a subscription. And it's like, no, the day before it expired. And I was like, oh, you fucking yeah. So I'm unclear why I cannot click on the tiles. Why can I not click on tiles? I'm assuming because I haven't flagged them as clickable. Like if I came here and said, not interaction, what's the pickable? Maybe I need to put the sprite picking plugin because it says default picking. Maybe I need to add the sprite picking plugin. Enable sprite picking backend, allowing you to click on, hover over, and drag sprites. So that's not part of the default plugins, then, is it? So picking adds the default picking, and the default picking adds the pointer interaction plugin, the picking plugin, and the interaction plugin, but not the. Okay, so then you have to. Weird. How the fuck have I done that then? Maybe UI is separate to sprites. Because I remember having this issue in my my other one, but oh, didn't like that. Whatever it did. No, so the sprite picking plugin's already been added. I don't know why I added the fucking sprite picking plugin. But something's already added the sprite. Why can I not pick sprites then? Let's go to the Bevy examples. Particularly, I've already got the website open. Official examples. Picking. Custom hit data, debug picking, drag and drop, mesh, simple picking, sprite picking. Image default nearest. Okay, well, I think we've already got that, but I don't think it's entirely. Move sprite, update sprite. Move sprite, update sprite, start up. pickable. Why though? I guess it makes sense that you don't want to make every sprite pickable, whereas UI by default would probably be all pickable. But it's saying I have to put the pickable. An optional component that marks an entity as used by usable by a backend or overriding the default picking behavior for an entity. This allows you to make an entity non-hoverable, but allow items below it to be hovered. Okay. So you do have to mark every sprite that can be clicked on, apparently. Unless I can tweak the default. Huh. Alright. Whoa. Okay. I don't like whatever I've done has made the things move faster. So something's triggering more than once. Because it definitely wasn't this sensitive before. Something is, yeah, okay. So I know what's happening. If I click over here and drag, I hate you. Mouse clicked. That's because when I click on a sprite, it fucking triggers my click and drag code twice. I think I have tried to make a multiplayer. I don't remember. Yeah, I did. My experience with multiplayer games is that I despise the crates that are multiplayer. I tried to make a multiplayer Snake, and the crate, I don't remember what it was called. It was like, I want to say Laser Beam or something, was the crate that I was going to use, because it was like, oh, you just register a component and then we take care of the rest. Once you've connected to a server, then you just, you call connect and then you connected and then we take care of it. It's just so much setup to be like, yeah, this and that. And then you have to make sure that things actually work. And I was like, I couldn't work it out. But I don't think it's impossible. I think it's just this thing was probably the next level up of what I actually needed in terms of multiplayer. Oh yeah, Lightyear. That's right. Yeah, Lightyear. So yeah. Anyway, the reason I didn't finish explaining why the map moves quicker is if I click, because my click code, my drag camera, is only dragging. Is just detecting drags, and the issue with detecting just any old drag is that it is saying that if I click on a cell and drag, as you can see, 3 clicks fire, 0, 21, and so the cell, and then also the parent of the cell, which is the 22, I guess. So it's the cell, the parent of the cell, and the window. And so when I'm doing that, it effectively triples the number of drags that get fired because of the fact that this drag is happening. So we need to go if drag dot entity does not equal entity from bits 0 return. This is what I don't like about observers. It's really hard to filter observers that don't result in it firing lots of observers. Might be a better way of doing this, but I don't actually know how. Because I have to add the observer to the world. What I'd want to do is put the observer on the window, but I don't think I can just add the. Well, maybe I can. Would be interesting. Anyway, I'm just gonna say if you click on anything else, because the window is always 0. It's 0 is always what I've been clicking on. Obviously, if I only let it click and drag on 0. Yeah, my thing with Lightyear is it was just too beyond my understanding of what I was trying to do. I'm sure if I had an example, I could work backwards. Because I had examples. This is if I had a working example, I could modify it into what I wanted it to do. But it was just this thing about following their tutorial and their book about how to set it up. It's I had no idea what data it was actually sending through. I didn't even know if I connected the server. I was trying to set up so that I could run two examples at the same time. One was the server, one was the client, and it was doing something, but it wasn't doing what I wanted it to do. It did not like that. Something about probably being an invalid entity, maybe. Attempted to initialize invalid bits as an entity. Okay. The answer is fuck you. All right. That's so annoying. Like from bits, it's like it needs to be like a non-zero, doesn't it? You suck. Wait a second. How do you get a 0? Because if you're non-zero to non-max. The fuck do you? Okay. It's kind of annoying. Scroll again. I don't think point to scroll specifically on things that drag. Yes, it needs to be drag. I just need to pick the drag. Like if we just get rid of the drag here, and then we said like window. I want to say it's the window. Trying to work this out for a second. Well, it's more like entity with window, and then we say for window in window. We need commands as well. Commands. We say commands dot window. No. So to entity window dot observe drag. Oh, we already had commands. Oops. That's fine. Right. That might work. So that means that if I understand correctly, the drag will only fire when I drag the window. I think it's window. I know that the entity 0 is always entity 0. This tells me like what it is. So yeah, it's not the monitors because it is the window. So there we go. It's fixed because you can only drag the window. You can't drag something underneath. Theoretically, that also means that I could say the other drag stuff doesn't propagate, which means that if you are dragging something that can be dragged, you could probably stop the window from getting hit, because as you can see, it triggers 84.21.0, which means that you actually fire last. I'm pretty sure it's because you're a root of that. Maybe not. Maybe this would fire and then this, like, even if it propagates off, this would still probably fire, but anyway. So, strangely enough, the the speed that it moves is 1 second, which means that proportionally, they go much faster when you click somewhere else, when you click far away. So I guess what we can do is we can commit this and we can say, I don't even know what I did. I added figurine movement. Figure. Maybe we just like find out. It should be here somewhere. at some point I should have typed something's name. There you go. Figures. Added figures movement. Okay. So what I want to do now, I guess, is double back to Hexcel and add like a bunch of functionality of being like distance. So the distance between two hexagons, because there's a website that has like a bunch of really cool functionality, like hex map. I don't remember what it's called, but it's like a hexagon map. Hexagon grid. This website's amazing in that it has like a bunch of formulas and stuff for doing certain calculations. Like this is mostly like the grid layout. So this is where what's mine called? Like it's called cubic coordinates. So the idea is that like because technically a hexagon is a hexagon grid is a cubic grid following the condition that xyz equals 0. So it's a slice of a cubic grid where so that's how you end up with your hexagons. And that's where the Q and the R come from. And S can be calculated because S is negative Q minus R equals 0. So negative Q minus R equals S. Because whatever that number is, S needs to be the opposite to make up for the difference. So it's like a coordinate calculation thing. But they have somewhere down here how to do things like calculate the distance between. So this is like how you calculate the neighboring cubes. That's this is also different because I think you can flat top. They have this is plus. Is it R? This is plus minus. This is minus 1R. So this on mine must be plus 1R because mine's the other way. There's pluses down for some reason. Axial coordinates, offset coordinates. So I don't know, what are we calculating here? This is calculating the neighbors, which I don't care. Distance. So in cubic coordinates, to calculate the distance is the absolute of the distance of the x, the y, and the z. So distance 1, distance 2, distance 3, distance 4. So to calculate that, it is you return q minus q, r minus r, s minus s. No, that's cubic subtract. Cubic distance is subtract AB, subtract each other, and then you say absolute of the vector of q plus the vector of r plus the vector of s divided by 2. All right. So it's the absolute of the absolute of the difference. I'll just copy this. Sorry, I didn't see that you said I was reading. I'm not the best at following chat at the best of times. Hello, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Which is I guess a reference to that. So we don't have to dereference them all the time. This will return a U32. We have subtract. So then we would say that's good. GitHub GUI on my PC from ages ago, but before it's get back. Oh no. Now I'm free. It's probably time to give it a try. We can do anything with Bevy. That's one of those things. It's unlike something like Unity, which is very like locked down, like where it's like you can theoretically do anything in Unity if you dig deep enough in acting code. Like Bevy, you can do literally anything because you could just like change things if you don't want them. Like I watched a lot of stuff where people like. I think it's not as bad now because I think Bevy Unity's kind of decided like to stop doing this, but like I've seen lots of videos of like people being like, oh, I made this in Unity, but like I had to like go and do something like to get access. Like they did portals and they needed to like hack into the Unity pipeline because this is before they gave you like shaders that let you access certain bits of it. So they couldn't actually do what they wanted. They had to go and modify like some like hack to get into the level that they needed to modify things. But like Bevy is like, if you can do it then Bevy, you can do it in Bevy. Bevy just is like a convenient wrapper around the top to make it easier to do certain types of stuff. So like all the rendering is taken care of, sort of thing. Like you don't have to worry about writing your own renderer or making windows. You can just like request a new window and it gives you a new window. I don't remember how you do it. I think you literally just spawn an entity with a window on it, and Bevy will spawn, like, will make a new window, and you can get like interactions, mouse interactions, stuff like that from it. So the distance is, we take in, so we return the self dot q minus other dot q dot absolute. So apparently we need to add and add. Now I am curious if this is one of those, like, because we can calculate S from Q and R, if there's like a way to simplify that, but I'm gonna leave it up to the compiler because so we get these numbers absoluted, and then we take that number and we as U32 divided by 2. Right. So that should be the distance. So A minus B, A minus R, and S minus S. Take the absolute of all those values divided by 2. Okay, so that should give us the distance. Yeah, my annoyance with Unity, but it is one of those, like, it is kind of nice, is that, like, they are very opinionated about how you do things, in that, like, for ages, but Unity, because again, like, I haven't used a lot of these engines in like 10 years, because I did them when I was like back at high school and I was like doing stuff before I found Bevy. But like Unity had like a user input binding thing where you could bind strings for some reason into actions or whatever it was. So it was like you would bind an action and they had to spell it right every time, which is why I didn't like doing it, because my spelling's terrible. So you couldn't use an enum. You had to pass in a string, and then I think even the keys were strings. So it's like you could bind jump to space, but you had to actually put like the word jump and the actions and the word space as in like as a string. Like you pass it in. You didn't have like an enum of all the things, and but it let the user rebind anything. And it was like it automatically did that, whereas like you could just like have a menu that had rebinding. You didn't have to worry about doing it. It wasn't a great system, and when I remember using it, was like very much, I don't know if it was new or it was neglected in that, like, but then like I have heard that it has got better, and it was like a somewhat implemented feature that they weren't working on at the moment, but then they did. But yeah, it was the idea being that like it let you just sort of declare your actions and your key bindings, and then in your code you could just use your actions. And then if when you launched Unity, like that little Unity launcher would pop up and let you rebind all those keys, but you had to actually use the Unity launcher thing. You couldn't like rebind them in the game, but the Unity launcher let you rebind them. I think that's how that worked. Because there used to be like a weird Unity launcher that I haven't seen in ages. I don't even know how you got it, but I just remember there was lots of games that were made with Unity that had like when you launched the game from like Steam, it would open up the Unity launcher thing. There was like, this is the game, here's the key bindings, and then you click play. So I think that was like a thing you could enable, and it was like really useful if you wanted to use that, but it also added that extra step of having to like have the user launch the game to then launch the game. But maybe I'm just misremembering, but I think that's how that worked. So then we're gonna go back to here. We're gonna say when we click somewhere, so I don't care about that I click this entity. You get here, we have the player's position. So we're going to say let D equal cell dot distance to player dot 1. And then we say D as F32. Okay, so what that's going to translate to is that the number of seconds it takes to get somewhere is proportional to the distance from the player. So that should mean that the player always moves at a constant speed, because the further away they are. But the fun thing about this is it's distance in hexagons, I believe. So it's like theoretically the number of cells you have to move. So this is 2, but it's like it doesn't look like 2, but it is 1, 2, which means it actually would be faster to move down these diagonals. But like this is also 2, and then but this is 3 because it's like you need to move to get to 3. But like it's you see like it's like that doesn't actually like line up to being 3. But these are all 3, and then these are all 4. And the idea is it means that like from the center, moving through exactly 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, you can get there like 1, 2, 3, 4, as opposed to it being a Euclidean distance of 4. It's a Manhattan distance of 4. So it's like the number of steps it would take to get there, not the you know. So theoretically, it would actually this isn't a constant speed player. It's because they would move faster getting to here than they would going to here. So yeah, they move faster because it's physically further, but it's still considered 2. So that's interesting. They both take 2 seconds, but this one's further away, so it has to move faster to get there. And like over there. Okay, so next is to do like a pathfinding thing, so that it actually like well, not pathfinding, but like so that it actually walks from hexagon to hexagon instead of just like just instead of moving in a straight line. Because that's why the idea of the distance being the Manhattan distance is good, is that because it means that like it will actually like doesn't matter where it steps up or down it, but it knows that at some point it has to change into another lane so that it can factor that in, and therefore the player would actually be constant speed. Like for example, when we were moving to here, it shouldn't move diagonally; it should move to here, then to here. But we'll go to that. So let's go back to our get and be like added distance. Right, distance between hexagons. So I guess because there's no limitation, we'll do line next. I don't know how you do line. Lerp. How do you lerp? Okay, function cube lerp. Cube line draw. I don't like this because this is like a recursive loop to draw the line, but I guess there isn't like a better way of doing that. So what this is effectively doing is it's drawing a line from A to B and then telling you every hexagon that is on that line. Like the minimum number of hexagons, I believe, to get from the line. So first we calculate n. N is the hexagon distance between the two endpoints. Then evenly sample m plus 1 points between A and B, point A and point B, using linear interpolation. Each point will be A plus minus plus B minus A times 1 divided by n times I for value for I from 0 to n inclusive. In the diagram, these sampled points are dark blue dots. They represent the floating point coordinates. Each sample point float back into a hexagon integer. The algorithm is called cube round. Okay. Cube round. All right, so we're gonna go find cube round. So round into the nearest hexagon. So sometimes we'll end up with a floating point cube coordinate, and we'll want to know what hexagon it should be in. This comes from up in linear drawing and pixels to hexagon conversion of a floating point value to an integer value. It's called rounding, so it's called cube round. So just as with integer cube coordinates, fraction q plus fraction y plus fraction s equals 0 with fraction floating point coordinate, we can round each component to the nearest integer. Okay. However, after rounding, we do not have the guarantee that this is true anymore. So they don't necessarily equal to 0, because if we round up, then they'll be higher. We do have a way to correct the problem. Reset the component with the largest change back to what the constraint q plus r plus s equals requires. For example, if It guarantees, here's the algorithm. Okay. So we're going to go back to our cells and we're going to say, cube round. No, you take a vec points, I guess, which is then is a vec 3, and you return a hex cell. So what it's saying is that let q equals point.y dot round as I32. Let r equal point dot, wait, no, I think this is x. R is y dot round as I32, and then let s equal point dot z dot round round as I32. Right, so we have our three numbers. Now, it's something like if point.x.frac is greater than points.y.frac, else so they have three combinations. I'm going to let the compiler take care of the fact. So what they're doing is they're saying this and this, else this, else this. Oh. And so if x is more error than y and point.x is dot frac is more error than points.z.frac. So if x is the bigger error, else if points.y.frac is bigger than points.z.frac. So that's obviously x is the biggest fraction, and then this one would be if y. So we know x is bigger than, we know x and z aren't bigger than y. Well, x isn't bigger than both of them. So one of them has to be bigger than the other. Have a look. If q is greater than r and q is greater than s, if r is greater than s, okay, which is y is greater than z, then r is bigger. So then if y is the biggest, else z is the biggest. Right, so that would be that, well, I'm pretty sure we just return hex cell QR because we calculate S every time anyway. So then you would be that we need to recalculate R, and then we need to recalculate Q. So Q would be I'm pretty sure the way we calculate each of them is just effectively to say, yeah, so q equals negative r minus s, and then it's negative q minus s. So they're both minus s. So you're negative r minus s, and then you are negative q minus s. So this your q is, and your r is. I think that's so. Negative s, negative s, negative r, negative q. So that one resets q, that one resets r, that one resets q. All right. That one resets s. And the fun thing about resetting s is we don't care. Because, yeah. So, that's the cube round. I mean, that should probably be its own fucking thing, but anyway. Cube round. So you can pass in a float and get a cube round. Right, so now we have cube rounding. We need to do our, back to our line code. Can I backspace back up there? Oh, that worked. Right, so this is lerp, and lerp is just lerp. That's not actually special. Cube lerp. A, cube B. So this is just a vec3 lerp. Because it's just q to q, r to r, s to s. So this is the only function we actually need, which is to say pub cube line, which takes in, I want to say self, but maybe not, and then destination, which is just another hex cell, and this is going to return a vector of hex cells. So I guess one thing we could do is turn this into a iterator. So this is the function here. So we need to let n equal self.distance to destination. So that tells us how far we're going. So then we say let result equal let res let mute result equals a vec with capacity n. And use size. Right, and then say, so for each 0 less than or equal to I is less than or equal to n. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's just for 0, for I in 0 dot dot equals n. Right. Results dot append, which is just push. So we're going to say A, B, and okay, so that spacing equals 1 divided by n as f32. I think that's how that works. So that's how far we move each time, and let A equal self dot as vec3. We'll work that out, and we'll let B equal self dot as vec3, and then we should be able to say so it's result dot push self cube round A dot I need to actually implement that then. So pub as vec3, which takes in self and returns a vec3, and then it just says vec3 self.q self.r and self.s. So as f32, f32 as f32 as f32. Right. So as vec3 returns this. Okay. So let's just comment that out, and then we just drop result at the bottom. So, right. So for I in this, so we say results dot push. So then we cube round a dot lerp b by spacing times I as f32. I feel like, wouldn't the smarter thing to be to multiply a minus b by spacing and then just add spacing each time? This feels like a lot of redundant multiplications, but anyway. Like, I want to say, like, I'm just going to comment it here, but it's like, surely it could be a minus b, or we lerp. So it's a minus b divided by n. Like, let's step. And then it would be for I in 0 to n, a plus equals step a minus b, or is it b minus a? B minus a. B minus a, because then we'll have by time, so the difference between the two divided by this, and then we add it back slowly, step at a time. So the difference, we have this difference over so many steps, and then it's r dot push a self cube round a. Right. So that to me would be more efficient, because I don't have to keep multiplying a float by I, because we work out what spacing is and then we do a multiplication. I don't actually know if it would physically be faster, but like mentally it makes more sense to be like, this is how far we're going to move each loop, run the loop, add that much, convert, rather than going, oh, this is how far, now lerp between the, if it's like lerp is expensive in terms of like, well, not really expensive. It's self times 1 minus s plus r times s. So like, it's 2 multiplications plus 2 addition. Mine's 3 additions. Because it's like effectively just going through the same thing each time. Anyway, so we're going to do a cube line. Anyway, cube line. Somewhere. So we want to do some kind of like the move figure. So we want to do something like move. So there's move figure, and there's like, we're going to like pub struct path figure. So then like like path. And this is going to be a vector. Vector of hexel. So my thinking is we want to go something like fn path figure, which is going to take in figures, which is populated. It needs to be mutable because we need to be able to pop one of them. So we need the path figure without move figure make commands like that. Then we're going to go right. You need to be a component. Derive component. Right. So then you become that, and then we say for mute path in figures. We need the entity as well because I want to be able to remove. I mean, there's no reason you couldn't just do it as the at the same time, but it was two separate functions. I mean, that might be a smarter way of doing it. Because what I'm thinking is if it's a start of a frame, you consume that the thing was empty. I guess you wanted to consume it in pre-update and then in post-up. What I was thinking is we can remove it when it gets empty. But then I was going, but maybe for in terms of the path, you could keep appending to the path as you go. So the idea would be that as the path progresses forward, you can check to see if the path's empty and then add a new thing to the path, or you can just keep adding to the path as you go. Whereas what I'm going to do right now is effectively let some next equals path.pop else. Then it's just gonna be commands dot entity figure dot remove path figure. Right, so the idea is that and then continue like so. Semicolon there. All right, so when we get into here, we say, hey, pop the next item on the path. If you fail to pop something, so I guess it does technically wait one frame for it being empty. So if one frame to catch that, it emptied it. So it goes, hey, if it's empty, remove the path component. You're no longer following a path, continue. Otherwise, if you did get next, we say commands dot entity figure dot insert move figure to next over 1. Then you just put that there. So apparently this doesn't need to be because we consume it, yeah. Path figure. So this app.add systems pre-update. So we can path the figure. New from Hexel to Hexel and then it's going to say self path is from dot line cube line. Apparently it's called cube line. That's not correct, but anyway, to like that. This has to return self. Right. So now when we come back up to here and we go down to here and we go hello. So instead of you going, hey, your destination, no, that's fine. The click one. When we click, we say, hey, the distance. So that's how we calculate how far. We actually have player one. So we can say let path equals player dot one. Wait, no. Path figure. I guess we just commands dot insert path figure new from player dot one to cell. Unity referenced, Unity referenced, and this should effectively just take the straightest line. I think the implication that this is making is that like there is no way to draw this line that doesn't have at least one of these dots hit a hexagon, and that will guarantee a fully formed. Because you can see like the line can miss, like can clip a corner. I can't move the mouse, or maybe move. You can see like it's clipping the corner here. Like if it's infinitely thin, it could slice off a piece. But there's like what they're saying is by taking the step size of the particular size we took, it is impossible for us to step from the center of this hexagon completely over another hexagon. Like you can't get to here without, you know, ending up in this other hexagon. It's to do with the rounding, I guess, because it's like that one obviously really close, but it rounds down apparently. As you can tell, it should land in one of these because that makes the most sense. You go from here to here, it has to hit one of them, and it appears to always like take like the counterclockwise one. Can't exactly get to another corner to know which one it would choose. Okay, so this one flips, which means it's probably rounding towards 0, maybe. But as you can see, like it always steps down. Okay, I guess we find out if that works. We'll run this. So when I middle click, it's going to generate a line from where I currently am to where I clicked, and then path the character along that path. So if I middle click next door, it's apparently doing nothing. That's interesting. Does the player have? If I type in player, I do find it interesting that like the way that the nesting works means you like it knows where the player is. It just can't tell me. Do you have a figure path? Like you are a figure. The answer is apparently no. Are we just never getting here? I need to like print line, please. Exit paste. What did I do wrong? I want to say give you path, but I also want to like say print made path. It's obviously not crashing, but it's like, why are you not? Okay, wait, no, do you have a figure path now? So I can't click you because you're not moving. So you have a figure path, but you're not actually moving, which means that somewhere here, like something about you is causing you to not trigger path figure. Oh, without move figure. So better of this is we don't want to pop all the paths while it's physically moving. We only want to pop the paths while it's actually now that does tell me that I should probably specify to the path the time per cell or something, but maybe not. I don't know, like because that's an animation related thing. So what's happening is that I was saying you can only path something that's already in the process of moving. Which is probably why when I left-clicked or something, it suddenly fixed itself. Right, so it made the path. It inserted the path. So something got pathed. Okay. But the player itself is not actually getting pathed. That's interesting. Oh, something happened. Right, so when I moved the player, where'd they go? Hello? Player? Are you still going? No, there you are. How did I find you? Oh. Wait, what? If I move you and then insert your path? No. No. Okay. You have a path still? I assume you still have a path. No. Apparently not. Okay. So it's moving because I can see that the path disappeared, just not actually moving. So it's consuming the path. It's just not moving. Like physically, it's not moving. What? What? Excuse me? You insert the path. It's obviously never getting to where it's going. Here you go. Okay, so we need to have you print. You need to info path complete. Right, so that will tell me some information. So when I say move figure and I say move to next, my assumption is that it is just telling it to move the same amount each time. Maybe. I should probably log and then the filter. So I'm using the default filter. We're going to say, so it made the path, but so until I move something, so that says path complete. Right. You're not doing anything. So it is completing the path, it's just not actually moving. So I need to first off say like filter dot trace. No, just push. Then I need to look at push stir. And then I need to go to like specifically you and be like, how do you do this? So it's did that, comma. We're gonna push stir and it's gonna be like this. This is the string. Except it's gonna say hexagons TEXAGONS equals trace. Right, so that should mean that I can turn on tracing for this and be like, I think there's a way to go even further. Like, yeah, I think I can like did it. I could do like did it figurine or did it path. All right, so it's just this trace starting at cell 1 as child of tile. So okay. So made path. We need to go to our figurine. I also need to eat something, but alright. So we move the figurine. Okay. So this is going to be trace. Path complete. Right. You. If we get to here, we're going to say trace. Continue. Path. Continuing. Okay, so we're going to say maybe your entity continuing path and then say figure and then so because we don't have your current position, that's fine. And then we're going to say next, like that. Right. So when I close you and then run you, it should actually tell me like where it's trying to send the figure, because I feel like what it's doing is it's just sending the figure to 0, 0, 0 constantly, which would be kind of funny. But so setting, okay, continuing path 0, 0, 0, continuing path 0. So I've fucked up somewhere in the code because it's always getting 0 out as its result. Okay, so that's pretty obviously like. So what are you doing wrong? A lerp B. So we need to be like maybe trace making path from to in steps. Right. So we need to say A, B. I guess we just say self, like self dest. Well, yeah, that would help. All right, well, that would explain why the pathing isn't working, is because I literally had it pathing from itself to itself every time, and therefore it was never moving. Yeah, that checks out. I do like the idea of putting tracing all through this code, just so that like when you turn on different tracing things, it's like, hey, yeah, you're doing this and that. So first up, obviously wrong. So we should be lerping from B to A, maybe? So that tells me more like I'm fucking wrong in here. When I tell you to path, because it obviously like teleported the wrong end. When I tell you to path from player 1 to cell. Okay. I'm gonna new. Oh, yeah, that would to from. No, it definitely makes sense to say from. So it's like line 2. So player to there. Then we say cube line from to from A lerp B. How's it flipped though? Oh, because we're popping. Fuck, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh, damn it. All right, yeah, that actually checks out, because it would be B lerp A. Because we need to start at the end, which means that this would actually be step is B minus A divided by N, the difference between the two, and then it would be B minus step. We know that B is the bigger, and then we say the A, and then we say that we want to go from the bigger to the smaller, and then we push that. It's because we run the path backwards. So that is an interesting point, is because I probably should use a queue then. I don't know how that entirely works in terms of like, but I assume that the standard library is better than I could possibly implement something. But the implication is that like, because we pop from the end of the queue, if you were to modify the queue while you were going, you'd be adding to the end. Like what you added would be immediately removed. So cool. So we do have that one issue of yeah. So I mean, you could just not do. So I think because it's a path, obviously we need to use a queue, because a vector is cute in that, like, it's cheap, it's efficient, but like it really needs to be a queue. I don't remember what the std queue is called. Rust std. It's apparently just spelled. So it's called a vec dq. Okay, so a double-ended queue implemented with a growing ring buffer. The default use of this type. Okay, the default usage of this type as a queue is to use pushback, to add to the queue, and pop front to remove from the queue, extend and append push onto the back in this manner, and iterating over vector goes from front to back. Okay. With a known list of items can be initialized from an array. Okay. Slice vector is a ring. Okay, since it's a ring buffer, its elements are not necessarily contiguous in memory. If you want to access the elements as a single slice, such as for efficient sorting, you can use make contiguous. It rotates the vector queue so that the elements do not wrap, and returns a mutable slice to the now contiguous elements. All right, so I'm assuming it means it contains a single array inside. Yeah, the raw vector, and then it just tells you where it starts and how many there are, so that, like, as you iterate through, you can wrap around. And so it's saying, like, if you call make contiguous, it'll shuffle them until I guess it shuffles them until head is 0. So it's saying that, like, shuffle them until the front of the queue is actually the front of the queue. Anyway, X cells like so, and then you would be say, hey, cube from line. I mean, sure. I guess you could be vec dq. I don't think Bevy has a Q equivalent. Right, yeah. So we want to say push. Sorry, the result is a vec dq with capacity, and then it's push back like so, and then come down here and we say pop front. Okay. Well, honestly, we would just call next. Make it an implementation detail. I guess that actually makes way more sense. So it's blah 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 blah, blah path next. So then we go to wherever our figuring path is, and we go, okay, pub next. I guess we just make you an iterator. We could just impl iterator. Or path. There you go. I mean, we might even be smarter just to make it like its own thing in here. There's a item equals hex cell, and then we say fn next. It says self dot path dot pop front. now you're an iterator, which means we can just call next and then use work as an iterator. This does make me think that I want to do like a pathfinding thing. So you do like I think that would be called map, maybe. Maybe. Not sure. So like you should return a vector because it just makes more sense to be a vector at this point because I'm basically saying here's your path. It's not actually a queue. Right, and then we're going to, again, allow A to B. And so again, we have to fix this, and so it's A plus. Yep. So I still think this would be so much faster. We can do benchmarking at some point. Anyway, okay. So we go back to here. We go, okay. So when you do this, we want to say that your path is a vectq from dot line cube line to. Yeah, I figured that the vectq, because it holds a raw vector, obviously be able to convert a convector into it, because that would just imply that it takes whatever it is. So first off, I think you should just be called a line. Just a line. All right. What we could do pathfinding stuff. I do want to make hexagon iterators, so maybe we do that. I'm trying to make the stuff that we do like somewhat map related. Wait, why do we not go here? Why can you not go here? Well, you can go there. Wait, what? Excuse me, go like here. It also appears to spend an entire second moving. Right, okay, I know what's happening there. That's it. That feels like a U problem that you folks should go like path and then be like path dot next. Just gonna do that quickly and say kind of wasteful, but anyway, skip skip moving to current position. Now these could still have the same effective problem. Like this, I happen to know isn't going to work, but if you feed a path that doesn't start where the current player is, they'll just teleport to the start. This is effectively saying eat the start. That is kind of interesting. I don't think it really matters, but I kind of want it to render the path, but that feels like maybe a debugging thing. Not entirely sure how to go about rendering the path. Thank you for calling me a gem. I don't know what you're in reference to, but alright, so if we go, hey, move over here. Alright. Okay, so continuing path, starting Okay, so oh, okay. Pew 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 pew. I have a feeling that was like a voxel one. So something tells me because it's like I think I have the thumbnail. I can just pretty quickly find the thumbnail of that. I almost certainly know what thumbnail was that live stream because I remember the live stream that I kept going pew pew pew. That was yeah voxels yeah. So if we go to thumbnails and we go pew 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 voxel raycasting. Because yeah, I kept when I got the voxel raycasting going, I just kept going pew 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 pew. This is firing the laser. Because it was like rendering in front of me. Ironically, you got here just as I was about to do gizmos again, which is what I was doing in that particular stream as well. Is I want to render the I think we need like an entirely separate module called pathing or like because like we have the elements, but like technically the elements should use the pathing. The elements, so I think maybe under elements we have figurines, and then under figurines now, where would you put pathing in a map? I think the map should just have pathing because it's not like an element-specific thing. Okay, so we'll like go up here and go like mod pathing. Pathing. Apparently, pathing isn't spelt that way. Par. Okay. So pathing. Earth. I can't spell. Path finding. It's not spelled correctly though. Okay. Path finding. How is it? That apparently that's how it's spelled. Oh, okay. Wait. So it's telling me that doesn't exist, not that it's you know you spell it. Yeah, pathfinding. We're gonna go. Okay. I just want to call it for pathing, but please just let me call it pathing. It keeps telling me that it's spelled like it's not a real word, but anyway, pathing. Thank you. So I guess we have a pub struct path, and then the thing with that is I can keep that private, and then I can do what the hell I want with it, and then when we go back up to wherever the hell it was, in the figurine, and you contain a path. I guess this would be a hex path maybe, so that it gets like a hexagon path, right? And then so you're a hexagon path, and then we're gonna go okay, cool hexagon path. So you have to be like yes, import hexagon path, and then it's gonna say hey, you can't do that. So hexagon path from vector is gonna say hey, you can't do that. Okay, and then I'm gonna say okay, like I can. I don't know if I want to consume the path is the thing, because like theoretically I could just take the deque kind of thing and be like, this is the path. Because the other thing is I could make it not a struct. I could make it a enum, and then you say that this is a hexagon path, and then the hexagon path goes something like once, which is a vector queue of hex cells, right? So you've got a once, so the queue, and then you'd have looping, which needs a path, which is a vector, of hex cells, and then current, which is U size, and then I guess this would be like called a patrol. Maybe call it reflecting, which again also has a path, the vector of hex cells. So theoretically, they would all just be the same. So this would actually no. This hexagon path is going to be different. So hexagon path has to be a struct. Right. So hexagon path is a struct, and then a hexagon path is going to have cells, which is a vector of hex cells. Right. And then index, which is a U size, and then you have an enum end behavior. Behavioral. Well, I guess the path is just a vector of path. What I'm trying to think is that I want to say something like the hex path here. So this is a hexagon path. This isn't. We want like a separate thing, which is so figurines, and then the figurines are going to have their own like separate little like module. Pathing. So can we create the figurines pathing, and then that's going to have a pub enum. Well, I guess we just call it a figurine path, wouldn't we? Alright, so we don't first off rename you to figure path. Right, and then this is going to actually be an enum. And it's going to have the variant once, which is going to have a so let's get rid of this because I have decided that I don't actually need that there. Okay, keep going. My brain is one of those things where it keeps deciding that it's not the best way to do it. So we just need to. Apparently, I'm trying to save a random website. All right. So we have a once, which is then just a hexagon path. So that would then be self once hexagon path. Something like that. Expected value hexagon path. Well, okay. From. Right. So that's like 2 dot line from dot line 2. Okay. So okay, so you can return a cool. So the idea that you're going to work is that when we say next, you're going to say I guess match self, and then figure path once is going to have its path. It's going to do this, and then we're just going to say path.next. Right, so it doesn't have an iterator yet, doesn't have anything. Yep, okay. So I'm just thinking because like when I do loop, right? So you're going to do yeah. So just to make this work, we're going to come down here and we're going to say if the figurine's path says loop, we're going to say path, and then if so I guess we can do this and we say let out equals path.next. Right. And we say if out.is none, then path.reset. I'm writing like the API as I go, and then we say else out. And then it's path.next. Okay. So the way this is going to work is that if it's looping, we call out, which basically says just give me the next thing, and we go, hey, if out happens to be none, reset the path, because obviously if we're at the last segment, we want to go to the first segment, then we just call next again. So the idea is theoretically, if you passed in something that was a length of a zero length path, wouldn't end up in a loop because this is actually a different path. We only ever try resetting the path once per call of next. Like when you call next here, we only ever get here once. This isn't recursive. This is actually calling next on the path itself. So we go paths next. If the path fails, reset it and try again. Otherwise, just return the value that it returned. So this should, in theory, let us loop. And then like we have to do like a separate thing again for bouncing, which is going to be I'm not entirely sure. I guess the path would have to be doing like ascending or descending or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. Because to make it bounce would be to reverse the direction that it's iterating, but that would probably require it to be a separate iterator. I guess technically you just put loop and you put a bouncing iterator in here. You just put it in its own thing that does its own separate stuff. All right, so what we need to do is first off, we need to make you return, the hex path needs to have import from, I don't remember which one you're supposed to do. Is it from or to? Vector of hex cells for hex path from, and then we say just hex path cells is value and index is 0. Right. So that fixes that. So next is to implement import iterator for hexagon path. So item is a hex cell, and then next is going to return self dot cells dot get self dot index dot clone. Right, so you do that. I guess this is let out equals this, and then self dot index plus equals 1, and and then return out. I hope the compiler will make that a little bit nicer, because I really don't feel like trying to fuck around working out how to do like increment and then decrement, and then so just get that one and then increment by 1, because it should just immediately start failing when it gets to here because it's outside of bounds. So that gives us our nexts. That gives us our line for our once. So path.reset. Right. So you do need a reset. How do I get back to? No, it's a hexagon. That's why the path should just actually be just the vector, but maybe not. So we just need to import hexagon path and then have a pub fn reset, which is just going to be self mute self, and then it says self.index equals 0. Right, so that's how you reset. Okay. So I mean, that should work. I don't want to make the bounce. So it's like hexagon. Well, it would be more like, so it's a hexagon path, and then we're gonna like pub struct hexagon patrol, which is then just a yeah, I do, and for no real good reason, except that like I like to know how things work. Like there are arc rates, like for example Bevy, that I'm like, okay, I know enough about how it works. I'm just going to use it because it's beyond my scope. But like there are lots of things where I'm like, I could just bring this in or that in it, but like I don't understand how it works, which means I'm likely to like footgun myself as I do something that I wasn't expecting to work the way that it does. So then we want to say. So we want the path to be a hexagon path, and then bounce. No, I guess is a boolean. My issue with this one is that I mean, you actually have access to that, so that doesn't actually matter. So then we'd come down here and we would say import iterator for hexagon path. This is the one thing that I'm not going to particularly appreciate, is that I'm going to do this. Where I'm basically going to copy that thing's behavior, but we're going to say you are self dot 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 dot, and then we say if self dot. It's not hexagon path. It's hexagon patrol. Apparently I'm spelling that wrong, but anyway. If self dot reverse, then we say if self dot index equals 0. I'm just going to go and say that you are derived deref from the Bevy preload like so. Deref. So we have our path and we have our reverse, and we say, okay, so we say if self.index equals 0, self.reverse equals false. Okay. Then annoyingly, I think it's self dot index plus equals 1. Because the issue is that if we're reversed and we're 0, we want to add 1, and we want to reverse that. But if it's not 0, we want to say self dot index minus equals 1. Oh, we didn't deref muted, sorry. That. All right. So we say if self-reverse, if self-index, self-reverse, self-index. So if you're in reverse, we want to do that. Else, we want to say, or we add 1. If self dot index is greater than or equal to. I always do greater than or equal to, so it doesn't end up in it can never end up in an invalid state where it somehow breaks, like if somehow you managed to set the index to the wrong spot. We want to say, hey, if self.index is greater than or equal to self.len. Apparently I can't call self.len. That's interesting. Can I derive deref on u and then say that you deref into this? I don't know if that actually works, but theoretically it should. Right. I see that you that inline's suggestions thing at the bottom did well, this thing here, this is, I had a GitHub Copilot subscription and it expired, and they give you 2,000 inline like tab completes basically if you don't have a membership, and my membership expired and they won't let me renew it. I did find it immensely useful purely because of my programming style, which is I write everything myself. Means that I tend to write like a match statement and then so matches A and then like a matches B version sort of thing, like a plus minus kind of. And the tab complete was really good at me being able to like what they effectively call like one shot or two shot, where I would write out like something that was going to be quite repetitive, where it was like, oh, I need to add A if it's A, add B if it's B, add C if it's C. And so the AI was really good at like seeing that I was basically typing the same pattern out and then doing it. It did fuck me over a lot in streams where I'd be like typing something out and then I'd be like, oh yeah, that's right, tab completed, and then it just didn't do, like it tab completed something else. I had one where I wrote out like what it was supposed to look like, and then I was going, oh, I need to make the reverse. So I wrote out I was writing out the reverse, tab completed it, and the AI reversed my reversal. So I had gone, oh yeah, this dot reverse or whatever I'd done to get the opposite because I'd already had that bit of code. And then the AI went, oh yeah, I know what to do, and then reversed the order of everything. So it went, oh, you're going to write the opposite. So instead of A leading to A, and then I went, oh yeah, and then the reverse of A leads to like, you know, the opposite, I guess. Like, so it's like the equivalent of saying like, oh, I'm going clockwise, but now I want to go counterclockwise. The AI automatically shifted everything counterclockwise, which means me stepping one counterclockwise meant the AI also stepped it back, and it just ended up with the same thing. It was broken as fuck. And it took me ages to track it down. I was trying to like, why is the neighbors wrong or whatever it was that I was doing? Because I think it was like, I was working out what the neighbors were, and then I wanted to get the reciprocal neighbor, where it's like, if you're to my left, then I'm to your right, is what I was doing. That's what I was doing. Yeah, because it was for my my game jam, like nuclear reactor game jam thing. So I went, oh, you're my left neighbor, which means I'm your right neighbor. And so I went, okay, I've set you as my left neighbor. Let me set myself as your right neighbor. And the AI also went, oh, you're trying to. So it did the logic I was trying to do, but I'd already called, get me the reciprocal of like, you know, so I was like, I want the reciprocal of left, which is right. And the AI then put me and its left neighbor because I told it, yeah. So it was the AI was undoing my doing. It depends. Like I agree that it can be really annoying, but it also can be like really, really good if you're like me, where I brute force a lot of things that I really should try and elegantly solve. That's why on stream I seem to spend a lot of time really like trying to work out how to solve something without just effectively writing out like a massive if statement, is because I feel like that's more like interesting to me, and the stream motivates me to do it properly. The tab complete makes those much easier, where you're like, it's just the same fucking thing 10 times over. Like in my inventory system down here, I've got like inventory shape collision. There's like a massive bit in here where it's like, it's just like these are just effectively me having to go through and like what. So the AI is pretty good at going, oh, this, and then tabulating. The issue is that if the AI gets it, it's fucking amazing. If the AI gets it wrong, it takes just as long to sift through and work out which one the AI fucked up. But like, I don't remember if my tab complete was working when I did this, but like this is the kind of thing that the AI is really good at, is because it can like pick up the, oh, this is greater than, and it flips them all and makes less than. So you don't have to type it again because you only have to work out the math once. The AI is pretty good at like reversing things. I would still use it. If like, but again, I also have the like had the coding thing because again membership, but I only ever use the tab complete really. Like someone came in like one of my streams and was like, oh, why don't you get the AI to solve it? As I was trying to do like reversing algebra, like doing the working out what the reciprocal of the formula would be to work out. So I know that I applied this formula to get these two numbers, and now I want to reverse it to get the original two numbers back. And now I just asked the AI, and the AI just all the AI did was come in, delete all my notes that I'd written down where like I was like, this value, these two values turn into that two values. So then these, and it's like the AI came in, deleted it, got it wrong. And I was like, oh, you fucking, yeah. Yeah, the AI is it's cool, but it kind of works. I don't know. I watched an interesting video that was talking about that they think the AI scaling may have come to not an end, but it seems kind of suspicious that the big labs came out with these models, and now they're both calling for regulation. Feels very much like they've gone, shit, they're not scaling as well as we want. We want to lock the market where it is and say that the reason we're not making a better model is because the government told us we're not allowed to. They want regulation now because they don't want someone to make a model that's better than theirs because they discovered some new architecture. But they can't keep making their architecture better, so they want to be able to claim that it's the government stopping them and not that the fucking things come to an end, because that will pop the bubble. If they come out and say, we don't think they can scale any, like, or that it's prohibitively expensive to scale them any further, the bubble will burst. So what they're saying is, we want the government to come in and say, actually, the AI, you know, like, it's too dangerous, and therefore they can pretend that it wasn't, that the technology's reached its limit. Yeah, it can definitely be related to the model, but from what I remember, because I remember it being one of those, the bigger models for me, but maybe it's because I was too adverse to use the really big models because they're like, oh, they're so much more expensive in terms of like how much they like, oh, it's like 6x the tokens. Not like I ever ran out of tokens when I was on my membership, but I never felt that the big models were better. I always felt it was nicer just to leave it on auto because they gave you like a 10% discount on your tokens. And they had a pretty good router that would pick like whichever model was appropriate for what you were trying to do, kind of thing. Yeah, I love that. So yeah, we don't have artificial intelligence here. We don't have organic intelligence either. Why do you have unlimited access to a top model? Like, I honestly, I'm not going to say no, but they just feel like scammy. I'd love to have access to I just want my tab complete back. Is what's so annoying about the Copilot the Copilot thing. It's like I actually legitimately miss being able to tab complete certain things, because it's not even that like that I use the tab complete any more than like the IDE tab complete that I have at the moment. It's that it let me tab complete shit that doesn't exist yet, because it like would know that it's the kind of shit that I would write. Yeah, like the what I loved about the tab complete is that I could basically start describing a struct and it would just be like, oh yeah, this is the, you know, it would tab complete the name even if the name didn't actually exist in the database. Like how I, you know, made the reset function and the next function, but they didn't. It was like yelling at me, oh, these don't exist. It's like, yeah, I'll add them later. But like the fact that I can write code that doesn't exist yet, but it still feels like it does because the tab complete works. That was what I loved about the tab complete. It wasn't necessarily tab completing blocks of code that I'm like, oh yeah, this would maybe work, hopefully. It was that it let me tab complete stuff that didn't necessarily exist yet. So if it is greater than self.len, ooh, that's interesting. This means that we have to first up self self.reverse equals true. So if we have to +1, because otherwise this will only happen after we've missed it. This will fail, and then we'll miss it. So we're going to +1 and then check for this, because it's saying if we were 1 less than the length, we added 1 to the length, then with the length, now we reverse it, and then we have to set self dot index equals self dot len -2. So instead of subtracting 1, so if we're not in reverse, we add 1. If we got to the end, we reverse it and we subtract 2. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, but that's what I mean, is that like they the video I was watching was talking about like how they got access, like with how much they were hyping the new model. People were kind of like, yeah, but it just refuses to do anything, and like, yeah, the wrangling. But then the government immediately came in and said, oh no, it's too dangerous, you can't. It's like they told the government like months in advance that it was coming out. The government got access to try it, and it wasn't until people started going, wait, but this isn't actually as good as you said it was, because they're going to be, oh, we found all these vulnerabilities and da-da-da. And it's like, and then people like are testing it and being like, yeah, but it found like 1 vulnerability and 2 of, like, it found 3 vulnerabilities, 2 didn't exist, and 1 was a real. So it is amazingly impressive, but it's not as impressive as they made it out to be. And I'm saying I don't think the technology's hit the ceiling, but I agree with this person that it feels kind of suspicious that both the 2 big companies are suddenly calling for regulation. It feels like they're saying that they don't think that they could compete if someone, like they couldn't just scale bigger if someone came up with a better architecture that they didn't have already, like they hadn't already capitalized on. If someone suddenly jumped ahead of them just a little bit, they don't think they could pull the lead back. So now they're saying, let's put a cap on it and say that nobody's allowed to be better than us. It feels suspicious that, especially because it's not just that, it's not just the top company that did it. Like Anthropic isn't the only one that did it. OpenAI also came out and said, oh yeah, we should definitely be regulating this. And so it feels like they're saying that they would benefit from the regulation stopping other people overtaking them, because they don't think that they can continue at the front like they are. Especially the biggest issue with AI is the person telling it to do things. You have to know how to get pointed. Yeah, especially I found like when I was trying to explain it to my mum how to do it, it's like you talk to it like it's autistic and you'd be like, here's my list of things, and then you see how it responds and you go, oh, it keeps doing this, so you put that and you just give it the same question again but with like the modification to try and slap it to do the right thing, which apparently what like the harnesses are all about is like there's a whole bunch of shit that they don't want to share because all that's their special source of, like, it's basically them knowing how the model will misinterpret things and explicitly telling it not to fucking do that. The issue is because most people were giving access to the model that was heavily restricted by those who were yeah, but it's less the big model, because I think that was what was because that was another point they made in the video, because I'm sort of summarizing the video from what I remember, is that Anthropic released their Mythos and went, hey, like, look how great this is. We've put all the guardrails in, and like it could be so much better. But we think that maybe the government should start regulating shit. And then the government came in and told them to take it down, and then they effectively put out a blog post being, how ridiculous that the government thinks that our safety guardrail one needs to be taken down. Like, it was like they released a really good model that everyone was praising, and then the government came and said, yeah, you just told us how fucking dangerous this thing is, so maybe no, you're not allowed to sell it to anyone that's not a US citizen. And then they turned around and went, oh, well, we didn't mean our best model. We just meant don't let anyone make something better than ours, not handicap us so that we're actually not as good as, because that's the idea, is that like their biggest thing for why they think it's to do with the fact that LLMs and transformer models have hit the edge of scaling is because OpenAI, who is not currently in the lead, agreed. Whereas if OpenAI had said, oh, no, don't regulate us yet, then it would be like, oh, so they think they can jump ahead. But they, in second place, said, yes, please don't let anyone make something significantly better than us. So and then obviously Mythos got shut down, and then Anthropic's turn around and go, oh, well, no, you knocked us out of first place, so now you shouldn't be So it's like it is that it feels like they don't think that they can keep. It's not. It's like, again, it's not the end of scaling. It's not the end of AI. It's going to keep getting better. They don't think that just pouring more money in will continue working for much longer. So they are saying, please handicap it before the only benefit that we really have goes away. Because I think that's what happened with Anthropic, is that like they used to all work at OpenAI. Then OpenAI did all that shitty shit and they left, and they were actually talented scientists. So with way less money, managed to basically claw back the gap, then got the money and have now shot ahead. So the idea is that like you could effectively, because I don't think the scaling's slowing down. Like in terms of like they've concluded that if you make a model 10 times bigger, it will in fact be smarter. Like the bigger you make the model, it's still getting smarter. It's that what they're worried about is that they would need trillions of dollars of investment to be able to take the spot back if someone beats them and they don't know how. Like if what's the deep blue? What's the blue whale one? The reasoning one from China. DeepSeek. If DeepSeek keeps putting out their papers for free explaining how they are getting better results with less compute, then it's not going to be that much of a problem because Anthropic can just make them really expensive models better with these new improvements. But if another company like another American company comes out, works out some kind of architecture that is just orders of magnitude better, shoots ahead of them in the compute race, either like because it's so much cheaper but the same intelligence, or so much faster but the same intelligence, or just outright way smarter but like the same on the other metrics, and they don't make a public paper about it, the OpenAI and Anthropic cannot compete. But like I'm saying, it's a weird thing of, it's not that I think that it's dead, it's that I think that they are worried that if someone beats them in a way that they don't know, they can't just throw money at it to fix it like they have with all the other ones. Because like, as I'm saying, the data centers are reaching a point where they was it like SpaceX and all these other ones were being like, oh, but like we'll have like trillions of dollars of trillions of compute, like basically they were going to build these data centers, and then they tried to build these data centers and people started protesting and said no. So now it became this thing, though some of it is a bit dodgy, where like you watch people like Theo from T3, and he's going, oh, look at Google paying $1 billion a month to borrow compute from SpaceX because they didn't think that the smart thing was to build their compute first. But then you watch someone like Atrioc, who is from the business perspective, saying, hey, SpaceX is ridiculously overvalued. It's really odd that Google is giving them $1 billion a month, until you realize that Google owns like 5% of SpaceX, and therefore they don't want the valuation to go down. So when SpaceX is saying, hey, we're losing billions of dollars, if Google gives them $1 billion a month for compute, Google makes more than that back by the fact that their share price goes up. So like they're not actually spending money as much as they're pumping the stock. So it does become one of those things. Did SpaceX like be really like smart and build all this compute that they then fucked up their AI and are no longer able to use? Or is Google in a position where it's more profitable for them to literally burn $12 billion a year than risk their hundreds of billions of dollars of invested money going up in flames? So it's that people are going, oh, well, obviously Google's giving them billions of dollars, so they did a smart thing. And it's like, or Google knows that it's actually more profitable just to burn the money and keep their $100 billion investment alive. Because unless it takes 10 years for SpaceX, for them to be able to cash out of SpaceX, it's worth it because they've got $100 billion worth of SpaceX shares. So every month they're throwing $1 billion to make sure that that doesn't fall over. It's like, it's not that, like, but people like Theo are going, oh no, it's because Elon Musk bought way too much compute. And it's like, well, the fact that everyone else is saying we can't even get our data centers built, I doubt that Elon Musk has too much more compute. But Google could disclaim that they have a lot more compute than they actually do, because Google actually doesn't need to use the compute because they're doing it to pump the shares. They'll probably be using the compute. There's almost certainly something happening because, again, they have to at least look like they're doing it. But it is just kind of odd that they're going, oh, no, but obviously Google wouldn't be throwing billions of dollars away if they didn't need it. And it's like, well, yeah, but the needed is that they've got that they've got billions of dollars on the line if the company that isn't worth as much as it is suddenly people realize that. I don't know. I've watched lots of stuff about this, and it's one of those conspiratorial things that like are the big companies intentionally inflating the bubble because they're like, oh fuck, if we don't get like if the bubble bursts now, we're fucked. But if in 6 months the bubble bursts, we may actually be able to divest. Because it was the same thing with apparently the .com bubbles. Everyone's going, oh, well, pets.com, obviously a stupid investment. But it's like, yeah, but the companies that actually ruined people's lives were intelligent investments during the bubble. As in, like, they were like the telecom companies that were building the wires and the internet service providers that were building the network. Like, it was all about, like, the infrastructure. So it was the NVIDIAs of the bubble that bankrupted people. Because, yes, the investors knew that pets.com was a fucking stupid decision. They gave it millions of dollars. But they gave the NVIDIAs hundreds of millions of dollars because they actually had books that were like, hey, you make a tangible product. You're actually turning a profit. But turns out that they weren't turning a profit. They were selling stuff to people that weren't actually able to afford to pay them back on a credit on the assumption that eventually the dot-com bubble was going to keep growing, and then it didn't keep growing, and then it burst, and it took out the big companies that were effectively lying about. And I don't know how true it is because this AI bubble keeps just continuing to go up. But they're saying that the NVIDIA started to show the same signs, which is NVIDIA somehow is making more money year over year, despite selling less, and they're like going about like, oh, we're making more, but we're also having more in storage. So then not only are they like saying that because we sold like the same amount for more money, then like we made more money, but we also manufactured twice what we actually needed. So there's extra stuff in storage. So that's also worth more. So it's like the idea of like, it's not necessarily what they're actually doing, but it was the idea that they're effectively claiming profit for stuff that they haven't actually sold yet because it's on retainer in a warehouse because the company will buy it when they have the money. And that was the whole, like, it's a circle jerk of OpenAI got $100 billion of investment from NVIDIA on the guarantee that they would buy $200 billion worth of chips, which is effectively NVIDIA saying, hey, we're going to give you half price chips. But everyone going, wow, look at this money going. It's like, but NVIDIA is losing money on that deal in the hope that their share value will go up high enough and that it'll spur enough other people to build chips. And it's not necessarily a bad business decision because I think it's what Boeing does in that when they build planes, Boeing loses something like $1 billion on every plane they build up until like the 20th or 30th plane or something like that, where like their new plane costs them something like $10 billion to make and they sell them for $5 million or $8 million. But the idea is that they sell them at that reduced cost because every single plane they make costs less to make than the previous one because it's like it costs something like $50 billion up front and then like $3 billion a plane. Like if at mass production, like when they get to full scale, it'll be $3 billion a plane, but it's $50 billion up front. So what they need to do is sell enough planes to be able to justify the $50 billion. So if they said, oh, we'll sell them at 10, then you need to sell 5 planes to cover your upfront cost and then like 3 additional planes to cover the cost of building those 10 planes. But selling 13 planes at $10 billion is way harder than selling like 5 times as many planes at half the price. So it's that whole thing of like, if they price their they're trying to expand their market by effectively running at a loss until they can hit the economies of scale, because the more things you make, the more of something you make, the cheaper it is to make per unit volume. And so software is actually a great example of that to expand the concept. Is if it costs you $100,000 to make a piece of software, like, you know, however many hires, like, so let's say like the actual cost of making the software is $100,000. It's like, if you think you can sell 100,000 copies, you can sell it for $1 and make your money back. If you don't think you can sell 100,000 copies, you can, you know, so let's say you only think you can sell 10,000 copies. You have to sell it at $10 a copy to get your $100,000 back. But there's this weird thing with supply and demand where it's like, well, if you sell it at $1, you may be able to sell 1 million copies. But if you sell it at $10, I'll have to make sure that's going to reconnect properly. Please don't make me have to restart my router. Yeah, so the idea is that, like, brain. Why did I lose my train of thought? No, it's gone. Sorry, I have no idea what I was even talking about. Fuck, I love my brain. Yeah, stream died, I know. Hopefully it's back up. It says it's not dropping any frames. So it just disconnected and reconnected, but I don't know if it's back yet. Yeah, stream died, I know. Yeah, okay. Oh, I can hear my own on my own, so yeah. I had it back and I lost it again. Yeah, no, I back onto the project. I honestly don't know where I was going. No, never too carried away. It's just like an economics thing. I remember what I love is it's like my brain, as soon as it's switched off, is just like it's immediately gone. Like I don't even remember what I was talking about. Like the actual like I know that if I got reminded, I would immediately know where my tracker was, but it's so distantly. Like this is why I need to eat, because when I don't eat, this is what happens. Anyway, we'll go back onto this. So the patrol and the reverses back. So what I want to hope for, but the issue is that like I don't think my right clicking. I guess I can. No, it'll overwrite the path, I think, because this doesn't check to make sure. Oh, it does. Huh. Well, then we can just do that. Like it's just the single player picker. One does not simply walk to mortar. I mean, I will talk about it off stream in terms of like discussing details, but like I'm not opposed to the idea of getting free autocomplete as long as it's not going to require me to like use something else. Because you keep going in like, oh, have you tried this editor and that editor? I'm just like, yeah, I like VS Code. And like it's not like that I'm going, oh no, I'm never going to use those. It's more like when I'm streaming, I don't want to be learning a new editor and stuff like that. And honestly, I don't really. I do other stuff when I'm not streaming, but like on my computer stuff. But it's more like if that makes sense. Like it's just like I don't really want to be learning new stuff unnecessarily. Like I would like to. If I was going to be learning new stuff, I'd be learning new Bevy stuff, and I can barely motivate myself to do that. Like it's kind of like the idea of like if I'm not streaming, I would want to be making videos, and I can't do the thing that I want, so I don't need to pile this up. But like I do appreciate if you can get me access to like free models so that I can do things like the tab complete on stream and stuff like that. Because that would be awesome. I'm curious as to like how you have access to like just a free model that you're like, fuck it, just gives this person a free model. My assumption is that you either work at one of the like places that makes the models, or you like have some kind of incentive to like can get it as a marketing thing. But I actually honestly don't know, don't care. It is just like a curiosity to me, be like have someone be like, hey, like I can give you access to this thing that is notorious for like being able to cost thousands of dollars if misused. Admittedly, I don't think the tab complete's likely to spiral and cost millions, but you know. What am I doing? Crates, hexagons, examples. Right. I'm wondering if I need to end the stream to eat, because I'm starting to get to that state where I'm not actually able to follow what the fuck I'm doing. Something is not matching, because figures. So no, you are a hexagon patrol. So then the hexagon patrol is just this, and then you match with this, which is just to say figure path, bounce path, and then you just say path dot next. So need arrows. Oh. Alright, I guess we did that. Right. What? Non-exhaustive. Why are you saying non-exhaustive pattern? It's literally right here. Do I need to comment you? Excuse me? I think my rust analyzer not working. I mean, fair enough. I mean, I was into AI before ChatGPT blew up, and honestly, I'm like the opposite, where I'm like, since ChatGPT happened, I don't actually want to be as engaged with AI anymore, because it's literally become that thing where I'm like, I really want to talk about the cool concepts that we can do with like neural networks and like self-learning models. And everyone goes, oh yeah, AI, like ChatGPT. And it's like, yeah, no, but like, yes, but no. It's the same as people keep getting upset when people say like AI in video games, and like, oh, but it's not AI. And I'm like, what do you fucking mean it's not AI? It is like, we've called this AI for longer than it's been fucking ChatGPT's been a fucking concept, let alone fucking been built. Is do so many stupid things with AI that I've learned how to get. Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. Like that's one of those weird things about like especially like I see it with like a lot of programming stuff is I do the opposite when I end up doing things most of the time. But the concept being that why is this a non-exhaustive pattern? I don't know what I fucked up. How have I fucked up? Why are you not working? I forgot what was going. What the? Okay. Is it with programming? Is like one of the things that I find really interesting about it is that, and that's where I'm kind of bad at it is I spend ages learning. I like spend ages doing something, being like, oh, it'll be faster than just doing it by hand because I'll have a program that can do it. And I spend more time doing that than it would have taken just to do the thing that I was spending time doing. But that's just a me thing. I do that a lot. Where I'll spend like hours making something that'll solve a problem that like honestly didn't need solving. What the fuck do you mean non-exhaustive pattern? I actually do not understand how this pattern is non-exhaustive. But it is. What the what? I think my Rust analyzer might have died, and that it's just throwing the same error. Because like, what the fuck do you mean? Yeah, so I'm with the AI is great. Like that was one of the things. Like everyone's like, oh, but it's not that. It's great. It's like taking people's jobs. Like yeah, but like the jobs that it's actually like saving a lot of time with, like programming and stuff like that. It's saving a lot of time, and they're also the expensive people to hire. Like yeah, it sucks that the artists lose their jobs, but also like from the corporate perspective, I'm not saying like the artists should lose their jobs. That's not. But like from the corporation perspective, the AI is actually saving the jobs by cutting the people like the programmers, not the artists. The artists don't cost them that much money. But yeah, used to take 4 hours single on a single file, doing it all manually, and now the time I've cut it's like a minute, and yeah, that's definitely something like I agree with. Like the AI one, the biggest obvious thing to me that it's written on AI is that it's actually well documented, like like overly documented. But yeah, I definitely agree because it's one of those. The AI can be really good. My thing is like, and this is where I'm like, I think AI is like people don't realize that it can be good like this. Is the concept that like if you use AI to write a program that does what you want, as opposed to asking the AI to do what you want. Because that was one of the things that, like, before tool calling and all that, is like that would happen all the time where people are like, oh, but it's stupid because you ask it a math question, it just gets it wrong. It's like, yes, but if you asked it to write your program that did the math, it would, and the program would work, and the program would actually be correct. And the program would always be correct. Whereas the AI, like, yeah, you're right, it can't actually do math. So it's this idea of like, if the AI can write you a program that does what you need it to do, then like get it to do that rather than get it to just try and answer the question. Because you're saying like, if you have to prompt the AI correctly every single time, it takes longer than if you can prompt the AI to make you a piece of software that you can feed the input into. But it's assuming that it's a very consistent piece of input, like a form or like a data to crunch. But like the fact that you can ask the AI to make you something to analyze the data is what makes it powerful. It's the fact that you don't need to know what you're asking it directly, and it will usually like do a pretty good job of like spitting it out, and it's kind of interesting. So I want to say that this is the figure path. So we want to make like a new one, and we call it between. So between, and then we're going to say like, so we're going to call, we go between, and then it's going to say like start. There's a hex sound. End is a hex sound. And this returns self, which is a self bounce, which is going to be a hexagon patrol. New, and then hexagon path from start.end dot line end. Right. What? Oh, right. So yeah, it's return self. Yeah, and yeah, that's cool. I just don't have the money to throw at that kind of things. I appreciate like you offering to give me free access to that kind of thing. And that's like I find it interesting because people like my dad would use AI and be like, oh shit, I asked it for something and it just made up something, and it's like what he found even more annoying. It wasn't just that it made up a product that exists, like it made up a product number that actually was a product number just for a completely different product than it said it was, because he was asking it about gate openers. So like, yeah, but what we need to remember is because like he was just using ChatGPT like 3 when it was coming out. He's like asking questions about what you should consider, not to consider them for you, and also like treat it like an opinion of an idiot, like, or it's not even an idiot, just of another person. Like, don't just believe it because it said it. Double check it. Because it's like it might be right, it might be wrong. Like it's AI, it does that sometimes. It just makes shit up. But like the point being that like if some random person on the street came out and said, "Oh yeah, this is the best fucking gate opener," and then spouted off a fucking serial number to you of like what product ID, would you believe them? Like not like in the you might go, "Oh yeah, that's probably a pretty good gate opener," but like would you trust that they got the code exactly right? Like, or would you go Google it and be like, oh, they probably meant this other code? I just think it's interesting that he's like, oh, it was an idiot because it made up a random code that was for a completely different product. I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't know. They're not conscious. It didn't like make it up as much as it just guessed the wrong number. So new, and then we want to say like path is then it's a hexagon. And be like hexagon patrol. Sure. Say path is path. Oh, we just give it path and then reverse is false. Right. So we do that and then we run this and then we go, okay, so now when I run this, it should use the bounce version, which means we should end up bouncing back and forth between two paths. I'm not entirely sure what would happen if I modify the path while it's in the middle of doing a path. It shouldn't really matter because it should just take wherever it was. We're in the center here and we're just going to go, hey, go like, sorry, this. So it's going to go that way, and then it should get there, and then it should turn around and come back, and then it should get there and turn around and come back. Because effectively, I've just told it to take that path. Look at it go, look at it go, look at it go. Dun, 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 and then I can like F12 it and it stops. Right, that's what I was doing. I just said about like doing widgets. That's so for gizmos. So I completely thought I got so derailed by the fact that so pathing. So we have this, and this is our pathing stuff, which has our different patrols and stuff. So I want to say like maybe a pub. No, I want to say like maybe rendering. Rendering. Oh, let's call it debug. So then we're going to go here. We're going to go like plugin, and this is going to be a path, a hex path debug renderer plugin. Right, and then we're going to say like hex like struct, and this is going to be like the hex path debug renderer state, maybe, and that's going to be like visible, which is a boolean, target, which I guess is an enum, so we'll like pub enum path render target, which is going to work like entity, which is just an entity, and then we'll like have like, I guess all, maybe all. So then we say path render target, something like that. I need this to be public, and then again make these public so that you can specify what you want it to do, and then we can be all like pub render move. So I kind of want these to be maybe not in a set, but maybe I mean, we can make them into a set. Pub struct hex render set. And then we just be like derive system set like that, and then we'll be like app.configure sets schedule is, this is update, and then the set is going to be hex render sets dot how does this work? I'll say something like this, maybe run if. No, okay. I don't remember how to do this. Maybe if I hover over this, it'll give me an example. Configures a collection of system sets in this provider schedule, adding any sets that do not exist. Yes, but like, but how do I do that? There's like a thing you can do for sure. Honestly, it's like something like this. So something's not right working. Why like, did I not save this? Is that why this is not working? I don't know how to do it. Oh, That's what's going on. You don't have the requisite fucking thing, which is you don't have hash, and you probably don't have like whatever it needs, like debug. You probably need par equal and equal. You need clone. So what it's saying is that you're not a valid type to be used like that. Okay, and then this takes one argument, which is you're going to take in this function, you're going to say e is res hexagon render state, and then e dot visible. I guess it's enabled, but anyway, I'm going to call it visible. And then you just need to be a resource derive resource. There you go. You don't need to be public. Just a thing like that. So then with the debug rendering plugin, when it's enabled, okay, pubfin. I guess we go something like app.init resource hex rendering state, like so. You need default. Right, so when we render move, and then you don't have default either, which is fine. Default. Right, so when we render this, we're going to say when we render move, we're going to say moving, which is going to be a query for anything that has a figure move figure. Pub2 over. Okay. So we're going to need that, and we're also going to need your state. Move state. What's it called? Right. It's probably not public. Right. Import move figure. Move state. Okay. I say like pub to the crate, please, so that I can debug it. Oh no, they're listening. They're like, don't you dare share it. Nah, I don't need for verification. I mean, fair enough. It's not that I'm saying these models aren't all there, but like the way that Sam Altman acted way back when with like GPT-5, it does feel a lot like they are claiming that they are way better than they actually are because it gets more money. So I can definitely see them being like, oh, we're going to implement this because safety reasons, when it's like they don't actually care, but claiming that they have to make sure that you are who you say you are for safety reasons definitely makes their product much more likely to get investment. So, you know, populated. We need to go something like gizmos. Something like that. Then we say for, and then so this is like move figure state in gizmos. Not gizmos, moving. Okay. So I need you, like app.add system update. Actually, maybe we should put this in post update. Mostly just because, like, in post update, and then we like in set hex render set. In post update, it would be it means that like if you tweak something or if it moves, it's gonna like we're gonna reflect the current actual state of the thing rather than being like I'm gonna render the gizmo and then it's going to move, and because it's moving so fast you can see that it's not on the gizmo. Then we're gonna say I think we need the transform. Now I don't actually know what information is. Position. Because I'm thinking like the transform is obviously like the position. So you have the start time and the distance, and then this has the end location. Now the issue with this is we're also going to need the map. So in like style, which is going to be a res hex map style like that, because we need to know like basically the position of the hexagon. So when you go here, I'm going to say let end equals moving dot I guess it doesn't need that, maybe. This is the end. I think we called it distance, but this is just the end, isn't it? I don't remember. On insert. Distance to move is okay. No, it is the distance. Or like the vector. That's how far it needs to move. But strangely, it's from where it started. The offset, not the end. I guess it's because I was pre-computing it. Anyway, so let end equal figure.2. Well, I guess the end is let's just figure.2 dot 2xyz with a map style like that. So that gets us our end, and then we can say like gizmo dot line. So the start of the line is the position dot translation. The end of the line is end dot extend 0. And the color of the line is color red. Okay. We're going to need access to you anyway, so I guess you can contain. I guess we just call it settings. Pub 2. Well, moving. Well, I guess 2 move, which is just a color, and then pub has moved, which is also a color. And then I kind of feel like I just want to like impl default so that I keep adding these, like actually doing them for the hex path settings, and then we're just going to go fn default, which is to say self. I'm going to say that it just starts visible true. Target is path rendering target all. To move is color linear RGBA, which is 1 0 0. Has moved is color. Linear RGBA 0 1 0. Right. Just make me remember to pew 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 pew, despite it not being at all relevant as we fire lasers. gizmos, so then there's color, and then we're going to say, okay, so we need like settings, which is res, what is it, hex pathfinder rendering settings, like so, and then we say color, which is, you gotta pew pew whenever you draw lines. Pew 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 pew. Even though it's not a laser in this particular case, because we're not recasting. It's just a line. So we have the to move line, and then we need to say, okay, so this is the end. Which I guess, why not just? I guess so. We have the end, and then I don't actually know what the start would have been. I guess wait, start not. Like hex cell. So end is just that. So our end to extend 0, and then you're saying like this, and then we say end, and then we say start, which is has moved, and then we say let start equal cell dot 2xyz, passing in the reference to the style. Then we need to extend. Now the issue with this is it might like end up creeping under the ground because we're taking the player's transform and then pointing it towards 0, so it's not going to actually be a line up long. Well, I guess we could just say no, yeah, because it might end up underneath the ground, because if the player is heading up or heading down, in terms of where the player's position is. Anyway, so if the state only points in the direction, so we actually don't care about the state, I guess. Well, wait, no, we would. Oh yeah, well, actually we wouldn't, because in this case we're extracting the state by the current position of the player, so that's fine. We don't care about the move state because we already know the player is. So this all works, this all works, this all works. So we're going to come up to our basic example, and then we're going to say like app.ins add plugin. So it's going to be Hexagon's pathing. The pathing is private, which is fine. And go back to like lib and say, hey, this is public, please. Pathing. And then I think I'm just gonna maybe go to pathing and say that everything in pathing is public. Like we'll just like use debug everything. So pub use debug everything. Then we go here and we say hex path debug rendering plugin, like that. So then when I run this, it should, anywhere there's a figure every frame, draw a line out the front that points to where it left from and where it is going. Okay. Well, it almost works. So if you're not sure what's happening here, it's because the player's technically always at 0, 0, and this is drawing the absolute line. So hence it works while it works while the player is actually within cell 0, 0, but it doesn't work once the player leaves cell 0, 0, which is that we should probably be. So you're the end. So we just need the global transform. I just always forget that you need to use the global transform when you're doing things like that, because when because the player is parented to the cell that they're currently in, it keeps rendering from the center of from 0, 0, because that's where the player is actually located, and as they move up, so like you have to use the global transform so that you actually point to where the player is actually located, which is why I think we're going to end up having to say like. Actually, no, the lasers never ended up underneath the tiles, so maybe it's just a thing that like they always render on top. Okay. See? So because now we're always rendering a line back to where we came from and a line to where we're going from the current player's position, which means that it's always correct. And we calculate because we actually know the absolute cell positions, so we don't have to worry about like some kind of weird yep. Okay. Brunk, brunk, brunk. Okay. That's cool. So next is to do, I guess, paths. Like why do you spend I think something's wrong because it spends an entire cycle at 0. Like it stops. It doesn't stop at the end, but it stops at the beginning, which makes me think that maybe my code for that sets 0 is wrong. So you get here, and then you stop for a whole second. So something's wrong with that. That's not bouncing properly. That's fine. You go here and go. That's got to be because that's in here. When I iterate through the patrol, it's when we're in reverse and self equals 0. So we've already extracted it. We've already grabbed 0 here, and then we say, so you're returning 0. It doesn't bounce at the end. So you're saying if it's probably something along the lines of self minus if self reverse self minus 1, if self equals 0, reverse equals false, self plus equals 1. Because it means not. Do you get the index? So what we're saying is we start at 0. We're already at 0. You grab 0. If you're in reverse, we come here and we get hit -1, which is bad because that'll crash. Well, my suspicion is that it's like else. I think we hit 0 twice is what's happening here. Unless I fucked up pretty badly. But if self.index equals 0, so you grab 0, then you reverse and you add 1. You add 1. You subtract 1. Okay, maybe that'll work. Maybe it was doing some kind of weird situation. I also need to commit this and be like, added basic pathing. Okay. Running a marathon. Yeah. Right. So we go first up, like what the fuck is going on? My phone is just being crazy. All right. So in the debugging, it is. I don't think I can say like there's no like gizmo.hexagon. No, gizmo. Mesh line. This line's 2D. There's an arc. There's an arrow. We could do a circle, ellipse, grid, long arc, round corners. Is it polygon? No. I don't think there's a mesh. The issue. Like there's a sphere. We can do a cross, cube, line, align, line. Line loop. Wait, line loop. Draws a line in 3D made of straight segments between the points. Okay. With the first and the last connect. Line strip. I mean, I like the line strip. What, this is 2D? I wonder if the 2D one's better. Probably. So we want to say, so first off, well, this is the moving. So this is going to draw like precisely where it's planning on moving. This is, I guess, this is the current motion. So I guess what we need to do is also, yes, is match setting. I guess this needs to be like even draw move, because then I can make that work. So that's going to take in a start Excel. Well, I guess it's not even that. It's start vec3 current vec3 end vec3 gizmos and which is just gizmos. Oh, gizmos. And settings, which is just a reference to this. So the thinking with this is that we can just take, not even that, but we're just going to paste this in and we're just going to say current to end and then current to start, because it's going to look very dumb, but you're a mutable reference to Gizmo, sorry. Match settings dot target, and then we're going to say something like this, and we go add the two missing arms. So with all, you do this, but then you say let start, let end, and then raw move, and then do reference settings. Well, I guess a reference to settings maybe. Yeah, and then current is position.translation. Right, and then so that's like for all of them, and then for the specific one, we're gonna say let okay equals moving dot get entity continue. I guess return. So the idea is that you could, in theory, like specifically target just one entity to be rendered, and then you just do this. Then you'll start end and then draw move. Okay, so I want to say like fn draw path, which has a start. Well, it doesn't even have a start. It's going to be a path which impulse iterator of cell hex. I guess reference to hex cells. Hex cell. Fuck it. Don't even make it a reference to hex cells. You just return iterator of hex cells. Comma. Gizmos. Map. What's that style? which is a reference to a hex map style, and then settings. The hex map setting. We come down here and we go, okay. So, wait a second. Your 2Ds. Sorry. Line 2D. I don't know if it matters, but I feel like the line 2D is less likely to end up going behind something. So, it also means like compute-wise, we don't have to like add 0 to things. Truncate. Truncate. I do feel like maybe just why is that not working? Oh, it's sorry, it's item equals. So I think if we whack the style up here, like so. Oh, that's loud. Pew. Yeah, we go. Fire the lasers. Pew 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 pew. Where's the pew 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 pew? I want to say that maybe take here and go. When we say draw move, can you do this? And then we can say that actually you take in a hex cell. And you also take in a hex cell, and then your current is an F32, so that would be start and end. And then you're the same way we pass in the start, which is cell, and then position, and then the end is figure.2. And then you're the same in your cell. And then your figure.2. And then they're saying that I'm not passing in the style, which is to pass in reference to style, like so. And then same with you, reference to style, like so. Okay, so we just have to dereference this cell and go. Okay. That just seems like a much cleaner way of doing that. And then we go. So this draws a move. Oh, oh. And then we just do that. End is that. Right. So we draw the move. Okay, so when we draw a path, we're going to say, and I guess it's going to be like, we put like a loop at the end here. Is loop. Which is then going to be a boolean. Cool. Then we go, okay. So to do this, we're going to say if is loop. Gizmos.line loop. So positions 2D, and then this would be path.map C, and then how does it work? So it's c.2xyz with a reference to style, and then the color is settings dot path color. Right. We'll add that in a second, and then we say else. You're the same thing, but you're not. You're just a line strip underscore 2D, like so. Do that, and we go, okay, so up here we're going to say, hey, you have one more thing, which is a pub path color. So 0 and then 1. Right. So this is pub render move, and we're going to pub render path. Okay, pub render path. Okay, render path. Okay, so this takes in things that have a. The hexel is the origin, but I don't care about the hexel. It's literally we just. I actually don't even care about any of this. We literally only care about the hex path. Figure path. So figure path. All right. So then we're going to say if you're rendering all, then it's for path in moving. Right. We're going to say like match path. So the loop says draw path, which takes in dot iter dot cloned gizmos, and then a reference to style, a reference to setting, and false to is a loop. Right. So then you're exactly the same, but you're true. True. And then control is that, but again, false. Okay, so except your hexagon control. That. Right. My annoyance with that is that I need to say that drawing a path should probably take in. Fine, we'll get rid of the is loop and say that when we draw a path, we take in a reference to a figure path, and then we say something like match I'm gonna say like maybe let p equal p comma l equals, and then match path, and then we go here and we say fill in the missing arms. So loop is hexagon path dot iter dot clone, no, not clone, cloned, cloned, I guess dot map. Just copy this. No point trying to fuck around making it. Okay, so except you're not the loop, you're the strip. Okay, so we have a strip. There you go. We have a strip, and then again paste the same thing. But this one is a loop, and it's dot iter. I mean, we don't even need to clone it. We can just literally iterate it. So like so, and then that's that one and that one done. So we want the other strip. And then they don't return anything, so that's fine. 1 with a semicolon. Okay. So you are hexagon patrol dot iter dot map. Okay. Okay. So when we say for path all, we say for path, and then we say draw path, and then we pass in path gizmo style and settings. And then when we say or just that specific one, do exactly the same thing. draw the path, pass in these pieces of information. Okay, so that will draw the path. Now, the only thing we need to do is say that you have a iter. I mean, that will iterate all of them from the beginning because it's calling the iter of on a slice, and the iter of a slice, I'm pretty sure, is the vector that they contain. So we call this one a loop. We call these other ones bounces. So we should be able to render this. And it should, in theory, draw the actual path itself that it's following. So that'll be interesting. So if I go like this, okay, so the answer is no, because I didn't put the function in, did I? I think I completely forgot, yeah, okay. So render path. So I'm not entirely sure which will render on top, but I might be able to order it so that like it will render the path and then render the thing so that you can like, in that case it would render the blue line and then the red and yellow being where you're actually like traveling along that path. Yeah, so the blue one's getting rendered like basically priority because the other one's underneath. So what would be the next? Okay, so the logical thing to try and work out if I can get around that is to say maybe like render path and then comma render move. And then we want to say dot like chain and then dot inset. So that should, again, make it all work. But the chaining means that we'll draw the path and then the move, and hopefully that results in the move being on top so that you can see the blue line and then you can see the loop. So, no. Okay, that's annoying. I mean, what would be the way around the path? My thinking is we could add two more iterating things of like, we could say, something that the loop, I think you would just render the blue loop. But you could say once. For example, we could do something like maybe hexagon path past, which renders that one, and then left. Right, so then you would say this would be the something color. The has moved, and this is the to move. So then we go hexagon path render setting. No, that's the render settings. Yeah, need to open like specifically the where is it? Like the figure. Yeah. Right, so I have to like impl u and say pub so left, which is a takes in self and returns an impl iterator whose item equals a hex cell, which is to then say self dot should probably be called like remaining, maybe, I don't know, self dot I guess it'll be self.iter.skip self.index. Right, that's left, and then pub used, which again takes self and then returns an implementerator. Like, just take that and then passed, and then it's instead of cloned, it's what do you call it? It's take. Right. So that should work, but then I think we have to do exactly the same thing for the patrol, but then we need to go, so left is if self dot reverse, then self dot path dot past. Else self dot path dot left. These return different types. They might return different types. I don't think I can return two different types. Okay. Fine. What do you actually return? Actually really annoying that you like that. Okay. Again, it's one of those annoying things where I have to go, okay, fine. You return that type. Except that you'd be take. No, you'd be take. And you'd be skip. Okay, so they're different types, which means I can't. Okay. So I feel like this one, I guess I flip the colors if it's reversed. So like you have left and past. Which means in the debugging, we come down here and we just like copy this. And we paste it down here. Like so, except that it's going to go hexagon path just so that it works. So we're going to say if hexagon path dot reverse else. So this is forward, and then I guess we just copy that and put it up here, and then we just flip the colors. So it's to move and has moved. Right, that should render things. So it'll be blue. I guess we should rename this to loop color then. Oh, sorry, not R loop, it's loop color. Okay, so that should mean that when I run this, if it's bounce, it will be green where you've been, red where you're going. If it's just a single path, it'll be the same. But like the bounce, the trick why the bounce is good test is that theoretically, okay, so annoyingly, it is missing specifically the the next one. Wait, why is it missing? Right, if I go to there. So it is exactly one that is missing, right? Like, yeah, so it's always missing. That's so annoying because what I need it to do is be one different. Why is it always missing that one? That's the confusing part. So it's always missing the one after the one we're doing. It's always missing the next one. So why is it missing the next one? What am I getting wrong? When I do this, we say past. These are all the ones that have happened. These are the ones that are to happen. The left. So, So the index starts at 0, but then as soon as we call next, it consumes the index. So since we consumed one, well, okay, which one? Okay, we can leave it like that. Which one is missing? It's the one directly in front, but is it a red one or a green one that's missing? I think it'd be a red one. Okay, now they're all red. Now they're all green. Okay, well, that's kind of interesting. Why have you done? Okay, no, crash now. Subtract with overflow. I don't even know how I managed to subtract with overflow. I minimized it to 1. Oh, no, wait, no, it was supposed to be max at 1. Sorry, right, so the number left. If the index is equal to 1, if the index is equal to 0, it'll take 0. If your index is equal to 0, you'll take 0. If your index is equal to 0, you'll skip 0. But as soon as we start moving, your index is equal to 1, which means you'll take 0, you'll take 1, and you'll skip 1. So I legitimately do not know how we are managing to be out by 1. It is technically because patrol potentially. Well, patrol does do if we're going forward. No, so we never hit this, which means it couldn't be that that's triggered. So I guess we run it again and we pause it and like try and figure out what exactly is going on. So if I F12 it will never start moving, but it should still consume the first movement. So if I F12, the game is paused, and then I can go like click. So it definitely applies the first path, but for some reason it doesn't render the second path. So if we F12, okay. So that one gets rendered, but then for some reason it doesn't render from U to U. It skips that one. So that's interesting. There is there's kind of a reason for it, isn't there? So it's okay. So you need to be like index dot max 1. Take the bigger of the two, minus 1. Right. well, it's more like so what I'm trying to work out is the left bit. So if we skip 1. So from here, so we skipped this one. We didn't draw this one. But for some reason that also skipped that one. I think it just needs to always be like 1 less. So bloop. Well, look, you've gone up to like number 1 in the chat. I don't know what that actually means, but you get like XP for typing in chat or something in a little competition. You're tied for first, but apparently that makes you number 1. Maybe it's because you're most recent. Not sure. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me what it actually is though. So if we have 12 again and we go, hey, can you move over here? That's the wrong place to press F12. I have 12. I have 12 to my web browser and not. Anyway, so are we working now? So the red line is at least correct in that, like, the red line is where the red line should, I guess, be. So the green line is 1 line too far. Going back. So previous is just too far. Okay, cool. So that means that you seem correct. I just need to now correct for the fact that past. I mean, you can take 1. Do you take the first so many? So I don't want to skip, right? Maybe I do want to skip. I'm trying to think. It's because we take so many, so it's like take like again like max 1 minus 1, where if it's 0 we want to say 0. Like we if it's 0 or 1 we want to say 0, because that kind of implies that like they're not past their current. But that feels like something you do not here. I don't think there is a way to not do the last one. Maybe there is. I mean, when you take 1, the index would go to 1, you'd skip 1. So again, not entirely clear why it's I'm thinking we should be doing it here, because like if this is saying this is everything we've done and this is everything we have to do, then it's effectively saying that we should probably do something like grab the past iterator and then be all like reverse and skip one. Why does that not work? You return an iterator, you reverse the iterator. Oh, it's not a double ender. So I can't reverse it because it's not double-ended. Okay, that's fine. Fine. So left. The past is the only one that's difficult because the past one comes right up to. I guess we could actually just say self iter dot reverse dot cloned take, because then we're saying that the past one iterates backwards, and then the this one iterates forwards. I still don't quite know what's going on with that one, because it. So we'd want to go, yeah, because they should meet. But so the ones in the past. So the very first past one is actually current. So we want to be like, well, we don't actually test on you. So when you're going forward, the things that you've been in the past, we want to say like dot skip 1. So just skip the first one. That's why we had to reverse it before we sent it back, because. So now when we run this, and I have 12 it, I'm curious if the map's going to be in the right spot, if that makes sense. So like when we do the first one, there should be no green. So do that. So there's a red line, which is, I believe, is the actual movement line. There's no green one. Then you get to here. So why is it missing one? It's very. Huh. Okay. Wait a second. So past is that take that. What the fuck happened there? When we passed halfway, it started showing us like the wrong ones. Like, and I'm pretty sure it's just when we passed halfway. It's not like something happened. Right, like if I go like here. Right. So well that makes sense. Going backwards is just wrong. But. Okay, yeah, it's very confusing that. Well, I think we want to only reverse if we return none from our other one. So if self reverse, if not reversed, I want to say. Well, we do exactly the same thing. Maybe. Yeah. We either go up or down after. Honestly, completely unclear about what the fuck is going on. It could be that like we're trying to path. Is it trying to render something really insane? Like, why is this taking so long? My assumption is that it's getting the same number. It's going from self to self. Hmm. Why is it extending back that way? I don't get that one. The line should be constant. Unless they're relative. But I doubt that, because that... No, because they couldn't be relative, or they'd keep skipping further and further away as the cells got further and further away. I don't get it. The other one I don't care about. Why are you perpetually getting smaller? My assumption is because I'm saying self.iter instead of self. Cells.iter. Maybe that's what the problem is that as we move further and further into the line, we also we're iterating further and further into ourself. I can't understand why it would be like, oh yeah, when you pass halfway, suddenly it starts going backwards. So the only thing I can think is that it's effectively so you always won, you always won. Again, when you hit a certain point, halfway apparently, it turns green. Okay, I really don't get it. Yeah. The fuck does it mean? Why? You can tell that I'm baffled because I'm not just talking randomly. I'm just like, why? Like, see, like it's getting green and it's going further into green. It didn't make any sense. Like the path is obviously correct. It's something about how I'm extracting the fucking path. Line strip, and then we iterate through the past lines. if I don't render any other fucking lines, we're just going to render the line as it goes forward. If anything, we just like let's just render the line, render forward, and then render back, and then we'll see what that looks like. And I'm going to try and work out why the hell certain aspects do what they fucking do. Like, it doesn't track in my head, so F12. So that's the drawn line, and we skipped that one. For some reason, we skipped this one too. Which doesn't make sense to me. So, this is 0. Why are you doing that? So, 0. So the current index is 1, which means that we should be starting from here. So we skipped 1, which means that why is it not drawing this line? Right, because it's now skipped 2. So why is it skipping an entire additional line? That's what I'm not understanding. Is why is it when I call, and it's the red path, which is to move. Green. No, red path, left. Which says, so it's something in here. Something about skipping this additional. I guess we haven't got there yet. Wait a second, am I like intentionally skipping the first? I am, aren't I? Right. Now, it still doesn't really make sense. But it does explain to me, at least, why it would be that actually the index is 2. Okay, wait, that does actually kind of make sense. Okay. So what it's saying is that this goes from 2 to 3 to 4. So it doesn't have the current one. It's got, so this starts from the future onwards. What, no, this one. The left is everything that's left. Which is why it needs to be max 1 minus 1 is we need to pull you back in a direction. We need to pull you slightly closer because we want to skip 1 less than max. So that should at least put the line in the right spot now, I think. So that's what's going on there, is that it's skipping 1 further ahead. Because when we say rest, we don't take current. So if I said go here, okay. Now, is something else drawing these green fucking lines? Why? So somehow you're triggering at that point, I assume. So let's go left. Yeah. Unless I fucked up somehow and some other line is coming from somewhere. That's entirely possible. Alright, this should only render 1 of the goddamn lines. You should only draw the lines that are left. So when I go to like here, why did that line stay? Because that line gets updated before. So that's it's looks really weird here because I'm going, oh no, but like theoretically, if I set like it further away, it's going to work until 2 lines from the end. So when it's in reverse, we get a different kind of reading. Right, so part of that is that when we iterate U, we need to iterate U better. So part of this is that our patrol is a little bit weird in that we say, hey, get us this index. So in patrol, I guess it can never fail. So we're going to say if out dot is none, if self dot index that doesn't make sense. I'm trying to work it out. So so the answer is effectively my index should just be I32 for one thing. It's going to yell at me about the U size stuff anyway. So he's blah, 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 blah. So he say if you reversed, so we get the value. If your self dot index equals 0, self dot reverse equals true. So what we need is to not stop on 0, which is why we add 1. Otherwise, we subtract 1. And the issue with this is that when we get to reversing and going back the other way, so I guess the issue is that these are different. Great. My thing is I don't really want to do this. I want to say, because we don't want to update our self to reflect the new value. So if self.index, if we're reversed and our index is equal to 0, so I think if you get to here, let's undo that. So we want to go to here and we want to say, if you're going forward, get out. How does this other one do it? It just does it. Right, and it's the other thing's job to know that it's failed. Okay, so we get out. Then we index plus equals 1. We then say if out equals is none, then self dot reverse equals true, and self dot index minus equals 1. Again, this makes me feel like out should go up here, and we go self dot index plus equals 1. And then we say if out is none, self dot reverse equals true, self dot index minus equals 2. So it's more like if out is none, self dot reverse equals true, self dot index else, and then it's like self dot last. Well, it returned none, so it's more like -2. And then we need to say if self is in reverse, if self is index is equal to 0, so we just got the 0th one, self dot reverse equals false. Self dot index plus equals 1. Else self dot index minus 1. Maybe this will work. This needs to say return. We can do that. So we say if out happens to be none, then self dot reverse is true, self dot index minus is 2, and then we return last. It seems like a terrible way of doing this anyway. It'll hopefully still bounce back and forth. And like hopefully the logic still works, and that it just fixes the fact that because we effectively track the next one, means when we hit the end, we don't update correctly. So when we get to when we go here, we weren't updating correctly because we were effectively not going to the end, we were retroactively reversing it. Okay, so this hit the end and it says has overflowed its stack because something recursively started calling something recursively, I bet. Right, because no, so, okay, so sorry, it's cells. We called last, which then ran the iterator to the end. Last.point. Which obviously the iterator never ends because it gets to here over and over and over, and it just keeps trying to pull the last thing off the iterator, which just runs the iterator forever. Okay. But it does mean that because we can return the last without fucking up the map, it means you actually get to consume the last before we bounce. I guess we should probably aim for like maybe here. All right, so it got to there. It did get stuck where it spent an entire. It spent an entire cycle turning around. Why? Why is it spending an entire cycle turning around? So if you got to here, that means you're past the end. So we want to say something like self.cells.len -2. So do we go -3? Because it's saying if you got here, we must have failed. So please return the second to last element. Set this to -3. Well, that's concerning because I think if you gave it 2 elements, it would just crash repeatedly. This is terrible. I don't know why. I obviously need to fucking go to sleep, or go to eat, or something, anything, because this is just getting out of control. All right. Pathfinding. Like I'm writing patches on patches in terms of like, it does make sense in my head why it needs to be this way, and that's that like we need to actually represent the index. So if I go like here, it's going here, going here, going here. We need to keep it that like that. Now it's gone even further back. So right. So that tells me it's the other way around. It's that we want to not subtract 3. We want to like subtract 1. So this failed, which means we were 1 past the end. We want to subtract 1 and then length -2. I do feel like when we're going forward, this makes sense. Right, to just use out, like get out, check out, and then increase the index by 1. So it's like let out equal option Excel. Right, so do that, and then we say out equals this, right? But then we go here and we say, okay, if we're in reverse, if the index is equal to 0, out equals self dot cells dot first. To clone. But if it's not equal to 0, if it's 1, but we still want to get the self.index, don't we? Maybe not. Because what I'm thinking is like, when we're going this way, we want to only subtract 1. But then this needs to return -2, because -1 would be the last item. And we're effectively saying we've already returned the last item. That's why we didn't hit none. I guess we could just say that out equals that, and then it say if, not even if out equals none, it's just if out if self dot that's the problem is we need the, until we actually reverse. And then when we're in reverse, I assume we go through something like, so when we hit here, let's say it's like 5 long, we return, so our index is 5, because that's why we got 0 here, as we said 5. And we're going, oh no, this is none. So we're going to set the index down to 4. And we're going to return item 3. We're going to return item 3. Then we're going to come back in as item 3 in reverse. And again, we returned item 3, but then we've come back with an index of 4. Wait. So we got to 5. We got to 5. We came in here. We didn't get anything. So we set the index is 4. We return 3. Then the next time we come in, we have an index of 4. I've already returned 3. We're coming with 4. That's the annoying thing. While you're here, you say self.index -1. But then we return -2. Which I guess means if your index is equals 1, you return first. You set your index equal to. Do you even return first? You just call yourself. You just, if your index is equal to, if self.index equals 1, we just call self. I think it's if you are reverse, you call this, and then if index is equal to 0, you say self.reverse equals false, and then you say self.next else self now equals self next now equals self dot cells dot get self dot index dot clone. I'm not entirely sure if this is going to work, but what I'm thinking is, so when we're going forward, we want to grab the value. If the value is none, we want to deduct the index by 1 and return our self -2. Then we're going to say something. Okay, so yeah. So we return our self -2, which means we actually return 1 index lower than our index says. Because our index says we are index 4 and we're actually returning 3. Right. Which then means that we come to here and we go, okay, so we're in reverse, which makes me go, we probably want to subtract 1, which would make us 3. So we subtract 1, making us return number 3. So our index is now 3. This is not 0. So we don't fire it forward, which means that we then return this. So that would make us return -2. We then come back in and we say, okay, so now our index is -2 and we return -1. And then when we come in with -1, our index of 1, it gets set to 0. Our index is 0. Then we're going forward and we go forward. That might work, maybe. At this point, I don't fucking know. The point is, like, we need to keep the index accurate about which one we just returned, which means that when we're going backwards, because we're actually subtracting one, we need to do that first. And then it's like, well, when we hit an index of 0, we reverse our direction and we actually go forward again, which then sets our index to +1. Because when you return an index of 0 when negative, the next index is 1. Which I'm apparently doing by bouncing forward, which, whatever. This maybe works. I think maybe what we needed to do was subtract after. I'm not sure. Honestly, this is not clicking in my head, which is usually the good sign to end the stream and try again tomorrow. Anyway, so we're going to F12. We're going to go, okay, so go here. That looks correct in that, like, it's not, okay, and then just don't crash, please. Okay. Okay. So it did spend an extra turn at 0. So you turn around immediately, you come back, you go to here, you do spend an extra turn there, which means that it is it's going, you go to 0, and then you return 0, and then you go to 0, and then you go to 1. So it is spending an extra turn at 1, so something should probably, when it gets to 1, it needs to, like, bounce better, but I don't actually know what I need to do. So then if I theoretically turn this on, our past should be correct. Which again, we want to, I think, want to skip one of the past ones, maybe? Because what, like, the issue is, like, the past then, like, the past and the future should be exactly the same. And then we can skip one of the past ones so that it doesn't render the future. And then the same with the other way is when we're going backwards, we want to skip one of the future ones to not render the past ones. The answer is apparently no. I don't understand that one. I bet it's because I'm returning, like, the reverse of itself, not the reverse of... Right, so... No, past is cells, iter, reverse, cloned, take... Oh, I bet it's because we're supposed to take, then reverse. Because if we don't take, then reverse, then we're grabbing, we reverse, and then we're taking somebody from the end, which would... Okay, yep, that does explain why once we pass halfway, it starts going backwards. It's because we're effectively saying, reverse it and grab me the last 6 instead of the first 6. Okay. 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 And so the same thing happens where we need to go, okay, so the past needs to skip one. So when we go to our debugging, the stream looks like it's continuously buffering, and I'm concerned that the stream is dying. Internet's not doing bad, so that's fine. So when we're going, this is when we're going forward. When we're going forward versus, we're going to get rid of this because I can't be bothered trying to work out if they're the same. Then you do that and go, okay, when we're going backwards. So we need to swap this to being left and past. Right, so when we're going forward, we want to skip one of the past ones. Skip 1. And then when we're going backwards, we want to skip one of the ones that's left. Because that should mean that it doesn't render the one directly below us. Because when we're going forward, the one directly below us is the last one that popped off. And then when we're going backwards, the one directly below us is one that we just previously popped, like because we're going the other way. Maybe. Because then the movement one kicks in and it should fill in the line that we're currently traveling. Yay! Okay, so why does it not reverse? It spends an entire second visiting, so it goes from here to 0, goes from 0 to 0, then goes from there. So some thing about my iterator, instead, the only one we have to care about is the reversing of the iterator. I suspect that when we reverse the iterator, because I thought we reversed it and then called self, right? So we look at here. So when we get to here, so this is self.index minus equals 1. When your index is equal to 0, when we call you as -1, you hit your index as 0, you hit reverse. So if self.index is equal to -1, we call next, and we say out is equal to next. But then do we say, so because that should have set your index, because we just called you with an index of what? So we set your index to 0, then we called you. We come in here with an index of 0, and we're not going reverse. So we grab you, and then we set your index. I need you to be like, please print. So yeah, you can put a semicolon there. I need you to print line. What the hell is your index? When your index was equal to 0, it should now be equal to 1. But it's not for some reason. That or you're continuing to be in reverse. Well, actually, that does make sense, because if you get to here. So what's happening is we come in here and we say, hey, self index. So when we get an index of -1, see, because when we get an index of 1 while going backwards, we return 0. Which means that this actually needs to be that your self, if your index, okay, so we need to say that you would return an index of 1, which means that we actually need to return a self.index plus equals 1. That might do it, because so what I'm thinking is as we come in, so we go, hey, we've got an index of 1. Like, so we hit this, now index is 1, which means that we return cell 0. Then we come back in and we go, okay, so now our index is 0. When we hit this next, we return R. So when we hit here, we return 0. So self.index -1. We have to subtract 1 and then also get -1. Well, because like there's no reason you couldn't just add 1. Because again, we hit you, your self's index is equal to 0, but we've already returned 0, which means that we actually want to say that maybe bump up your index by 1 and then call next. Maybe. But that means when we hit 0, we return. So when we return 0, our index is equal to 1. So we actually want to say that when we come in with an index of 1, we return 0 and set our index to 0. And then so it's like when you hit the end, it should add 2. But it adds 2 by adding 1 and then returning 1, which then adds 1 again, which means it returns 2. Kind of strange. I think it makes sense, because I think it's the same thing as the other one where where this one where we subtract 1 and then we return -2. So this one should all be exactly the same because I haven't changed the forward code. But then when it goes backwards, when it gets to here, Okay. I think it went over there because it's like it wasn't actually supposed to be there. It was supposed to be over there, but because it picks where the player currently is standing, not where the map, like not where the path goes. Huh. Okay. I'm going to call that working. I'm going to commit that code, and I am going to call it a day because I am so goddamn tired, and my brain is probably just going to make things worse if I keep going. Okay, so added path debug. Ba-dang. Okay, so patrols reverse when you hit the end of the patrol. Yeah, so the thing of what must be happening there is that basically we need the index to be not the next one, but one past the one that will be returned, and then when we're going down, we return a negative one. But anyway, thank you for tuning into the stream. I will hopefully be streaming again tomorrow, and you can all join in as we, I guess, continue working on the map stuff, because this is kind of fun. I'm actually enjoying working on the map stuff over the inventory, mostly just because the inventory stuff, it's one of those, I spend so much time on it that I'm starting to get burnt out, being like, it's just not working. So doing some map stuff. What will we do tomorrow? I guess we can try and move this stuff into the actual game so that you can like click and be moved to like the next thing over, I guess maybe. I'm not entirely sure what we'll work on, but we'll work on something. But thank you all for tuning in, and I will see you tomorrow, hopefully.